Chapter 1001. Lin Xian didn't know what to say. Should he thank Xiao Linglong or thank her? Or should he thank her? I can't take it anymore. Hurry. Get off me. Yirenbing really felt like she couldn't take it anymore. But why was this bastard still so fierce? Lin Xian instantly shook his head. Yirenbing's hands clutched the sheets tightly. Can't take it anymore? That's it? Lin Xian mocked. You.
Stop.
Yirenbing bit her red lips. Admit your mistake. You're courting death. Admit your mistake. Lin Xian's tone became louder. Slap, then there was a crisp sound. Lin Xian slapped her on the bed. Yirenbing bit her red lips tightly. I was wrong, she really couldn't take it anymore. In that instant, Lin Xian felt like he had won. I already admitted my mistake. How could you? It felt so good. Who was this feeling? Yirenbing, a demon god. What was Lin Xian? A little trash.
But now?
It felt so good. The next morning, Lin Xian was sleeping like a log. He was woken up by a small movement. Although he was sleeping like a log, his realm was still there. It was easy for him to wake up at the slightest movement. Lin Xian opened his eyes and looked at Yirenbing beside him. Really, when he was doing that, he might have lost his mind. Now that Lin Xian suddenly thought of last night, he panicked again. Yirenbing opened her beautiful eyes. She was very close to Lin Xian. The two of them looked at each other. After 2 seconds, she closed her eyes again and turned around lazily. She didn't want to say a word. Hey, what's wrong? Are you still holding a grudge? Lin Xian's lips curled as he spoke from behind her. Shut up and go to sleep. Yirenbing said lazily. Don't tell me you can't make it? Lin Xian said in a mocking tone.
Sleep.
Yirenbing gritted her teeth and said, Okay.
Sleep.
Lin Xian then reached out and hugged her. She was too lazy to move Lin Xian's hand away. He slept all the way until noon. Yirenbing had never slept for so long in her memory. She didn't want to open her eyes at all, let alone move. Besides, my legs are so weak.
Bastard.
Why did she wake up at noon? That bastard actually came in again. You bastard. Yirenbing opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Lin Xian, who was on top of her. She wanted to skin him alive. Lin Xian exerted some force, and she couldn't help but moan. You said I was small last night, didn't you? Lin Xian smiled evilly. I'll kill you. After that, Yirenbing was bullied by Lin Xian for a while. In the end, she didn't want to move anymore. Little Ling Long said you used some kind of dark attribute energy on me? The kind that will kill me. Help me get rid of it. Yirenbing closed her beautiful eyes and didn't open them.
No.
She wanted to say as little as possible. It was tiring. Then what will happen if I die? Who will serve you in the future? Yirenbing slowly opened her beautiful eyes. There aren't many men in the world, right? Lin Xian. Hurry up and get rid of it. Otherwise, I'll do it again. Lin Xian threatened. Yirenbing immediately shrank to the side. You dare. She gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. Impudent. Then help me get rid of it. Lin Xian said helplessly.
No.
Fuck you. You dare scold me? She opened her beautiful eyes again. I don't dare. Humph. Yirenbing then closed her eyes. Don't bother this sovereign. Go to sleep. Fuck. You've slept for a day. If you sleep any longer, it'll be night time. Then get lost. I'm not leaving. Get rid of the dark energy in me first. Lin Xian said. Yirenbing then didn't reply and lazily fell asleep. Lin Xian was helpless. Forget it. I'll sleep too. I'm tired too. Lin Xian sighed, hugged her, and fell asleep again. They only opened their eyes at night, when the sky was dark. Lin Xian opened his eyes and saw Yirenbing looking at him. He then smiled and asked, What? You still want it? He thought that Yirenbing would reject him. What did she say? Let's talk about it tomorrow. Lin Xian. Wah. This woman, I was wrong. I have something to do tomorrow. I really have something to do. Then don't go back. Clatter. She snapped her fingers. What's wrong? Nothing. It's just that the barrier around us has been opened. You can't run away. Yi Runbing lazily stretched and said,
Fuck.
Are you serious? Uh-huh. Ding. Yi Runbing's favorability towards you +10. Lin Xian. A girl who could increase favorability by having sex. This was definitely the first and only one Lin Xian had seen. Could it be that having sex with her would increase favorability?
Wah.
Was there a need to be like this? I'm hungry, Lin Xian said as he played with her breasts. Yi Runbing seemed to be used to being played by Lin Xian. Come in,
she said.
Then the door opened and Xiao Yu walked in respectfully. Master, what are your orders? She didn't even dare to raise her head. Although she knew that Lin Xian and her master were lying there, she really didn't see anything. Go and prepare food.
Yes.
Oh, right. Get Luo Ing to pick a piece of the azure sky rainbow flower.
Yes.
Then Xiao Yu walked out. What azure sky rainbow flower? Lin Xian asked in confusion. Yi Runbing didn't answer. Instead, she asked, Did Linglong Shui give you something to eat? How do you know? Yi Runbing licked her red lips and said, There's a faint medicinal taste. Lin Xian. Fuck. But she didn't seem angry. It seems that this Linglong Shui can't wait to see this sovereign make a fool of myself. Yi Runbing turned over and crawled into her breasts. In the next instant, Lin Xian's entire body shook. This Yi Runbing actually, after about 10 minutes, she crawled out. Gulp. Yi Runbing licked her red lips and swallowed. So it's a crimson spirit leaf. It's a fire-type spirit herb. After consuming it, a cultivator's physical strength can be maintained for a long time. No wonder. Lin Xian. Fuck. What's that smell? Lin Xian asked. Yi Runbing glanced at Lin Xian. It stinks. Then if you say another word, this sovereign will kill you. Lin Xian, shut up.
Fuck.
This Yi Runbing is too. Lin Xian really had to hand it to this woman. You served me well this time. That azure sky rainbow flower is this sovereign's reward for you. After Yi Runbing finished speaking, she stood up. Just as she walked down, her figure suddenly staggered. Bastard. She gritted her teeth and walked into the bathroom. Lin Xian stretched. Comfortable. Really comfortable. Comfort came from both the body and the soul. Chapter 1002. After a while, Yi Runbing finished showering, put on her clothes, and walked out of the bathroom. Still not getting up? Yi Runbing glanced at Lin Xian. I'm tired, Lin Xian said lazily. Lin Xian might really become a lazy worm after spending some time with Yi Runbing. You're still tired with the red spirit leaves that Linglong Shui gave you? I say, big sister, don't just stand there and talk. You said you're tired, even though you don't need to move. What's wrong with me, who's been moving all the time, saying I'm tired? Lin Xian said. If it was in the past, Yi Runbing wouldn't agree. But this time, she was really tired. She didn't even want to open her eyes. Therefore, she felt that Lin Xian should be even more tired. After all, she could empathize with him. Aren't you hungry? Yi Runbing glanced at Lin Xian while wiping her hair. Call me when you're done. Yi Runbing didn't say anything. If it was in the past, she would have spoiled him. But this time it was different. She was already tired. As a man, he should be even more tired, right? But she was satisfied with what she said. Yi Runbing then walked out. Phew. Lin Xian let out a long breath. He remembered that at the start, Yi Runbing's favorability towards him had dropped to -30. After a few times of pa, her favorability had shot up to -40. No one else could do that. If all the girls in the world could use this method to gain favorability, wouldn't the world be a paradise? And this was a demon god. No one else could do this. But what was the blue sky rainbow flower that Yi Runbing mentioned just now? Rainbow candy? A new brand? This girl likes to eat rainbow candy? I've never seen her eat it before. But this girl actually took the initiative. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. He was very satisfied. It was a kind of pleasure. She was a demon god. Lin Xian got up and walked into the bathroom while massaging his waist. He was very tired. After the shower, Lin Xian put on his clothes and picked up his phone. A few girls had sent him messages, and Lin Xian replied to them one by one. Xiao Linglong, you tricked me. That leaf actually increased time. Lin Xian sent a message to Linglong Shui. On the other hand, Linglong Shui was drinking her milk when her phone rang. When she saw Lin Xian's message, she couldn't help but smile. Didn't you say you were tired? Let me help you. So you're so black-bellied. I'm not black-bellied you. Linglong Shui said. Lin Xian. Did this girl not know the meaning of black-bellied, or did she say it on purpose? Oh right, your friend likes to eat rainbow candy? Lin Xian asked. What rainbow candy? Linglong Shui asked in confusion. What Azure Sky brand rainbow candy?
Help me buy some.
I'll give it to her. It'll make her like me, right? Azure Sky rainbow candy? I think it's called that. Is it a candy? I thought it was candy. Linglong Shui quickly asked, what did she say? She said she'll give me some as a reward for serving her. Is there something wrong with this woman? Why would I want her reward? I can drown her with it. Linglong Shui. It was scary to be uneducated. What did you do? Why did she give you the Azure Sky rainbow candy? I didn't do anything. I just made her comfortable. Linglong Shui. All for you? No, just a little. Take it. Lin Xian had a nagging feeling that something was amiss, so he asked again. Linglong Shui typed, Azure Sky rainbow candy. The only known Azure Sky rainbow candy is with her. It's one of the top spirit herbs on the continent. Her Azure Sky rainbow candy should be close to 10,000 years old. The effects of the Azure Sky rainbow candy are very simple. It can quickly increase a warrior's spiritual power purity, spiritual power density, physique, strength, spirit, etc. Lin Xian. Moreover, this effect will last for a very, very long time. When others advance one step, you advance one step. The improvement you obtain will far surpass others. As your realm grows higher and higher, the gap between you and others will grow larger and larger. This is a treasure that is the most precious to any martial artist or monster race. I didn't expect her to be willing to give you the Azure Sky rainbow candy. I'm also quite surprised. Lin Xian. Damn, no way. You must keep it. Of course. At least my waste won't be in vain. Lin Xian was quite touched. At least she still had some humanity. At this moment, Xiaoyu opened the door and walked in with her head lowered. Mr. Lin Xian, the food is ready. You guys are quite efficient. I only took a shower. Lin Xian followed her out. Since it's Mr. Lin Xian's order, we naturally have to do it as quickly as possible. Oh, I'm not your demon god, but Mr. Lin Xian is the demon god's partner. In terms of status, he's the same as the demon god. Partner. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. In their eyes, he was her partner. He. By the way, do you have any dark history with the demon god? Tell me. Lin Xian rubbed his hands and asked slyly.
No.
Xiaoyu quickly shook her head. You don't dare to say it? I really don't. Forget it. I won't make things difficult for you. As they spoke, they came to a very large and beautiful hall. Yurenbing was already sitting there. A few beautiful girls were helping to serve her and prepare the food. Lin Xian looked at the 40 to 50 dishes on the table and couldn't help but gulp. Big sister, do you have to be so extravagant? Big sister, I just want to eat casually. Do you have to be so extravagant? Lin Xian sat next to Yurenbing. I'm a demon god. Even if you're not here, I still eat like this. Can't I? It's not that you can't. As long as you like it. Lin Xian glanced at the table. Lin Xian didn't know what each dish was. In any case, none of them were home-cooked dishes. What's this? Lin Xian poked at a piece of meat in front of him with his chopsticks. Starfish turtle meat. Starfish turtle. What's that? A monster in the law realm. Lin Xian. Humans rarely ate monster meat, but it wasn't that they didn't eat it. Some monster meat was really delicious, but most of it was very unpalatable. In any case, Lin Xian had never eaten it even once. This table can't be full of monster meat, right? Aren't there dishes here? All right. Lin Xian added a piece and tasted it. How is it? This is my first time eating monster meat. It's really delicious, Lin Xian said. Some are especially good. Some can even increase a martial artist's strength. By the way, don't you feel uncomfortable eating monster meat? Lin Xian asked. Chapter 1003. Bing replied, We demons have different species. We're different from you humans. Humans are humans. No matter where they come from, they're still humans. But we demons are different.
As long as we don't eat our own kind, it's fine. All right.
Maybe I'm human, so my philosophy is different from yours. But it's delicious. Eat more if it's delicious. These are all nourishing. Lin Xian. You're still thinking about me? Lin Xian, on the other hand, found it rather strange. Could it be that serving her well would really make her feel so good? After all, if your body can't take it and you die here, what if Linglong Shui comes after me? That's true. Lin Xian ate a mouthful of food and said. That, after eating for a while, Lin Xian said, Get rid of the dark energy in my body. Although I can't feel anything now, I really feel like there's something hindering me. If I say no, then no, Bing said. Lin Xian felt that there was something wrong with this woman. She kept saying that she wouldn't let him die, but now she wasn't helping him get rid of the dark energy. Could she not be like this? Then what if I die? We'll talk about it when you're about to die. Lin Xian. All right, you're awesome. Bing's lips curled up. She felt very, very good when she saw Lin Xian's deflated expression. What was going on? She was a dignified demon god, yet her emotions were fluctuating because of a lowly and weak human. She felt good because of Lin Xian's defeat. She also felt that it was quite strange. She wanted to ask Linglong Shui how she felt when she was with Lin Xian. Was it the legendary feeling of love? She didn't understand. By the way, are you on good terms with the elves? Why do you have so much Baihua wine? Lin Xian asked doubtfully. Not a lot. The 100-flower wine is extremely rare. Even the elf race rarely drinks it. As for me and the elf race, our relationship is quite good. I am good friends with the elf race's elf goddess, Lin Xian. Then can you take me out to play? I've never seen an elf before. Lin Xian said. To play with elf girls? Lin Xian. Elven girls are indeed beautiful. They're probably of the highest quality among all the races. They're also especially cute and innocent. For someone like you, they're indeed very suitable to be lured home. Lin Xian. No, I really don't have such thoughts. I've just never seen an elf before. In our human world, the elves are especially mysterious. Almost no one has seen them before. There are also many beautiful legends about the elves, so I have great expectations and fantasies about the elves. Although many things in your human world are nonsense, some of them have some basis. The elves are indeed the most beautiful race I've ever seen. It's the kind of race that people can't bear to hurt. Bing said. Then do you have time to take me there? Lin Xian asked. He could just treat it as a honeymoon with her. It would be good to cultivate their relationship. The elves hate humans. You should forget about it.
Why?
Lin Xian asked doubtfully. He really didn't know anything about this. Then you can ask many of the ancient experts of your human race, Bing said disdainfully. Many years ago, the elves and humans were friends. At that time, the elves were also neutral. However, the elves were even able to live together with humans. However, because of the elves' beauty, many humans coveted them. Back then, countless elven girls were kidnapped by human experts and met with miserable ends. From then on, the elves all moved away and drew a clear line with humans. However, they're a kind and peace-loving race. Even so, even though the elves suffered great losses during that time, the elves have remained neutral. Tell me, wouldn't a human like you be disliked by the elves? Bing said as she drank a mouthful of 100-flower wine. There's such a thing? Lin Xian was very surprised. He had never heard of this before. Lin Xian was sure that no one in his human world had learned about this. Lin Xian could roughly guess what was going on. This was because from a moral point of view, what the humans did was shameful. How could such shameful things be publicized, let alone written down in history books? You humans' crimes aren't limited to just this. Humans aren't good creatures. Lin Xian touched his nose, not knowing how to answer. Humans were indeed imperfect. Demons were the same. Humans had done many bad things to demons, and demons had done the same to humans. Therefore, everyone had their own right and wrong. From their own point of view, the other side was wrong. It was the same for everyone. However, there was definitely an irreconcilable conflict between humans and demons. This conflict made it impossible for the two races to stop fighting, unless something shocking happened. It's actually just a matter of perspective. Yes. Irending also expressed her understanding. Then can you stop attacking the humans? Lin Xian said again.
No.
I heard from Xiao Linglong that you've already avenged yourself. You've also killed all the enemies of a human race. Why do you still want to do this? Lin Xian sighed. Sometimes, hatred was just like that. It would make a person not herself. My enemy is the human race, not just a few people. Irenbing said. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. How should he put it? He didn't know what to do. Lin Xian's current goal was naturally to change Irenbing's hostility towards the human race. Although Irenbing didn't target the human race, there would always be powerful demon experts who would inherit the 10th Hall's demon god temple and continue to target the human race. However, one less demon god was still great news for the human race. However, although Lin Xian had conquered Irenbing in bed, it was impossible for her to listen to Lin Xian. Because Lin Xian had only conquered her body, not her heart. One day, when Lin Xian had completely conquered her, she would listen to Lin Xian. It was so difficult. Then if I was on your opposite side, in the human army, would you kill me? Pfft, Yi Runbing sneered. Don't tell me you think you're important to me just because you've played with me a few times? If it wasn't for Linglong Shui, you'd already be dead. If you were on my opposite side, I wouldn't kill you. But naturally, someone else would. Chapter 1004. Lin Xian was now thinking of a way to stop Yi Runbing from targeting the human race. Yes, although Lin Xian seemed to be very close to her, simply put, between the two of them, no, to Yi Runbing, Lin Xian was just a tool for her to vent her frustrations. Of course, she still had feelings for him, but it wasn't to a great extent. So, in the end, he still had to win her over completely. But could he really win her over with this alone? He really couldn't. Although he had increased her favorability, Lin Xian believed that if this continued, her favorability would probably stop rising after a certain point. However, after so many years, even Linglong Shui, her close friend, couldn't persuade her. What could he do? It was said that to solve a problem, one had to start from the root. Lin Xian knew the root. Irenbing's family had been killed by human experts, and she had killed all of them. That was the root. The current situation was that those experts were all dead, but Irenbing still hated the human race. Wait a minute, although the root was gone, and she was like a kite with a broken string, there was still one more thing. She hated the human race. Could he make her like the human race? Perhaps he didn't have to make her like them. He just had to make her stop hating the human race. That was feasible. Bring her to have fun in the human world? That was also feasible. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. I'm done eating.
Send me back.
Lin Xian said. Go back? We'll talk about it tomorrow. Irenbing said. Lin Xian. Big sister, what are you doing? Don't tell me you're still. Lin Xian looked at her with an exaggerated expression. Damn it. Irenbing smiled and looked at Lin Xian charmingly. Then, she stuck out her pink tongue and licked her red lips. Gulp, Lin Xian gulped. Big sis, I know you're feeling good, but you can't come here every day. You already admitted your mistake last night. You can't even take it anymore. Why are you still coming here tonight? Lin Xian wanted to cry. Irenbing slammed the table with a bang. When did I admit my mistake? When did you fail?
Wow.
You still don't want to admit it.
Humph.
Without the crimson spirit leaf's medicinal effect, let's see how long you can last tonight. After saying that, Irenbing walked away. Lin Xian. No, this woman doesn't have any self-control at all.
Wow.
His mentality had exploded. Of course, this woman was extremely beautiful. Lin Xian was not at a disadvantage, but she was different from the other girls. The other girls would start begging for mercy after half an hour. Although sometimes Lin Xian could last for more than an hour, the other girls would beg for mercy for a long, long time. But this woman, it would probably take 3 hours before she would start begging for mercy. Lin Xian was also tired. I really want to record her begging for mercy last night. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and mumbled helplessly. What kind of feeling does this woman have? Lawless and licentious. She does whatever she wants, just like an ancient monarch. The only difference was that she only slept with one man, Lin Xian. And she could even do things that would make people blush in front of dozens or hundreds of girls. If you say she's real, then she's very real. But you're a woman. You can't do this. Yirenbing walked into a cave. When she first entered, it was very narrow and dark. But the deeper she went, the larger the cave became. Then, another world appeared. Light appeared in front of her, and under the light was a field of green and hundreds of flowers. This was a place like a paradise. Every flower and every blade of grass here was full of vitality. Lord Demon God, the sky rainbow flower has become stronger. It's a bit difficult for this subordinate to pick it. Also, the sky rainbow flower doesn't like subordinates to get close to it. So, only Lord can pick it personally. A mature beauty bowed respectfully to Yirenbing. This sovereign has miscalculated. A few days ago, the sky rainbow flower should have just reached 20,000 years of life. It's a huge increase. Even a virtualized realm expert would find it difficult to get close. You may leave. Yes. Then, Yirenbing walked in. As she went deeper and deeper, a rainbow-like light appeared in front of her. Yirenbing stood there and felt the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushing towards her. The reason why the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the entire Sky Island was several times stronger than the outside world was because of the sky rainbow flower. In front of her, in the center of a small pond, there was a lotus-like plant about 2 meters tall. It was colorful and even emitted a colorful light. It stood there like a king. There were dozens of sky rainbow flowers around the sky rainbow flower, but they were all in their infancy. In fact, there seemed to be dozens of them, but there was only one sky rainbow flower on the surface of the pond. The others were all branches of that one. The strongest one was naturally the king, and Yirenbing only wanted to pick the petals of the branches of the sky rainbow flower. Because even if she could pick a petal of the largest sky rainbow flower, Lin Xian would definitely die if he ate it. Sensing Yirenbing's arrival, a beautiful vine moved to Yirenbing's side and hung in front of her. Yirenbing reached out and grabbed the vine. It was as if the two of them were shaking hands. "Old friend, let me borrow a petal of yours," Yirenbing said softly. At this moment, a ray of light flashed above the sky rainbow flower, and then a phantom appeared. The phantom was a very small animal. It was hard to tell what kind of animal it was, but it was very cute. It was white, and there was a small version of the sky rainbow flower on its head. It blinked a pair of big eyes, and it was very cute, but it was just a phantom. "You actually cultivated a divine soul?" Yirenbing showed a shocked and excited expression. The phantom of the small animal nodded, but it couldn't speak. What did it mean to cultivate a divine soul? It was just for spiritual beings of heaven and earth. It was a plant that cultivated the foundation of consciousness, and this consciousness gradually cultivated into the soul of an animal. In short, this sky rainbow flower had begun to transform from a plant into an animal. Its next step was to cultivate the body of this phantom of a small animal and no longer exist here as a plant. If it was more powerful, it could even directly skip the body of a monster and directly become a human body. That was the most terrifying thing. Because in history, there was no record of a plant cultivating into a human, but in theory it was possible. For a plant to cultivate into a human, 20,000 years was the minimum time limit, and what kind of spiritual being of heaven and earth could exist for 20,000 years? After such a long time, It would have been picked by other powerful monsters or humans, so it was very difficult for it to exist peacefully for 20,000 years. The premise was that this plant was also extraordinary. Otherwise, even if it lived for 100,000 years, it could only cultivate a divine soul and not a physical body. Chapter 1005. Runbing leaped into the air and tapped her feet on the surface of the lake. The small azure sky rainbow flowers on the surface of the lake all moved to make way for her. Then, she came to the side of the large azure sky rainbow flower and reached out to gently touch it. "Old friend, when will you be able to cultivate a physical body?" Runbing asked. The shadow disappeared, and then a vine rode a line in the air. 1,000 years. The vine swayed. 10,000 years. The vine swayed again. Could it be 100 years? Runbing asked in surprise. The vine quickly wrote 2 words in the air. A year? Runbing's red lips opened slightly. The vine nodded. That's great. Don't worry, before that, I will definitely protect you and make sure you successfully transform. If you need my help, remember to look for me. The vine touched Runbing's beautiful face and then gently rubbed against it. This azure sky rainbow flower had been passed down in her family. When her family existed, this azure sky rainbow flower had existed. It had been in the Dark Knight Shadow Dragon clan for 20,000 years. Runbing had been good friends with it since they were young. At that time, the azure sky rainbow flower had already developed intelligence. Although it couldn't speak, it could understand many of Runbing's thoughts. When it used the vine to tease her, Runbing would whisper to it countless times. Even when she was sad, she could only talk to it. Therefore, to Runbing, the azure sky rainbow flower was really her old friend. Even when she came here, she brought the azure sky rainbow flower here. The vine of the azure sky rainbow flower plucked a purple leaf from another flower and placed it in front of Runbing. Thanks, I'll come to see you another day. Runbing patted the vine and then walked away. The reason why her cultivation had risen so quickly was greatly related to this azure sky rainbow flower. This was the only known sky rainbow flower in the world, and Runbing had been consuming the petals of the sky rainbow flower since she was young, which greatly improved her cultivation. She had also given Linglong Shui 2 slices. In short, in her eyes, she would only share the azure sky rainbow flower with the more important people. As for Lin Xian, he didn't have a high position in Runbing's heart, but he was very important and meaningful. He was Linglong Shui's man, the father of Linglong Shui's child, the man she gave herself to for the first time, the man who could make her feel good. Therefore, this azure sky rainbow flower was a bargain for him. After all, he was also quite tired. Last night, she was exhausted. The next day, her legs were staggering on the ground, let alone a man. Just treat it as nourishment for him. If he was nourished, it would also be good for her, right? After walking out and entering the main hall, Runbing saw Lin Xian, this bastard, calling for more than 10 people to help pack up the dozens of dishes on the table. Then, she saw Lin Xian put the packed food into his spatial ring with her own eyes. What are you doing? Runbing asked indifferently. Lin Xian looked at Runbing. Look, there are dozens of dishes. I'm already full after eating 1 bite of each. That's too wasteful. I suddenly realized that some of these dishes are actually precious spiritual items of heaven and earth. For example, this Shueling fruit can increase one's attribute strength for a short time after eating it, and this 6-star rainbow berry. These are fucking top-grade immortal herbs in the human world. You're being too extravagant by making them into a fruit salad? For people like us who are of lower realms, this can increase many attributes. It's good for strength and physique. I'll bring it back for others to try. Lin Xian said. At first, Lin Xian didn't think much of it. Then, after taking a bite of the fruit, the system suddenly notified him that his mental strength had increased by 30 points. Who the fuck could withstand this? Then Lin Xian realized that other than the meat on the table, most of the fruits and whatnot were fucking top-grade immortal herbs. One fruit could be sold for tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Runbing made these things into a fruit salad. No one else could do this. Runbing. Can't you be a little more promising? Bing's mouth couldn't help but twitch when she heard Lin Xian's words. I'm very promising. At such a young age, I'm already the demon god's favorite boy toy. I feel very honored. Lin Xian licked his lips. Bing was quite pleased to hear Lin Xian's words. Hey, little sister, this nut, yes, I don't know what it's called. Help me pack it up. Bing. This is for you? Bing then handed the petal to Lin Xian. What's this? Lin Xian took the purple petal and asked curiously. This is the petal of the blue sky rainbow flower. Eating it can increase your duration. Lin Xian. You're kidding, right? Uh-huh. Bing smirked and walked away. I'll wait for you in the room. I'll give you half an hour. With that, she walked away. Lin Xian looked at the leaf in his hand. He might not choose to trust Bing completely, but Lin Xian absolutely trusted Linglong Shui. Linglong Shui had told Lin Xian about some of the effects of the blue sky begonia flower. Although this leaf looked like it was dyed, it was indeed a treasure that countless experts dreamed of obtaining. I don't know if this witch has changed or what. She actually gave me such a treasure. Lin Xian shrugged. Since it was something infinitely beneficial to him, Lin Xian naturally did not hesitate and directly put it into his mouth. When the leaf entered his mouth, he could feel that it was solid at first. However, in the next instant, Lin Xian felt that the leaf turned into a warm current. It was very, very delicate. Lin Xian really did not swallow it. That warm current flowed down his throat and into his body. In the next instant, Lin Xian felt his entire body heating up. Ding, your cultivation has increased to 8 stars of the Law Realm. Ding, your cultivation has increased to 9 stars of the Law Realm. Ding, your cultivation has increased to 10 stars of the Law Realm. Lin Xian's cultivation instantly increased to 10 stars of the Law Realm. Although the leaf seemed to have increased Lin Xian's cultivation by 3 stars, one must know that the difference between 7 stars of the Law Realm and 10 stars of the Law Realm was not low at all. Moreover, that was not all. Lin Xian could clearly feel that his strength, spirit, and physique were all changing. They were all increasing. This increase was an additional increase in his cultivation. Linglong Shui had told Lin Xian about this before. The blue sky begonia could increase a cultivator's cultivation in all aspects. Moreover, it was not a one-time increase. In the future, every time he increased his cultivation, the increase he obtained would be much, much greater than that of ordinary cultivators. As time passed, the gap between them would only grow larger and larger. It stinks. Then, Lin Xian suddenly discovered that his skin was actually beginning to exude a black, stinky liquid. Chapter 1006. This was Lin Xian's first time encountering such a situation. A black substance gushed out of his body, and the smell was unbearable. Miss, what's this? Lin Xian wiped his body. This should be the impurities in your body. Any living being, no matter how high their cultivation is, will have impurities in their body. It may come from the air or from the food they eat, the young lady explained to Lin Xian. Damn. This is expelling the impurities in my body. Lin Xian exclaimed. Yes. After expelling the impurities, your body will be greatly improved. Oh? The young lady said, when the time comes, you should be able to feel it, Mr. Lin Xian. Thank you. I'll go take a shower first. Mr. Lin Xian, please come with me. After taking a shower, Lin Xian put on his clothes and walked out happily. He also understood what the young lady meant. What kind of feeling would he feel after expelling the impurities in his body? It was like running with weights every day and suddenly taking them off one day made his body feel as light as a swallow. Lin Xian gained a lot from this trip. For now, Lin Xian didn't know how much this Heaven Rainbow Tang would improve him in the future, but at least for now, he felt that his strength, speed, spirit, and physique had improved by quite a bit. After that, Lin Xian went to Bing's hall and went to the familiar room. Bing was lying on the bed, holding her phone. This was Lin Xian's first time seeing Bing play with her phone. Hey, is there internet here? Lin Xian asked in surprise. This was the monster god's temple. Lin Xian didn't know how far away it was from a human city, but after 100 kilometers away from the human settlements, the large-scale wireless network couldn't be found. However, Lin Xian's data could be used here, so it meant that this place wasn't too far away from human settlements. However, Lin Xian saw that Yirenbing's phone had a full Wi-Fi signal. Yes. Why can't I find it? Lin Xian waved his phone. This is the special equipment that the demon race used to move the network of your human race over here. I found it. What's the password? 8 8s. Lin Xian. Then Lin Xian connected to the wireless network of the monster god's temple. By the way, what do you play with your phones? Lin Xian was curious. What was a mighty demon god doing with his phone? I watch dramas and live broadcasts, Yirenbing said. Lin Xian glanced at the app on her phone. Didn't anyone tell you that it's impolite to look at other people's phones? Yirenbing glanced at Lin Xian and said, We're good friends, aren't we? Lin Xian said with a grin. Then he suddenly thought of something. Do you want to play games?
No.
I said I'd introduce you to a game. Xiao Linglong plays it every day.
She's a pro now.
Her? Yirenbing was competitive, especially when it came to Linglong Shui. She and Linglong Shui were friends and rivals. They both saw each other's goals. Lin Xian naturally knew this, so he mentioned Linglong Shui. He knew that she would be interested when she heard Linglong Shui. Sure enough, although she was a monster god, she was still a woman, right? Lin Xian nodded.
Yeah.
Xiao Linglong is the best player in our group. After all, I taught her. Although she's not even 1/10 as good as me, she's already pretty good. They play games every day. This is quite interesting. Even Linglong Shui is infatuated with games? It's fun. What group? Yirenbing asked. My harem group. Lin Xian said proudly. Yirenbing. Since he was with her, Lin Xian did not hide anything from her. Pull me in. That won't do. Why would I pull you in? You're not close to them. Lin Xian began to loosen the reins. Why did Lin Xian want to bring her to play games? Actually, there was only one reason. He wanted her to divert her attention and play games with Linglong Shui, Linya, and the others every day to cultivate their relationship. Perhaps she would change her mind and not attack humans? There was a chance. Linglong Shui is close to them?
Damn.
Very close. They play games every day, go shopping, eat good food, and go to the amusement park every day. Yirenbing pondered for a moment. Pull me in.
No.
You've already captured some of them. Now you want me to pull you in? Lin Xian shook his head. You're disobedient? Then don't blame this sovereign. Yirenbing snorted coldly. Lin Xian. Hey, don't. I'll pull you in. I'll pull you in, okay? Yirenbing revealed a sly smile. What a joke. Was there a place in this world that Yirenbing couldn't go? Then Lin Xian added Yirenbing as a friend. Her ID was Fafasfafaga, that's right, randomly typed. This was even downloaded by Linglong Shui. She only had Linglong Shui as a friend, so she didn't talk much. Yirenbing was really just watching dramas. Can you change your ID first? Okay. Yirenbing changed her ID to E. Lin Xian then pulled her into the group. System notification. Heba has invited E into the group.
Damn.
Who the fuck changed my ID? Lin Xian couldn't help but curse. His ID was originally Heba, but now it was Heba. Thinking about these girls, Ling Ying and Lu Yufan were the biggest suspects. Yirenbing joined the group. Immediately, all the girls appeared and welcomed the newcomer with all kinds of words and emojis. The new girl has red hair. She's breathless and breathless. Lu Yufan sent a message. They didn't need to think about other things. Since it was Lin Xian who pulled her in, she must be a girl. Then, she must have a good relationship with Lin Xian. Of course, they would be happy to accept a good friend of Lin Xian. On the other side, Linglong Shui glanced at the profile picture. Wasn't this Yirenbing? Being smart, she quickly thought of something. It seemed that Lin Xian wasn't stupid. He knew how to pull her into the group to increase her favorability. The effect of this group was so shocking. If it succeeded, She might really not do anything to humans anymore. She would be addicted to the things that normal girls liked. A demon god would no longer be a demon god. Ling Longshui was the same. Ever since she started playing with these girls, she felt more and more intimate with the things that she used to disdain. For example, she would share with them how to dress, how to put on clothes, how to cook, and so on. Ling Longshui actually wanted to remind Lin Xian to try pulling Yi Renbing into the group. However, she didn't say it. Lin Xian did it now. She felt that this method was feasible. Chapter 1007. Send red packets? Yi Renbing glanced at Lin Xian. This is the usual practice for newcomers. Send a small red packet as a token of appreciation. If you don't want to send a red packet, you can send a voice, a photo, or a pant. Lin Xian said with a grin. Come in. Xiao Yu walked in respectfully. Master, what are your orders? Help me activate the red packet function. Yi Renbing threw her phone to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu fiddled with the phone while Yi Renbing looked at the chat on Lin Xian's phone. Why aren't you saying anything? Cold and aloof. Fan, you're scaring them. Tell them that I'm preparing red packets. Yi Renbing said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and typed a word. This hooligan is with other girls again.
Tui.
Lu Yufan said unhappily. Lin Xian felt that he should find a chance to teach this girl a lesson. At this moment, Xiao Yu walked over and handed the phone to Yi Renbing. Is this a red packet? Yi Renbing asked Lin Xian.
Yes. Oh.
20 seconds later, a red packet was sent out. In an instant, a group of people snatched all the red packets. Then, every single one of them was stunned. When they saw the amount of red packets, they felt unwell. Lu Yufan ma. Oh my god. 250,000? I snatched 250,000? Did I see wrongly? Linging. What the fuck? Rich, isn't this too rich? An XI and miss, just send a small red packet. We were shocked by your red packet of several million. How many red packets had they not received before? Linya had sent tens of thousands of red envelopes. She had asked them to send red envelopes for the atmosphere, but this young lady had sent millions of red envelopes. It was too exaggerated. Lin Xian was also stunned. Did I send too much? Yi Renbing asked. It's just for the atmosphere. Just send a red packet of 1 yuan. Lin Xian secretly rubbed his forehead and said, Don't worry, I have money. Alright, you're awesome. Lin Xian gave him a thumbs up. Why aren't you saying anything? Lu Yufan asked. What should I say? I'm just chatting normally. Lin Xian. Yi Renbing then sent a greeting, officially a batch. The girls didn't know how to answer. Let's not talk anymore. Yi Renbing then turned off her phone. She rarely interacted with others, otherwise, she wouldn't have no friends. As for Ling Longshui, she also rarely interacted with others. It was normal for the two of them to have sparks when they met each other. In addition, both of them were very talented, and both of them were very competitive. They admired each other, and then they became friends after seeing each other. You can play games with them. Mere mortals are worthy of playing games with me, Lin Xian. Then why can Xiao Linglong play games with them every day? She's a mortal too. Lin Xian touched his forehead helplessly. This girl was probably too stubborn. Then I'll teach you how to play. You can play with Xiao Linglong when you're free. Okay? With Yi Renbing's okay. Lin Xian knew that she was actually interested. Damn, Sundra. Give me your computer. I'll download it for you. For the next 4 hours, Lin Xian played games with Yi Renbing. Then he was stabbed in the heart. You call yourself an expert? Yi Renbing glanced at Lin Xian after finishing a wave of solo kills. Lin Xian was really impressed. How were these girls so talented in games? Yi Renbing had never played games before. She even asked her people to help her buy a computer in Linden City. She hadn't even touched a mouse or keyboard before. After playing for a few hours, she was already solo killing others. I'll teach you how to play, okay? Lin Xian looked at the time. Come. Aren't you very arrogant? I'll get Xiao Linglong to play with you. Whatever. Yi Renbing took a sip of tea and said. Then, Lin Xian gave Ling Longshui a call. Ling Longshui was naturally more than happy to do so. In her opinion, with Bing's competitive personality, she wouldn't allow herself to be inferior to someone in any aspect, let alone Ling Longshui. Therefore, Ling Longshui understood Lin Xian's intention. He wanted her to beat Bing and then let this supernatural entity practice hard. This way, she would be able to put a lot of effort into the game. It could cultivate their relationship, and it could also distract her from attacking the human world. Why not? Lin Xian and Ling Longshui had quite a tacit understanding. She could guess Lin Xian's thoughts. That's right. If it wasn't for these reasons, why would Lin Xian spend so many hours playing games with her? Then, Ling Longshui entered the game, and the two entered the solo page. Of course, Lin Xian pulled her into the voice chat. Ling Longshui, watch this sovereign trample on you. Bing rolled up the sleeves of her pajamas. Ling Longshui said indifferently, maybe you have a chance to beat me in a battle, but you don't have a chance to win this time. Oh ho. Bing's lips curled up slightly. Lin Xian, who claimed to be an expert, has already lost to this sovereign. Lin Xian. Ling Longshui. This Lin Xian was too weak, right? Bing had just started playing, and he couldn't beat her? Lin Xian hurriedly said, you think I can't beat you?
I was going easy on you.
Otherwise, if a supernatural entity like you lost, what would I do if you beat me? Really? Nonsense. Bing sneered. With her talent, wouldn't it be easy for her to become an expert in a small game in a short time? Wouldn't it be normal for her to defeat Lin Xian in a few hours? Finish the battle in 3 minutes. Ling Longshui said. Oh ho. Bing's lips curled up. I haven't seen you in so many years, but you've become arrogant. Bing said disdainfully. She couldn't stand Ling Longshui's bragging. However, Ling Longshui had changed a lot. She wouldn't say such things in the past. Normally, even the current Ling Longshui wouldn't say such things. However, she had to play along with Lin Xian. She had to drag Bing into the pit. Let this sovereign test your strength. Bing then chose a hero. Lin Xian's signature hero, the blind monk. 3 minutes later, Bing's screen turned gray. 3 minutes, just enough. Ling Longshui calmly took a sip of tea from her cup and said indifferently. Bing. Bing's face fell. She couldn't lose. Losing to Ling Longshui was even more unacceptable. If she said she would lose in 3 minutes, then she would lose in 3 minutes. That was the most unacceptable.
Continue,
Bing said with a dark face. Ling Longshui naturally accompanied her. Then, they continued to play 4 rounds. 4 rounds. Bing was completely defeated. Chapter 1008. Bing walked out first. She was naked and barefoot. She didn't hold back at all in front of Lin Xian. But Lin Xian walked out in his pajamas. I want to go home, Lin Xian said to Bing. You're going back just like that? Bing glanced at Lin Xian as she put on her clothes. Lin Xian glanced at himself. It would be awkward if you went back like that. Eat something first. I'll get someone to buy you some clothes in the human world.
All right.
Lin Xian's clothes were stained by something that seeped out of his body. Lin Xian didn't like to wear such clothes even if they were washed clean. Then Lin Xian and Bing walked out. Master, Lord Xia is waiting for you outside, Xiaoyi said respectfully to Bing as soon as they walked out. When did he come? It's been a while. We didn't want to disturb Master, so we didn't report. Go and prepare something to eat.
Yes.
Then Xiaoyi walked away. What's Lord Xia? Lin Xian asked in confusion. A bug that wants to sleep with the dragon. Lin Xian. Isn't Bing too fierce? Then what am I? A toad that has eaten swan meat. Lin Xian. Bing really knows how to describe things. The person who can find you must not be weak, right? Lin Xian asked. The master of the 9th demon god temple. Lin Xian. She described a demon god as a bug. That's a demon god. That's a bug? It's just a snake. It wants to climb the dragon. What a joke. Bing sneered. Awesome. Awesome. Lin Xian gave her a thumbs up. A demon god is at the heavenly Dao realm. How can a snake's bloodline reach the heavenly Dao realm? Lin Xian asked in astonishment. After all, since it was at the heavenly Dao realm, it was on the same level as Linglong Shui and Bing, who had top bloodlines. Of course, it's only a chance. Even if it were to transform into a dragon, it would be a dragon with a despicable bloodline. Many years ago, he became a disciple of a dragon senior. Later on, that dragon senior grew old and was plotted against by him. The dragon senior's dragon pearl and dragon core, as well as all his cultivation and blood essence, were sucked away. Only then did he undergo a qualitative change, giving him the right to advance to the heavenly Dao realm. But if that were the case, his future would end there. Therefore, he wished to transform into a dragon and take a step further. That was why he targeted my true body. Said,
Hit on you?
with the bloodline powers of the Dark Knight Shadow Dragon, he has a chance of becoming a true dragon if he dual cultivates for a long period of time, said Bing. How shameless. Lin Xian. He's about the same as you. Lin Xian. No. He killed that senior dragon. Will that dragon tolerate his existence? Asked Lin Xian. That senior dragon happened to sever ties with the dragons many years ago for some reason. Although he's extremely powerful, no one will seek revenge for him since he has severed ties. Bing said, I see. The two of them walked out. Lin Xian's gaze fell on a man. The man was sitting on a chair. Surprisingly, even though he was a Yao god, none of Bing's servants, namely the girls on Sky Island, served him. At most, they poured him a cup of tea and brought him some fruits and snacks.
He didn't say anything.
Obviously, this wasn't the first time. It was also obvious that he didn't dare to order Bing's servants around, even though he was a Yao god. The man was very thin. Lin Xian could be considered to be of a normal weight. He was 1.8 meters tall and weighed around 130 kilograms. This man, on the other hand, was also about 1.8 meters tall. However, his thin and weak appearance made Lin Xian feel that he was only around 100 kilograms. 1.8 meters tall and 100 kilograms. He was really a thin yuppie. He was quite handsome, but he gave off a sinister feeling. Especially his eyes, which really looked like the eyes of a snake. His skin was very white, just like a woman's skin. He was quite handsome, but at first glance, he could only think of one word: sissy. The first thing he looked at was Bing's face. When he saw Bing, his eyes exuded an extreme desire and desire. This woman was too beautiful. And as a legitimate dragon, if he could play with such a woman, it would be a small matter to bring glory to his ancestors. But in the next moment, his gaze fell on Lin Xian. He was very surprised and very shocked. He wasn't very familiar with Bing. He had very little contact with the major Yao gods' temples. It was because he knew that Bing was a legitimate dragon that he deliberately got close to Bing. But he also knew that Sky Island was Bing's territory. Other than Yao gods of the same status, no other man could be here. He was a Yao god of the same status as Bing, so he could come up, because no one could stop him. But this person human? Xiaoqiui's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Lin Xian with narrowed eyes. If someone familiar with him saw this look in his eyes, they would know that once he developed some kind of hostility or killing intent towards someone, he would show this kind of look. A human man, who was so weak that he could casually crush him to death with one hand, actually appeared next to Bing. There might be countless possibilities, but his body was full of Bing's scent, and Bing's body was also full of his scent. The relationship between these two people was self-evident. He couldn't understand. Bing hated humans the most, and she was a Yao god, a legitimate dragon. Before this, he knew that Bing liked to play with women, but she had never been touched by a man.
But now, she was no longer like that.
He couldn't understand why such a Bing was willing to have sex with a lowly human. Why was she willing to kneel under a lowly human? This was beyond his understanding. But he was very angry. The woman he liked had been sullied by an ant. Although this didn't affect his plan of becoming a dragon through dual cultivation, who was he? He was Xiaqiui, a Yao god, the master of the 9th Yao god temple. With such a status, Yirenbing had never thought highly of him. She had always used the arrogance of a dragon to look down on a lowly insect like him. He couldn't stand this, but this was the truth. He was indeed inferior to Yirenbing, far inferior. Although they were both Yao gods, they were far inferior. It was normal that she didn't like him. He could work hard to change her opinion. Before this, he felt that it was normal for Yirenbing to look down on him because she was a dragon and he was a flood dragon. But a legitimate dragon choosing a human made him puzzled and angry.
Why?
He was better than an ant, right? Chapter 1009. When Lin Xian saw the look in his eyes, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. After all, this was a Yao god, not one of those so-called genius princes. Yirenbing, what do you mean? Xiaqiui stood up and looked at Yirenbing.
What?
Do I need to tell you what I want to do? Yirenbing sat on the side, with her legs crossed. Lin Xian stood beside her very sensibly. At night, this woman was very obedient. She would do whatever he told her to do. She would do whatever he told her to do. She would do whatever he told her to do. During the day, Lin Xian had to be obedient. It's just that I don't understand. You're a dignified demon god. Your strength is ranked at the top of all the demon gods. Moreover, you hate the human race to the extreme.
I don't understand your choice.
Xiaqiui looked at Yirenbing and said, "It's just playing with a man. What race does it matter? Then why don't you choose to play with me? I will play with whoever I want to play with, and I won't play with whoever I don't want to play with. If this is what you want, please go back and help me massage my shoulders." Yirenbing then said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian then walked behind Yirenbing and helped her massage her shoulders. Lord Ice Goddess is in such a good mood. Then this one will take his leave. I hope you can play with this human's boy toy for a few more years. I hope he won't live for long. After saying that, Xiaqiui walked away angrily. Yirenbing's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of fierce light. If you dare to make a move on him, I believe you will die a horrible death. Xiaqiui stopped in his tracks and said with a smile, "How could that be? After all, he is your boy toy, so he is your man. Why would I make a move on your man? That would be disrespectful to you, right?" After saying that, he jumped and disappeared. "Big sister, are you making an enemy of the demon god for me?" Lin Xian said in a daze. "As a man, you're afraid of this?" Lin Xian. Fuck. If I were at the heavenly Dao realm, what's there to be afraid of? But I'm not even at the domain realm yet. If you want to make an enemy for me, you should at least make an enemy of a similar level, right? This is too exaggerated. Lin Xian said helplessly. "Amen. That's why you'll be safe if you stay here with me every day." Lin Xian. Wow. You. Lin Xian pointed at Yirenbing and was so angry that he was speechless. Wasn't this woman too sinister? Yirenbing's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of craftiness. "Let's see if you still dare to leave. You dare to point your finger at me?" Yirenbing said coldly. Lin Xian withdrew his hand. He trembled with rage. I don't dare. Go and eat something," Yirenbing said, and walked away. On the other side, Xiaqiui returned to the 9th demon god's temple. "Men." A woman knelt in front of him. "Investigate the identity of the human beside Yirenbing. If you can't find out, don't come back alive." Yes. He was very surprised. This person was definitely not as simple as Yirenbing's toy. This Yirenbing was definitely not a wanton woman. She valued her chastity. Of course, she valued the chastity of men. Even if he didn't know much, he knew. He only knew that Yirenbing played with women. It was impossible for men to do so. Could it be that she had changed her taste? Impossible. He, a demon god, couldn't even win her favor. If she had changed her taste, she should have chosen him. Therefore, Xiaqiui believed that the human beside Yirenbing wasn't simple. Bing, no matter how arrogant you are, you're still a woman. Back then, you always looked at me with disdain. In the future, I'll make you submit to me, Xie Qiui said coldly. On the other side, Lin Xian was sent back to Lind and City after finishing his lunch. It was obvious that Bing didn't want Lin Xian to leave. However, she couldn't do anything if Lin Xian insisted on leaving. After all, Ling Longshui was here. She couldn't keep Lin Xian trapped here all day, could she? However, Ning deliberately made Lin Xian an enemy of a demon god. She really did it on purpose.
Her goal was very simple.
She wanted him to stay at her place obediently. Of course, Lin Xian could choose to stay at Ling Longshui's place. However, Bing knew that Lin Xian was a hooligan. Ling Longshui was pregnant, so she naturally had to control herself. Especially after a short period of time, she wouldn't be able to do that kind of thing. Therefore, Lin Xian would definitely choose to come to her place. No matter what, she wasn't inferior to Ling Longshui, right? What? Lin Xian was in danger? Then she didn't care. Wouldn't it be less dangerous if he came to her place obediently? That was why Lin Xian felt that she was a demon. This woman was really a demon, a demon. However, although Bing was a demon, she still had some sense of propriety. After all, Bing had threatened that person before he left. Presumably, he wouldn't easily make a move on Lin Xian. Moreover, Lin Xian was really just an ordinary human in his eyes. Although he did have some relationship with Bing, it wasn't certain if he would make a move on him. However, it was true that he hated Lin Xian. He didn't have the qualifications to hate Lin Xian. However, weren't people like this? However, Lin Xian's 2 days here were very comfortable. Although Bing didn't listen to him, she was still very obedient when it came to sex. Lin Xian didn't say anything, but at least she was very obedient when it came to sex. In any case, Lin Xian liked this woman more and more. It was mainly because she was beautiful. She was a woman who didn't lose to Ling Longshui in terms of looks. However, to a normal man, a woman like Ling Longshui was more suitable to be a lover. A woman like Bing was more suitable to be a lover. Moreover, she was a passionate lover. However, she would always be a rose with thorns. Lin Xian walked on the streets of Lind and City. He didn't know what to do. What should he do now? He was getting more and more confused. He might need to advance to the domain realm first and see what kind of domain he could obtain. Of course, advancing to the domain realm didn't necessarily mean that he would obtain a domain immediately. Some people didn't even comprehend a domain when they reached the heavenly venerable realm. What about Bing? After Lin Xian left, the first thing he did was to return to his room, open the game, and go online. Ling Longshui, come online and get beaten up by this sovereign. Ning called Ling Longshui. Ling Longshui. It seemed that the effect was quite good. Forget it, you're too weak. Fight with you, first. Fight with me after you win. Do you believe that this sovereign won't kill Lin Xian? Hurry up and come online. Bing said fiercely. Where's Lin Xian? Scram back. Alright, let's fight a few rounds. 1 round is enough. This sovereign will torture you to death. After the two of them went online, Bing was once again beaten up. Let's talk about it in the future. Let's train a bit more. We're still far from it, Ling Longshui said deliberately. Chapter 10:10. Bing clenched her teeth. Continue. No more. I'm resting. Ling Longshui said. Do you think that I'm not worthy of fighting you? Bing asked. Yes. You. Even if you can win 1 out of 5 rounds, it's still okay. But you can't win all of them. Sometimes, even the 15-year-old girls in the group can beat me. You have to beat her first. Then, Ling Longshui hung up the phone. Bing was extremely pissed, especially after losing to Ling Longshui. Furthermore, Ling Longshui had even said such words. She was even more pissed. A 15-year-old girl could sometimes defeat Ling Longshui, but she, a mighty Fey god, had never won a single time? She refused to believe that such a simple thing could stump her when she had already reached the heavenly Dao realm. Then Bing popped up in the group. After some thought, she sent an emoticon and asked if anyone wanted a one-on-one. A few girls replied when they saw the message. Although they did not know who she was, she had to be a very good girl to be able to join the group. After all, the girls in the group were all very good. As for Lin Xian, he could not help but laugh when he saw Yiren Bing's message. The first step of his plan was a success. At that moment, Lin Xian had arrived in a small forest in Linden City. It was a university town, and its surroundings were very remote. Furthermore, it was still the holidays, so the desolation around the university town was unimaginable. What was he here for? To advance to the domain realm. Lin Xian's advancement in realm wasn't considered fast, but it wasn't considered slow either. It was mainly because of his good character. Didn't he know what sort of existences were backing Lin Xian? Linglong Shui, Yiren Bing. Lin Xian had just eaten a blue sky rainbow flower, and he had directly reached 10 stars of the law realm. In truth, this kind of increase was similar to raising one's realm by farming monsters. However, farming monsters could increase one's combatability, and Lin Xian did not lack combatability. As a person who had lived 2 lives, he was far superior to others in this aspect. Right now, Lin Xian needed to advance to the domain realm. The difference between a law and a domain was like heaven and earth. On the other hand, Lin Xian had the qualifications to advance to the domain realm. Now that Lin Xian had a few 100 million Adonis points, it would not be a problem for him to exchange for a star fruit. King, you have successfully exchanged for the heavenly star fruit. The effect of the heavenly star fruit was to reach the domain realm. After reaching the domain realm, it would be useless. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't have much of an effect on the second shopping center. Therefore, Lin Xian urgently needed to open the third shopping center. The items in the third shopping center were definitely of a higher grade compared to the second shopping center. However, he needed to defeat Morom Qing in order to open the third shopping center. This was a matter for the future. Now, the most important thing was to enter the domain realm. Sigh, for someone like me who doesn't usually go out to grind, I'm about to advance to the domain realm for no reason. Those people would probably die of jealousy if they knew. Lin Xian sighed helplessly, but there was nothing he could do. He had a good character. In fact, it wasn't that he had a good character. Just Yiren Bing alone might have died at her hands. However, Lin Xian still survived. Then, Lin Xian took out the heavenly star fruit and ate it. After eating the heavenly star fruit, a warm current surged out of his body. Then Lin Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. Then, the air around Lin Xian's body began to spin rapidly. An aura slowly rose from Lin Xian's body. On the ground, the surrounding leaves began to dance. This scene looked rather spectacular, but Lin Xian had seen Linglong Shui advance to the heavenly Dao realm. Compared to that, this was nothing. Powerful heaven and earth's spiritual energy and power surged into Lin Xian's body, causing his aura to rise rapidly. Ding! Your realm has advanced to 1-star domain realm. A system notification sounded in Lin Xian's mind. Following that, his aura finished rising. At the same time, Lin Xian opened his eyes. A glint flashed across them. Phew! Lin Xian stood up and secretly clenched his fists. An aura erupted from his body. The domain realm. It feels so fucking good. Lin Xian revealed a smile. It was no wonder there were so many people in this world who would do anything for strength. Logically speaking, strength was something that people could not stop themselves from. There was only a difference of 1 star between a 10-star law realm expert and a 1-star domain realm expert, but Lin Xian felt that the difference was really too big. When he reached the domain realm, he was even a little curious and in disbelief. How did he defeat a domain realm expert with the power of the law realm? How trashy were those domain realm experts that he defeated? The difference in strength between the 2 realms was so great. How could they be defeated by Lin Xian at the law realm? In any case, when Lin Xian reached the domain realm, he felt that it was not a realm that could be defeated by a law realm expert. Of course, that was also because Lin Xian's attributes were much higher than warriors of the same realm. It was very funny, especially after the enhancement of the blue sky rainbow flower. Now that Lin Xian was at the 1-star domain realm, it was not a simple 1-star domain realm expert. A 5-star law realm expert could defeat a domain realm expert. Now that Lin Xian was at the domain realm and had the blue sky rainbow flower, how many stars could he defeat? Lin Xian did not know either. But it should not be too high because after reaching the domain realm, the difference of 1 star was much greater than the difference of 1 star in the law realm. Moreover, Lin Xian had the law of creation and the attribute exchange to make up for the difference. Domain. Lin Xian closed his eyes and sensed for a while, but he did not feel the existence of any domain. It seemed that he was still a little short of comprehending a domain. Let's go home. Lin Xian let out a long sigh of relief and walked in the direction of his home. He had reached the domain realm, and he had basically joined the ranks of experts. However, he was still far from being a powerhouse. In a place like the Martial Arts Academy, he was not even considered the top 1-star domain realm expert. However, Lin Xian's cross-level combat ability was very strong. What he had to do next was to be wary of the Evil Fiend Temple and work hard at the Martial Arts Academy to improve himself. The Evil Fiend Temple had always been a knot in Lin Xian's heart. It seemed that they did not show any signs of making a move on Lin Xian. However, when he met Zhao Mingyue last time, that idiot said that the Evil Fiend Temple had formulated a series of methods to deal with him. Lin Xian did not know whether this was true or not, but he was definitely vigilant. After all, Lin Xian still clearly remembered that at Tianhua Academy, Linglong Shui had slapped a woman from the Evil Fiend Temple. That woman's status in the Evil Fiend Temple, at least on this side, was definitely not low. Naturally, she would bear a grudge against Lin Xian. However, because of Linglong Shui's existence, she also knew that Linglong Shui was here, so it was normal for her to be vigilant. When he returned home, Lin was playing games with Lin Xian's girls. They often played games now, and then went shopping. Otherwise, they would be bored. However, this time, there was a newcomer in the 10-person battle, Bing. Chapter 10-11. Lin Xian sat beside Linya, then heard Bing's voice from the headset. His whole body felt uncomfortable, then Lin Xian didn't dare to make a sound. Sister Linya, did Lin Xian come home? Lu Yufan asked while playing the game. Linya glanced at Lin Xian, then Lin Xian hurriedly shook his head at her. It wasn't that he didn't want Lu Yufan to know, but he didn't want Bing to feel his presence. Now Lin Xian had a headache whenever he saw this woman. Although their relationship seemed to be very good, the headache was real. No, he didn't come back. I don't know where he is. Linya saw Lin Xian shake his head. She didn't know what was wrong with him, but he must have listened to Lin Xian. I don't know where he has been these days. There's no sign of him at the Martial Arts Academy, and there's no sign of him at your place. Could it be that he went to the Beast Domain? Ling Ying said. Ling Ying's words immediately made Lin Xian's eyes light up. Yeah, I've been training in the demonic beast domain for the past few days. Lin Xian typed. They looked at the message log and saw Lin Xian's message. Teach, you're so lazy, yet you still went to the beast domain. Lu Yufan typed a reply.
Fuck.
I'm really in the beast domain. I'm training in the beast domain now. Bing didn't say anything. She couldn't tell them that Lin Xian had been with her these days, right? Okay. Lu Yufan then didn't pursue the matter. How long has it been since this big bad guy took me out to play? Something's not right. At this time, Murong Qing found something wrong. Sister Murong, what's wrong? Murong Qing smirked, then typed, Lin Xian isn't in our voice chat. We were just talking about Lin Xian in the voice chat. How could he know what we were talking about? He even typed a reply? Murong Qing's reply made all the girls feel that something was wrong. In other words, Lin Xian is next to someone in our voice chat and heard what we said. Ling Ying typed, Lin Xian. What the fuck? He actually forgot about it.
Wow.
This group of girls was really smart. Not smart, but he was too stupid. Linya then looked at Lin Xian helplessly. It wasn't her, he was too stupid. Then, Ling sent a reply. Tell me, where is? Still lying, still in the beast domain. Lin Xian then hurriedly typed, hee, just kidding. I'm at home, but I just came back from the beast domain. This is true. Pooey, liar. I'm really not. This young master is now in the domain realm. I'm really not lying. When you come to the martial arts academy, I want to see if you're really in the domain realm. Ling Ying typed, Sister Linya, you're not honest. You actually helped Lin Xian lie to us. Linya was also helpless. He told me to shake my head. Lin Xian. Wow. Little fairy, you're selling me out just like that? He must be guilty. That's why he told you to say that. Xiao Runing replied. They knew Lin Xian too well. Lin Xian secretly rubbed his forehead. Don't talk nonsense. Go online and get beaten up. Little fairy, get up, I'll train them. If I don't teach them a lesson, they'll go crazy. That Lu girl. Go to the other side. I'll teach you a lesson. Lin Xian said fiercely. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Then, the match started. The ending, Lin Xian finished 2-8. Lu Yufan finished 7-5. Lin Xian died 8 times, and 5 of them were single-handedly killed by Lu Yufan. Fuck. Time to sleep, goodbye. Lin Xian put down his earphones with a dark expression and walked into his room. He was tired, he should have a good rest. He would go to the martial arts academy the day after tomorrow, and what awaited him was a new chapter. What made Lin Xian feel interesting was that a few days after his accident, Morongyu actually sent a message of concern on WeChat, asking how Lin Xian was doing. This was good news. 2 days later, Lin Xian was finally able to rest comfortably. Bing had been engrossed in playing games with everyone for the past 2 days and had not allowed Lin Xian to go over. As for Linya, she had taken a day off from the company. Actually, as the boss, it was up to her whether she wanted to go or not. It was just that she was used to going to work, so she arrived at the company on time every day like an employee. In addition, during this period of time, Morong Qing was not in the company for the assessment of the Wushan College, so she naturally had to watch over her more seriously. However, it was rare for Lin Xian to be at home all day, so she accompanied Lin Xian at home, cooking, watching dramas, playing games, and bragging. Early in the morning, Linya prepared breakfast for Lin Xian. Lin Xian also changed into a set of clean clothes. Xian, work hard at the martial arts academy, and be careful. Linya reminded Lin Xian worriedly. She knew that Lin Xian was going to the martial arts academy. Got it. Don't worry, I'm in the domain realm now. Okay, then I'll go to work. Then Linya walked out. After Lin Xian finished his breakfast, he drove to the martial arts academy. Today was the first day of school at the martial arts academy. All the candidates had entered the martial arts academy, and those who were eliminated naturally went back. Lin Xian was quite careless. After he got injured, he didn't come here again. Compared to other people, he probably didn't know much about this place. At the entrance of the martial arts academy, Xiao Runing and Wang Xintong stood there waiting for Lin Xian. They knew that Lin Xian was coming, and Ling Ying and the others were also here. However, in order to prevent others from finding out about their relationship with Lin Xian would be targeted again. They just looked at Lin Xian and didn't do anything else. There were many students behind the entrance of the martial arts academy. They were all admirers of these girls. Beautiful girls were popular everywhere. Even though they were all geniuses, it was normal for Ling Ying and the others to be attracted to their looks. Some of these people even admired Xiao Runing. Although she was a teacher, she was beautiful. Moreover, she was about the same age as these students. However, since Xiao Runing was a teacher, they could only admire her. After all, it was a special case for students to pursue a teacher and it would attract more attention. However, in this era, such schools didn't forbid relationships between teachers and students. Even Tianhua Academy didn't forbid it. Otherwise, if Xiao Runing and Lin Xian were so flirtatious, why didn't she feel guilty about having an inappropriate relationship between a teacher and a student? This was because this era didn't forbid it and it wouldn't attract condemnation from society. There were also some who were pursuing Wang Xintong. Everyone had their own preferences. Wang Xintong looked like a girl next door. Many people liked this kind of girl. As for people like Ling Ying and Han Chuxue, it was difficult to pursue them. However, Wang Xintong was beautiful, and it wasn't difficult to pursue them. Not far away, Murongyu was also leaning against a tree and playing with her phone. She didn't know that Lin Xian was coming today, but she saw Wang Xintong waiting at the entrance. In addition, today was the first day of school, so she guessed that Lin Xian would come. Chapter 10-12. Murongyu didn't think much of it. She was just very grateful to Lin Xian. Furthermore, her thousand-ceiling ice eyes relied on Lin Xian's pure yang body to advance to the 6th level. Naturally, she was concerned about Lin Xian. She didn't need to do anything other than take a look from afar. If she saw that Lin Xian was back or if he was fine, that would be enough. It had to be said that Murongyu had the most suitors in the entire martial arts academy. It wasn't that Murongyu's looks crushed Ling Ying and Han Chuxue's. Each of them had their own merits, and there was no difference between them. It was just that a woman like Murongyu easily attracted more attention. Her personality was one of the reasons. Secondly, her blue hair and blue eyes added a bit of beauty to her. Furthermore, she gave off the feeling of a two-dimensional girl. To men, who would receive more attention between a beautiful black-haired or chestnut-haired beauty and an equally beautiful blue-haired girl with blue eyes. Clearly, it was the latter. As for Lin Xian, he clearly received more attention in the entire martial arts academy. Why? Because Lin Xian was injured because of the heavenly Dao realm. Perhaps others didn't care about anything else. Stats, strength, talent, and so on, what did that matter? However, he managed to survive despite encountering the danger of a heavenly Dao realm expert. Many people who didn't know Lin Xian heard his name, so they naturally paid attention to him. Of course, many people didn't think it was true. Most people didn't think so. How could a law realm expert survive in front of a heavenly Dao realm expert? Was it possible? They only felt that the martial arts academy was using this as an excuse to ensure that Lin Xian would advance to become a student. From the looks of it, Lin Xian might have something to do with the martial arts academy. Lin Xian. When Wang Xintong saw Lin Xian, she hurriedly ran over. What's wrong? Why do you look so worried? Lin Xian smiled and said, No, I just wanted to see if you were okay. I didn't have time to visit you for the time being. Do you think I would be standing in front of you like this if something happened to me? Lin Xian smiled. All right, it's good that you're here. Follow me back to the classroom, Xiao Runing said to Lin Xian. All right. Lin Xian had chosen Xiao Runing's military class. Their main course was to learn how to arrange troops, strategize, strategy, and so on. Anyone who entered this class would be selected to become a leader of the army in the future, similar to Qin Feng. As for what height they could reach and how many troops they could lead, that would depend on their personal ability. Lin Xian had chosen Xiao Runing's military class. The war between the human race and the demon race could not be reduced or avoided. According to the plan of the human race would launch a counterattack against the demon race in the future. The establishment of the Martial God Institute was a sign of this. The human cities could not be conquered by the demon race one after another. Therefore, as long as you had the slightest ambition, you would choose this class. But how should one put it? On this continent, especially these geniuses, who liked to be restricted by others. How many people liked to learn things that were memorized in their minds? They wanted to learn martial arts, learn how to fight, and other things. Becoming a leader of an army might seem glorious, but in essence, it was limited by the three major forces. These people naturally didn't like it. Who would want to be free? Even if it was a war, they would want to be an individual, alone, and casually appear anywhere to fight. But if you became a leader, you couldn't. Therefore, in Xiao Runing's class, there would not be many people. However, these geniuses who came here were the kind of people who could leave the academy. Many of them even thought that the martial arts academy could help them in any way. They came here for the sake of face. Many people came here just to pass time. There weren't many people who came here to improve themselves. The instructor of the military class was Xiao Runing, but she didn't know how many people came here for her. Therefore, it was hard to say how many people there would be in this class. Lin Xian, I'll go back to class first. See you at the start of term ceremony later. Wang Xintong said to Lin Xian. Okay. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue didn't come over. They glanced at Lin Xian and walked away. Murong Yu saw Lin Xian come in and also walked away. This Lin Xian doesn't seem to be injured. Su Jiming looked at Lin Xian from afar and said unhappily. So, I think this is just an excuse from the academy to protect him. Forget it, since the academy said so. What can we do? The only thing we can do is to defeat him with strength. Qin Ming said. Let's go back to class. Miss Xiao, what class is little Xintong in? Lin Xian followed Xiao Runing and asked. She's in the light major class. The classes in the Martial Arts Academy are divided according to attributes. The classes with more attributes will have more classes. Xintong's attribute is light, so she's in the light major class. However, she also has the water attribute, so she can go to the water major class. For example, you can go to the thunder major class and the space major class. Of course, the military class is your main class. Lin Xian nodded. Let's go and get to know the other students. There will be a start of term ceremony later. You'll know everything you don't know, including some of the rules and crazy settings of the Martial Arts Academy. Okay. Then, Xiao Runing brought Lin Xian to the school district.
Damn.
So many of them are in the military class? Lin Xian looked at the huge school district. This was not a class, but a school district. The entire military class had 4 to 5 buildings. There was a lot of empty space, and there was even a martial arts arena and a huge practice field. The area of the military class was even bigger than the entire Sky Martial Court in Tianhua City. Xiao Runing nodded and said, it's not just the military class. Every class has a huge area. After all, this is the Martial Arts Academy. Isn't this a little too wasteful? Lin Xian said helplessly. Nope. All the top-notch jobs, projects, and attribute classes in the entire continent are all here. It may seem like the military class area is useless, but it's actually useful. Being able to come here means that you can receive the best education. What do you think is different about this empty space? Xiao Runing pointed at an empty space in the distance. There's nothing different. Isn't it just an empty space? We can build a few buildings here. Lin Xian said. Then, Xiao Runing's lips curled up. She took out a remote control and pressed it. In the next instant, Lin Xian's mouth fell open. The huge empty space turned into a huge battlefield. There were mountains, rivers, grasslands, and forests. Then, she pressed another button, and the entire area turned into a snowfield. Chapter 1013. When Lin Xian saw the scene, he secretly opened his mouth. You can see this in other academies? Xiao Runing asked with a smile. There are 2 uses for this large-scale simulation map. First, you can watch the battle from the outside and randomly deploy the data of the army, the empire, and other aspects. Although these are just data, they can be developed normally. Second, you can enter this virtual map through the virtual pod. When the time comes, the system will give each of you hundreds of thousands or millions of data of an army. Each of you can lead 1 million troops and order them around. Using your own abilities, you can lead these soldiers in virtual battles one after another. This is also the most direct way to display your ability to lead troops into battle. Xiao Runing explained. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. This was definitely a big deal. For example, their class had 50 people. Today, 10 of them would enter this virtual map. There would be 10 positions on the map, and each position would have 1 person leading 1 million troops. You would need to take into account the terrain, weather, and other aspects to lead them to attack the other side or to form an alliance and so on. These things that could not be achieved through practice in reality could be achieved in this place. This was really a big deal. A normal martial artist's virtual pod 1v1 with a fiend beast might consume a little bit of resources per second. However, this thing simulated millions of troops, huge terrain, and weather control. The resources consumed per second were countless. But it had to be said that such a thing could be the fastest way to train a qualified general and soldier. Xiao Runing then said, when the time comes, I will arrange for you to undergo regular tests. It's very simple. Basically, it will last for 1 to 2 days. Each person will represent an empire, and each of you will lead thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions of troops into the simulation. I can control the weather, various terrains, and can accelerate the advance of the troops. You will have to treat each of the virtual soldiers as a real person. Every order you give will affect the life and death of all of them. There will be many situations for you, such as winning with fewer troops, defending a city, besieging a city, or encountering a battle, and so on. Setting traps, ambushes, and anything else can be realized. It's very realistic. This will definitely directly reflect your ability to lead troops into battle. Later on, we will simulate the demonic beast army and even the topography of Tianhua City and other major cities to simulate leading troops into battle. After all, this is the inevitable trend of the human race in the future. Although it's all simulated, I only look at the talent of the general. A smart, adaptable, or even cunning person is definitely suitable to be a general. If you can succeed here, even if you will be much weaker in real combat, it will still be the best choice. This is a good thing. Of course it's a good thing. This thing will probably consume more than tens of millions of resources a day to activate, but it will all be worth it if it can nurture a powerful general. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. This was the Martial Arts Academy's sincerity. He was starting to like this place. Do you like leading troops into battle? Xiao Runing asked Lin Xian. She always felt that Lin Xian came to the Martial Arts Academy to flirt with girls or to fool around. This was because Xiao Runing knew Lin Xian too well. Lin Xian came to improve himself. Of course, he also came to flirt with girls or to fool around. The main premise was that there was really something here that could improve himself. When Lin Xian saw this thing, he knew that the Martial Arts Academy would definitely bring him unlimited improvement. It might even be a qualitative change. It had to be said that the 3 major forces choice was absolutely correct. There would never be a shortage of talented people, but there would never be a shortage of true talents. This was the goal of the Martial Arts Academy. To constantly strive for the best, to select the best from a group of elites. They only wanted one result. I can't guarantee your character, but if you take this person out, I have absolute confidence in your ability and strength. Xiao Runing felt that Lin Xian didn't like this aspect of her teaching, so she felt that it wouldn't be a good choice for Lin Xian to come here. Based on her understanding of Lin Xian, he would hang around with beautiful girls every day, flirting and so on. He was very happy. Xiao Runing believed in his character, but was he really willing to join the 3 major forces, serve them, and lead the army against the demonic beasts? She didn't think so. She felt that Lin Xian was, at most, the kind of person who didn't like to lead troops and who didn't like to put other people's lives in his own hands. Yes, Lin Xian was indeed like this. He definitely wouldn't join the 3 major forces, and he definitely wouldn't work for others. He also didn't like to lead troops into battle. When others were fighting, he was free to kill wherever he wanted. Wasn't that better? However, people would always change. It wasn't that Lin Xian had changed, but he felt that this aspect was quite interesting. Increasing one's strength was one thing, but this was something that couldn't be learned by increasing one's strength. Moreover, it was with his beloved Xiao Ningning. He didn't know what the future would be like, but in the future, he might lead the members of his own force to fight against the demonic beasts, to attack the demonic beasts. He didn't like to live under someone else's roof. If he wanted to do it, he wanted to do it the best. Leading troops, he also wanted to lead his own troops. Unless there were special circumstances, then it would be a different story. Although it's said that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. I really don't like this kind of thing, but who can say for sure about the future? If I really have to shoulder this responsibility one day, I also hope that I have the ability to do so. Don't you think so? Xiao Runing nodded. That's true. Moreover, if I don't work hard, humanity will be conquered by the demonic beasts step by step. What will you guys do then? I have to work hard to protect you guys. Tisk. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Yo, Xiao Ningning, are you looking for a beating? Where's your dorm? I'll go over tonight. Lin Xian said with a grin. Scram, 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 Xiao Runing said with a slightly red face. Anyway, I haven't been assigned to a dorm yet, so I'll stay at your place, hee. We'll be separated soon. Don't act like a hooligan here. How am I acting like a hooligan with you? I'm your man. Scram, you still call yourself my man? You're the man of all the women in the world. Xiao Runing said, then you're not wrong. I'm the man of all the women in the world, and you're also one of them. Lin Xian said with a grin. Xiao Runing. Scram, 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 go pick up your little Ying. Little Chuxue, you can go, I'm not going to accompany you. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian shrugged. Xiao Runing was like this, very reserved. However, when the situation and environment reached a certain point, for example, when he was alone with Xiao Runing in her house, wouldn't she obediently submit? Therefore, Lin Xian didn't panic at all. How far had they progressed? There was no need to panic. Chapter 10:14. Xiao Runing didn't want to talk about this topic with Lin Xian. She wasn't a fool about Lin Xian's girlfriend. Although Lin Xian didn't mention it, she could tell that many of the girls around Lin Xian had a good relationship with Lin Xian. They might even have been harmed by Lin Xian like her. Although the girls around Lin Xian were especially beautiful and outstanding, she felt that Lin Xian was a person with magical powers. Before this, she had never thought that she and Lin Xian would develop to that stage. What should she do? She didn't know when she had encountered such a situation. She would take it one step at a time. Anyway, her parents had already set their sights on Lin Xian. There was nothing she could do. What should she do? Break up next year? Let's talk about it later. Oh right, that Morongyu you like is also in my class, Xiao Runing said. Lin Xian. Morongyu is also in her class? She couldn't have entered because of him, right? No, she couldn't be so narcissistic. She didn't know that she wanted to enter the military class. It was probably because she liked it. Moreover, with her status, the training and resources she received weren't any worse than those at the martial arts academy. She probably just wanted to learn this. Xiao Ningning, what are you talking about? When did I like her? Lin Xian coughed dryly and said, you don't like beautiful girls? Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Everyone likes beautiful girls, right? But I still like you the most. Scram, scram, scram. Lin Xian's sweet talk sounded fake, but any girl who heard it would feel fake. However, they would feel slightly happy in their hearts. That was true. Let's go to class. After Xiao Runing finished speaking, she led Lin Xian into a large building. There were only a few classrooms in the building, and each classroom was particularly large. It was not the kind of small classroom that one would usually remember. It was much larger than a classroom in a university. In the classroom, the students were already seated. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Runing would already be introducing them to the class, but because they were waiting for Lin Xian, they were slightly delayed. However, it wasn't a big problem. There were more than 200 people in the classroom. Compared to those lightning elemental classes, the number of people here was much lower. A lightning elemental class usually had more than 100 students, so there were probably 4 or 5 classes. After all, there were only so many classes, and there were more than 20,000 students. Thus, the number of people in this class was really small. However, more than half of these 200 people were probably here for Xiao Runing or Morongyu. To be honest, there were too few people who wanted to learn this thing after all. The class was very chaotic. Everyone was chatting, making new friends, and introducing themselves. Morongyu liked to sit in a corner, where no one would disturb him. He would quietly read his book. Although many people appeared to be chatting, they would secretly sneak glances at Morongyu. It was quite exaggerated. There were more than 200 people and 3 girls. Morongyu was one of the girls. Compared to her, the other 2 girls were more ordinary. However, they were clearly here to learn these things. As for the rest, they were all boys. Morongyu was definitely going to be the class belle. Of course, there was also the school belle. In the entire class, if Lin Xian came, he would definitely see an acquaintance, and that was Su Ziming. Su Ziming had now changed his target from Xiao Xinhua to Morongyu. Qin Ming naturally followed Xiao Xingyue to her class. Regardless of whether he had the ice attribute or not, he was mainly here to pick up girls. Other things could wait. Su Jiming was among the group of people who sat closest to Morongyu. He knew that this woman was not easy to woo. She was very cold and would not pay attention to him even if he tried to strike up a conversation with her. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to continue to strike up a conversation with her. He believed that since they were in the same class, with his status and excellence, it would not be difficult to win the favor of Morongyu. His status in the entire martial arts academy should be considered the top, right? After all, he was the eldest son of the top family in Ice City, which was equivalent to the eldest son of the 8 great families in Ice City in China. Although there were definitely people who were more powerful than them, their status was already considered to be at the top. At this time, Xiao Runing walked in. Seeing Xiao Runing come in, the eyes of the students lit up. In this lifetime, they had only seen such a beautiful teacher in novels and on TV. This was simply a scene that they had dreamed of when they were students. This was too exaggerated. An academy's teacher was so beautiful. What was the martial arts academy trying to do? Su Jiming's eyes also lit up when he saw Xiao Runing. Morongyu was only his goal. It did not matter if he could not get her. When it came to picking up girls, it was about casting a long line to catch a big fish and casting a wide net. Of course, picking up Morongyu was something to brag about, but if he could pick up Xiao Runing, that would be good too. Of course, he knew that Xiao Runing was already Lin Xian's, but it was just a thought. Weren't there other beauties in the academy? Morongyu was of course his first goal. But every time he thought about how a top-notch woman like Xiao Runing had chosen Lin Xian, this country bumpkin, he felt especially unbalanced. The only people who knew about this news were Qin Ming and himself. The others probably did not know anything. Naturally, he would not say it out loud.
Why?
Fuck, if he said it out loud, wouldn't it be boosting others' morale and destroying his own prestige? Tell others that such a beautiful female teacher was Lin Xian's girlfriend? Wouldn't that be giving Lin Xian face? How could he say it out loud? At this time, Lin Xian walked in from the door behind Xiao Runing. Everyone was slightly stunned when they saw Lin Xian. They did not know him. Why did this person come so late? Lin Xian. Seeing Lin Xian, Su Jiming secretly clenched his fists. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. What the fuck? You're in the same class as Xiao Runing? Fuck, are you here to study or to show off your love? What the fuck? Wait a minute, this was not going to be easy. Their teacher was Xiao Runing, and Xiao Runing was Lin Xian's girlfriend. Would Xiao Runing make things difficult for him? Probably not. After all, this woman's character was still very good.
He was quite clear about that.
Moreover, he was Su Jiming. Would she dare to make things difficult for him? Was he afraid of her making things difficult for him? Naturally, he was not afraid. He was just unhappy. Thinking about how Lin Xian and Xiao Runing were in the same class as teachers and students, showing off their love. Especially when the two of them were having sex, Xiao Runing was wearing a formal teacher's uniform and role-playing. What the fuck? Extreme unhappiness and jealousy arose spontaneously. Based on what? Morongyu also raised her head and saw Lin Xian.
She was also quite surprised.
This Lin Xian also chose the military class? She chose the martial arts academy because there was only competition for her. Indeed, she could not learn much. In addition, with her status, there was a high possibility that she would lead troops in the future. Moreover, she liked this aspect, so she came here. Chapter 10-15. In the Sand Table War Simulation competition a few years ago, she and Xiao Runing were opponents. Back then, she had participated and eventually came in 9th place. Xiao Runing was first. She felt from the bottom of her heart that Xiao Runing was much stronger than her in this aspect. She was worth learning from and seeking advice. Furthermore, her father thought highly of Xiao Runing, so she felt that there was nothing wrong with coming here to learn. However, she was somewhat surprised that Lin Xian was here. Could it be that he was here for her? For some baffling reason, such a thought surfaced in Morongyu's mind before she hurriedly dismissed it. When did you, Morongyu, start thinking about such things? Lin Xian, find a seat and take a seat. Xiao Runing said to Lin Xian. All right, Miss Xiao. Lin Xian then walked down. Lin Xian? Upon hearing Xiao Runing's words, everyone was taken aback. He's Lin Xian? Fuck. This is Lin Xian? The person who was said to be injured by a heavenly Dao realm expert? That's it? How embarrassing. He relied on his backing to get the college's recommendation to enter. Yeah, he was attacked by a heavenly Dao realm expert? Can you withstand a single hair of a heavenly Dao realm expert? Have you seen a heavenly Dao realm expert before? Chi. Logically speaking, Lin Xian instantly sensed the hostile gazes when he walked down. Lin Xian did not understand what was going on. He did not flirt with the school's top campus belle, so why were they looking at him with such gazes? In terms of campus belle, Wang Xintong was very close to him, but it was not to this extent, right? Lin Xian was perplexed. Then, Lin Xian sat beside Morongyu. When they saw Lin Xian sitting next to Morongyu, they were stunned. Some of them knew that Lin Xian and Morongyu seemed to know each other, but most of them didn't. They thought that Morongyu would leave and sit on the other side. However, they were surprised to find that Morongyu didn't leave. This Su Jiming secretly clenched his fists. What was Lin Xian trying to do? Sitting next to Morongyu in front of his girlfriend, Xiao Runing? What was the meaning of this? He didn't understand. Were people nowadays so bold? No matter how unfaithful you are, you can't do it in front of your girlfriend. Xiao Runing gritted her teeth in anger when she saw this. She really wanted to tie Lin Xian up and give him a good beating. Su Jiming was here too, you bastard. Sure enough, men were like this. When they saw a beautiful girl, they couldn't be picky. Especially Lin Xian. But she couldn't show it, right? Did you miss me? Lin Xian looked at Morongyu and grinned. Morongyu shook her head. Give me some face.
No.
Lin Xian. Big sister, your so-called giving face is from not saying anything to speaking? Lin Xian said helplessly.
Yes.
Lin Xian. Morongyu nodded. Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. Fine, I'll give you some face. Why are you in this class? Morongyu and Lin Xian didn't have a good relationship, but Morongyu actually treated Lin Xian as a friend. She didn't have many friends, but she cared a lot about Lin Xian. She had never seen another person with the same level of talent as her. She also knew what this meant. Plus, Lin Xian had helped her a lot, so she was very grateful. Otherwise, why would Morongyu take the initiative to talk to a boy? It would be hard to see that in your life. Because you're here, so I'm here. Lin Xian grinned. Morongyu. I don't like these words. Morongyu shook her head slightly. What's wrong? Nothing. She shook her head. Was this considered flirting? She didn't know. She didn't like it when other people said it, but when Lin Xian said it, she didn't dislike it. Then why are you here? I like it. I want to learn. Hey, Miss Xiao is my friend. I'll take care of you. There's no need.
Morongyu said.
Okay. What heavenly Dao realm demon god did you see? Morongyu asked. Others might not believe it, but she trusted Lin Xian quite a bit. Not telling you. Lin Xian curled the corners of his mouth. After a few seconds, Lin Xian asked, Why are these people looking at me with such animosity? Not telling you. Lin Xian. Xiao Runing sorted it out, and then wrote her name on the blackboard. Everyone quiet down. Let's stop chatting. This is my name, Xiao Runing. In the future, you can call me Miss Xiao. Pausing for a moment, Xiao Runing continued, This is the military class. Here, you can learn all sorts of things, such as arranging troops, leading troops to war, civil and military strategies, scheming and plotting, everything from astronomy and astrology to geography, mountains and rivers, even disguises, array formations and runes, monster beast species, habits, monster skills, all kinds of heaven and earth spirit objects, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and so on. Lin Xian was dumbfounded when he heard Xiao Runing's words. Holy shit! This Xiao Ningning astrology, geography, mountains and rivers, disguise, array formations, and runes, what the hell was all of that? She even knew this? What the fuck? Why didn't he know? Wasn't she hiding it too deeply? Then Xiao Runing said, let's get the ugly side out of the way first. I don't care if you're here to pick up girls or to waste your time. I'll give you a chance to leave the military class and enter another class. If you don't want this chance, then don't pay attention in class, and if your results are poor, then don't blame me for driving you away. That won't look good, and don't think that I'm strict. The military class trains leaders, and these leaders have tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of soldiers under their command. Their lives are in your hands, and what I need is a serious leader, not an irresponsible one. Lin Xian. Holy shit. This was completely different from Xiao Runing's style in the past. It felt like she was really strict. However, Lin Xian could understand. She had also said that this class trained leaders. Leaders were the souls of the army. She didn't believe in people who were here to dawdle or pick up girls.
She didn't want to teach such people.
When the students heard Xiao Runing's words, they were also stunned. Holy shit. Wasn't this beautiful teacher's words a little too harsh? It was completely different from what they had imagined. Should they leave or not? Logically speaking, many of them were really here to pick up girls and dawdle. They had no talent or interest in this area. Since they had already said that, it would be really embarrassing if they were chased out. I think that Miss Xiao is right. That I'm here to pick up girls. I won't cause any trouble.
Goodbye.
Lin Xian stood up and walked out. Xiao Runing. Morongyu. With Lin Xian taking the lead, dozens of people walked out in an instant. After they left, Lin Xian came in again. What the fuck? Why did you come back again? When Xiao Runing and Morongyu saw Lin Xian coming back, they instantly understood. He had purposely made the first move. Those people would only leave when someone took the lead. There was no one else. Chapter 10:16. At first, Morongyu really thought that Lin Xian was going to leave, but she didn't expect it to be like this. This person sometimes did things that you couldn't understand at all, but they were very useful. Then Lin Xian sat next to Morongyu again. Xiao Runing shook her head secretly. However, she quite liked Lin Xian's way of doing things, because she really didn't want to teach those who came here to waste their time. If she taught such people, they wouldn't be able to become leaders in the future, and even if they did become leaders, she would still have to worry. Okay, it's much better now. I don't need you to introduce yourselves one by one. In the future, I will slowly remember all of you. If you want me to remember you faster, then there must be something about you that I notice. But now I need to promote a class monitor who wants to recommend themselves. Everyone looked at each other. Miss Xiao, what are the benefits of being a class monitor? There are definitely benefits. For example, if there's any honor in the class, or if the academy allows our military class to pick one person to receive an honorary award from the entire class, it will be our class monitor who receives the award, or the academy will give out cultivation crystals to absorb. The class monitor will receive more than the others. This was very tempting. At this time, a man stood up. Miss Xiao, I want to recommend myself. Xiao Runing looked at him. Then tell me the reason why you want to recommend yourself. When he heard Xiao Runing's question, he was stunned for a moment. In other words, she was asking him the reason. When I was in school, I was the president of the student council for 3 years, so I should have outstanding experience in this area. The class monitor's requirement is that you must be outstanding among these 100 people. Otherwise, if you lack performance later on, you'll be replaced by others. I don't need the so-called experience. I just need you to have the ability to suppress these people. The man scratched his head and sat down. Under normal circumstances, Su Jiming would definitely stand up. However, he felt that he might be targeted by Xiao Runing, especially with Lin Xian around. Therefore, he did not dare to stand up and recommend himself. He felt that Xiao Runing must have said this on purpose. She probably already had a candidate in mind, and that was naturally Lin Xian. She would definitely give this opportunity to obtain more cultivation resources to her own people. Is no one volunteering? Xiao Runing glanced at them and said, all right, since there aren't any, then I'll make my own choice. Su Ziming clenched his fists. It had to be Lin Xian. Morongyu, you'll be the class monitor for the time being. Xiao Runing looked at Morongyu and said. Everyone was slightly stunned and inexplicably agreed with Xiao Runing's choice. Su Jiming was even more stunned. She actually did not want to give the benefits to Lin Xian. Morongyu stood up. All right. She was not the kind of person who was indecisive and pretentious. If you asked her to do it, she would do it. There was nothing to hesitate about. I'm not convinced. How is she better than me? I also want to be the class monitor. Lin Xian came out at this time to make his presence known. Although Morongyu and Lin Xian were not very familiar with each other, she felt that Lin Xian was deliberately causing trouble. Oh, how is she better than you? Then tell me, how are you better than her? Of course. Lin Xian said 3 words and then fell silent. How am I better than her? Strength? Background? Talent?
Damn.
Ahem. I just came out to liven up the atmosphere. Lin Xian then scratched his head and said with a smile. Well, seeing that you like to liven up the atmosphere and so on, you're quite suitable to work in our military class communication department.
What?
Su Jiming secretly clenched his fists. If he did not want to be the class monitor, he would have to do something else. In short, there must be benefits. The major departments and major classes are independent, but there must be some exchanges or requests for their help. This requires the existence of an exchange person. You're very suitable. Is there an extra reward? No, do your best. Lin Xian. Xiao Runing then continued, I'm sure everyone knows that the various rules of the Martial God Academy are competitive. No matter what class you are in, you may have a little bit of privilege, but only the class president can obtain more benefits and authority. This is what I mean by competitiveness. It forces you to climb up the ranks, and when the time comes, there will be rankings and whatnot. They will definitely talk about these things during the opening ceremony. If you want more attention and resources, then work hard to become the class president. In other words, you have to PK her. Xiao Runing pointed at Morongyu and said to everyone, if I see that you're better than her, then her position as class monitor will be taken away by you at any time. Perhaps these people did not know what Morongyu represented, but Lin Xian knew. When he heard Xiao Runing's words, Lin Xian could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Compete with her? How many people in the entire martial arts academy could do that? This includes Lin Xian. Although he won't receive any additional rewards, he will still receive some special privileges, such as the right to use some equipment and enter some places. If any of you wish to take his position, all you have to do is tell me that you're more outstanding than him and use your actions to prove that you're better than him. Miss Xiao, what are we competing in? No matter where you are, even if you are in our military class, strength is the most important point, and the second point is about anything you learn. These 2 points are the key to comparison. For example, although he hasn't started learning, but in terms of strength, whoever can surpass him will be given the position of the head of the exchange department. Xiao Runing said. Lin Xian. Damn. Wasn't this forcing others to beat him up? Damn it. He had to find a chance to teach this Xiao Runing a lesson. That includes Morongyu. None of us have learned anything yet, so whoever can defeat her will be the class monitor. Similarly, if Morongyu's results in military affairs aren't good in the future, then whoever has better results than her will be the class monitor. In other words, the class monitor might change more than 10 times a year. As for the rewards, either you work hard to stay in that position, or you try your luck and see if you'll be able to get the academy's rewards while you're in that position. Xiao Runing said. However, Xiao Runing's words made everyone's blood boil. They did not know Morongyu's identity and strength, so some people did not think that a woman like her could be so powerful, except that she was so beautiful. However, because she was beautiful, as a man, they were embarrassed to compete with her. Now that she was the class monitor, it was impossible for there to be a reward at the beginning of school, right? But that Lin Xian, when the crowd saw him sitting next to Morongyu, they were extremely displeased. Then I'll try to challenge Lin Xian. Chapter 10:17. A voice sounded as a handsome man stood up and looked at Lin Xian. Now was a rather good opportunity. Morongyu was here, and he could use his victory over Lin Xian to garner attention. He might not be the strongest among them, but as long as he defeated Lin Xian and defeated one person, he would at least be considered powerful in the eyes of others. And as time passed, defeating one person would no longer be enough. He would have to defeat all the known powerful ones. By defeating them now, he would be able to obtain the greatest benefits with the smallest price. Lin Xian sighed. Fuck. Wasn't Xiaoruning causing trouble for him? No, he had to teach her a lesson tonight. There was no way he would let her off the hook. Forget it. Stop fighting. I'll let you have it. Lin Xian said. Xiaoruning. Bro, can't you be a little more ambitious? Xiaoruning felt helpless when she heard Lin Xian's words. Morongyu was also taken aback. Indeed, Lin Xian's actions were unimaginable and incomprehensible. That person was also taken aback. That was it? Lin Xian, don't tell me you're that afraid. I'm thinking that anyone who can become a student of the Martial Arts Academy has to be very strong, the cream of the crop. Why are you so afraid? Or, is there a reason why you were able to enter the Martial Arts Academy? Chun Chaoyan looked at Lin Xian and said. Upon hearing Chun Chaoyan's words, everyone sneered inwardly. They obviously understood the meaning behind Chun Chaoyan's words. He was implying that Lin Xian's entry into the Martial Arts Academy was an inside story. Many of them believed that it was an inside story. Escaping from a heavenly Dao realm expert? The Martial Arts Academy clearly stated that your member was injured and couldn't come to the academy on time. Even if you had enough crystals, you would still be eliminated. Who told you to get injured? However, in order to allow Lin Xian to successfully enter, there was no one who could fabricate that Lin Xian had escaped from a heavenly Dao realm expert. Who would believe that? On top of that, Chun Chaoyan had challenged Lin Xian to a duel, yet he had admitted defeat and refused to fight. Wasn't this enough to prove something? Scared? That's not it. If you're not, then fight with this young master. This young master especially likes to communicate with people. I also like this position very much, so I want to compete for it. What do you think? Alright, let's do it. But I don't understand why all of you think there's an inside story behind my entry into the Martial Arts Academy. Lin Xian scratched his head and asked in confusion. He still didn't know why because Lin Xian didn't know either. Everyone had heard from the Martial Arts Academy that he had been threatened by a heavenly Dao realm expert. There's no inside story. This young master was just saying. After all, those who can enter the Martial Arts Academy are all very strong. I believe they would be more than happy to accept a challenge. Therefore, it was just a slight suspicion. It's that simple, said Chun Chaoyan. All right then. Actually, I would like to explain. I don't wish to fight because I'm not good at communicating with others. I feel that this position isn't suitable for me. Besides, I'm very lazy and can't be bothered with such things. However, since this brother wants to fight, then let's fight. Sparring in the Martial Arts Academy is very common. It's indeed not right to reject it. Xiaoruning, it's true that you're lazy, but you're not good at communicating with others? Who are you trying to fool? You're not good at communicating, right? Then are the 20 beautiful girls around you sent by the heavens? Miss Xiao, how do you think we should fight? Xiaoruning looked at the time and said, the opening ceremony starts at 9. It's 8:30 now. Get ready to fight at 8:40. 10 minutes should be enough. Then let's do it this way. Everyone gather outside the arena. After the fight, we'll head straight to the opening ceremony. However, the two of you just have to stop when it's appropriate. That's for sure. As long as it's appropriate. Chun Chaoyan nodded as the corners of his mouth curled up. What did Lin Xian say? Refusing to fight and giving up his seat to him was because he felt that the position wasn't suitable for him and he didn't want to do it? Who would believe that? You're just afraid, so he had to win this round. Let's go out, Xiaoruning said, and then walked out with more than 100 students. Soon, they arrived at the military zone's arena. The students sat in their seats excitedly while Lin Xian and Chun Chaoyan walked onto the arena. Let's do it. School had just started, and there were already people fighting. It was quite satisfying for them. There was already a good show to watch right after school started. Xiaoruning frowned as she looked at the arena. As their instructor, when she took over this class and found out who had signed up for this class, she had already taken a look at the name list. She had some understanding of Chen Chaoyun. His strength was in the middle of this class, and he was at 8 stars of the Law Realm. She didn't know how much Lin Xian's realm could improve during this trip. In such a short time, after killing those monsters, he should be able to improve by about 2 stars, which was around 7 stars of the Law Realm. Although Xiao Runing knew that Lin Xian had defeated Su Ziming, who was at the Domain Realm, and had some confidence in Lin Xian's strength, she was still worried about him being at a disadvantage. After all, the people in the Martial Arts Academy were all geniuses. Morongyu had seen Lin Xian fight before. It was in Tianhua City. She had seen Lin Xian beat up more than 100 monsters by himself. Therefore, she naturally knew who would win and who would lose in this battle. To her, this was a battle without any suspense. How about we go according to the usual rules? Chen Chaoyun looked at Lin Xian and said, "Whatever." Lin Xian shrugged. "All right then, Lin Xian, make your move." The corners of Chen Chaoyun's mouth rose slightly. "Me? Make my move? It's better if you do it."
No.
I heard that Lin Xian lives in China. I came from another empire, so I know this bit of etiquette. In the future, I'll need Lin Xian to take care of me here. Lin Xian, make your move first. Chen Chaoyun said. The reason for letting Lin Xian make the first move was very simple. If he were to make the first move and lose, he would lose in an even uglier manner. There was nothing worth targeting Lin Xian, but how could he survive an attack at the Heavenly Dao Realm? Who were you trying to fool? You were even sitting beside a goddess? Were you even worthy? Alright, I'm just worried that if I were to make the first move, you might not have a chance to make your move. Lin Xian said. Haha, Lin Xian, you sure know how to joke. Chen Chaoyun laughed. He looked rather cheerful, but his heart was slowly filled with disdain. Alright, shall we begin? Lin Xian asked. Let's begin. Chen Chaoyun said with a nod. Lin Xian nodded as well. Then, he condensed a small amount of energy in his right hand. So, at the next instant, Lin Xian's figure vanished from his spot. When he appeared again, he was instantly in front of him. Boom! He threw a punch without any fancy moves and then... Chapter 1018. Everyone looked at Chen Chaoyun, who had already fallen outside the arena, in shock. What happened? They saw Lin Xian suddenly appear in front of that person and punch him. Chen Chaoyun couldn't block it at all and fell out. They saw Chen Chaoyun react and block it, but he couldn't block it? How big was the difference in strength between the two of them? Why couldn't he block it? Because everything happened too quickly, they really didn't feel anything. Chen Chaoyun was also dumbfounded. He fell to the ground and doubted his life. He wasn't injured, but he fell out of the arena just like that. What was going on? Lin Xian's speed just now, no. That was the spatial attribute, right? It definitely wasn't the dark attribute because it was daytime. The dark attribute couldn't use teleportation during the day. But even if it was the power of space, he had just beaten him down with pure physical strength and not the power of space. He really couldn't block it? I told you, if you let me attack first, you might not even have a chance to attack. Lin Xian stood on the arena and said helplessly. Only then did everyone come back to their senses. What was going on? They clearly felt that Lin Xian's strength just now wasn't strong enough to crush Chen Chaoyun's aura. The two of them were about the same, so how could he be sent flying? Xiao Runing was also very puzzled. Lin Xian's strength just now was clearly that of an 8-star Law Realm expert, and Chen Chaoyun was also an 8-star Law Realm expert. Even if he couldn't react in time, it was still one thing, but it definitely couldn't have caused such an effect. Lin Xian had indeed only erupted with the power of an 8-star Law Realm expert, making them mistakenly think that he was an 8-star Law Realm expert. However, he had secretly exchanged for the effect of doubling his strength, which was why he could achieve such an effect. Concealing one's cultivation level was very important. In a place like the Martial Divinity Institute, where experts gathered, it was impossible for them to know everything about you. Lin Xian also knew that with his troublemaking personality and the presence of so many beautiful girls, he would probably make quite a few enemies in the Martial Divinity Institute. It was necessary for him to conceal his strength. And how would he explain it when the time came? Xiao Runing knew that he had gone out as a 5-star Law Realm cultivator. If he didn't hide it, how was he supposed to explain to her that he was now a 1-star Domain Realm cultivator? Wasn't this too fast? Morongyu felt that this scene was within her expectations. However, the unexpected thing was that Lin Xian had dealt with him too easily even though they were at the same cultivation level. When she had been at the 8 stars of the Law Realm, she had felt that she could also deal with Qin Chaoyan in a crushing manner, but to crush him with a single punch was a little difficult. She wasn't surprised that Lin Xian had the space attribute. She knew about it because she saw it that night. It would be abnormal if someone of the same level as her didn't have a time or space attribute. Therefore, she wasn't surprised. But why was he so strong? It was beyond her understanding. This was a little fake. If he had released the power of the metal element, it would be reasonable for his strength to increase. Moreover, at this level, the full power of the metal element couldn't double one's strength. But it didn't happen. However, what she didn't quite understand was why Lin Xian's cultivation level was so low. Logically speaking, it should be very normal for him to reach the domain realm now. With his talent, it should be very easy for him. However, he was only at the 5 stars of the Law Realm when he went to Tianhua City for the assessment. Was this person lazy or what? However, even if Lin Xian's cultivation level wasn't high in her opinion, Lin Xian was definitely the opponent she valued the most. Alright, the battle is over. Everyone, get ready to gather for the opening ceremony. Xiao Runing then said. Everyone was shocked by Lin Xian's move. Could it be that he really had something? Qin Chaoyan stood up, his expression extremely ugly. He had originally wanted to humiliate Lin Xian, but he had been beaten down with just one move. Did he admit defeat? Of course he didn't. He felt that he wasn't prepared, but did he still dare to fight? He felt that even if he fought again, there was a high chance that he would lose, so he just let it go. I didn't expect student Lin Xian to have the space attribute. I'm impressed and envious. Qin Chaoyan said to Lin Xian. He was very smart. His words reduced the awkwardness of his loss by a lot. He told them that he had lost because of Lin Xian's space attribute. This was something that couldn't be helped. Attributes were innate, and everyone knew that the space attribute was strong. He made those people feel that he had lost because Lin Xian's space attribute had instantly appeared in front of him, causing him to be unable to react in time. This was much smarter than those who were unconvinced and wanted to fight another round with their lives on the line. It's nothing. It's just that, do you still want to be the head of the communication department? If you want to be, I'll give it to you, Lin Xian said. Then forget it. We haven't even fought. What's the point of being the head? Qin Chaoyan said. However, he was extremely angry in his heart. Are you deliberately humiliating me? Just wait. When I improve, I'll definitely get back at you. Morongyu, lead the team to the square. Yes. Then Xiao Runing walked away. Letting Morongyu be the class monitor was something that Xiao Runing had already thought about. First, her talent, strength, and ability were absolutely enough. This was not a problem. Not to mention being the class monitor, she could even hold any position in the entire martial arts academy. Second, she was too beautiful. These men were all very arrogant. They all thought that they were geniuses and came from rich families. If a super beauty like Morongyu was the class monitor, they would all be sucking up to her. Gather, Morongyu said lightly. Sure enough, those men quickly ran over and stood in line. Then Morongyu led the team to the square. The martial arts academy was very big. It must be known that the 3 major forces worked together to build this martial arts academy for 15 years. These high-rise buildings and sophisticated equipment did not take much time. Moreover, there were many empty spaces in the martial arts academy. Lin Xian even felt that 15 years was too long. Although this martial arts academy was big, it would take 1 or 2 years to build it. But later, Lin Xian understood why. It was said that the martial arts academy was divided into the front yard and the backyard. The martial arts academy in front of them was the front yard, and the backyard was the place that took more effort to build. As for where the backyard was, no one knew. Even those who were selected, secretly, did not know. It was like a mystery. Lin Xian began to wonder if it was the instructor's room. But Xiao Runing said that it was for the students. She even kept him in suspense, saying that he would know later. Needless to say, Lin Xian was very curious. Chapter 1019. Morongyu led the team and brought them to the huge square. Lin Xian was ashamed to say that he did not know where the square was. After all, he had only stayed in the martial arts academy for a few hours. However, after arriving at the square, Lin Xian secretly praised it. This was the martial arts academy. Was this fucking free of charge? However, thinking about it, it made sense. This was the territory of the beasts, and the land was free to begin with. If one had the ability, no matter how big one built something here, one could even build an empire as long as one had the ability. The other classes also arrived one after another. More than 20,000 people gathered in this huge square, and these people were all geniuses. This kind of scene might only be brought out by the martial arts academy. Lin Xian was looking for Ling Ying and the other girls, but he could not see them in the vast sea of people. Soon after, a large number of mentors walked in front of them from another direction. There were more than 200 people, and it was estimated that almost all of them had arrived, including Xiao Runing, who was standing near the center position. Murong Qing had already left long ago. She had only come to help, and was not a mentor here. She did not even like being an executive of the temple, so it was impossible for her to be a mentor here. The surroundings were very noisy, and they were all talking. Everyone should be here. Let's be quiet for a while, said one of the deputy dean Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao, one of the vice deans, said faintly. There was no microphone, it was purely his voice. Because his realm was strong, he poured his spiritual power into his voice. His voice was not loud, but it spread very far, and everyone could hear it clearly. The surroundings immediately quieted down. At this moment, the square around them, which was originally a clear sky, changed in an instant. They were all standing in a battlefield, and the surroundings were especially realistic scenes of countless beasts and humans fighting. Blood, sorrowful cries, long howls, the sound of steel colliding, and the sound of flesh piercing through flesh were especially realistic. The people around them revealed stunned expressions one after another. Each of them had killed an unknown number of demonic beasts, or else they would not have been able to advance to the level of 5 stars of the law realm at the very least. However, how many of them had experienced this kind of large-scale battle between humans and demonic beasts that involved millions and tens of millions of demonic beasts? Almost none. Lin Xian, Ling Ying, Han Qishue, and Wang Xintong had experienced it before. It was in Tianhua City, and that was the only time they had tried their best. However, all they could do was kill a few more demonic beasts. At most, Lin Xian would sit down and destroy the Heavenly Void Crystal. Bing had never mentioned the Heavenly Void Crystal to Lin Xian. Lin Xian would definitely not mention it. Wouldn't he be courting death if he did? Only after experiencing such a battle would you realize how insignificant a person's strength was. No matter how strong you were, you would still appear insignificant. Therefore, fighting against the demon clan required the combat power of the entire population. If they couldn't do that, how could they fight back against the demon clan? However, it was too difficult to do so because humans and demons were different. Humans were of a higher level, while demons only had those who could take human form. Only those who were of a higher level were considered to be of a higher level. The lower-level demons obeyed orders, authority, and violence. Could they use violence to force people to fight? This was impossible because they were humans, not demons. Furthermore, humans were selfish. This was their nature, and everyone had this nature. More people hoped that they could live a peaceful life and not take the risk of dying. Anyway, even if they didn't fight, there would be many people who would fight. Even if the human clan was conquered, they could just move to another city. In any case, No matter how much the human clan was conquered and how much their sphere of influence was weakened, there would always be a place where they could live safely, right? This was what most people thought. Was that wrong? That was right. However, what the three great forces wanted to do now was to get more people to actively participate in the battle. Otherwise, no matter how many plans they had, they would be powerless without manpower. Everyone looked at the scene around them. It was really, really real. It was as if it was happening right next to them. When fresh blood splattered over, one would subconsciously dodge. The visual impact of the explosion of those powerful forces was even more unparalleled. Those mentors, vice presidents, and so on didn't speak. Everyone was quietly looking at the scene around them. 20 minutes later, the figures of all the people and demons around them disappeared. However, the surrounding scene didn't change. It was still the same place. Perhaps this kind of scene was more emotional. To be honest, this kind of thing would make people have some reactions. For example, when you watched a blood-boiling Special Forces anti-drug movie, you would really want to become the hero in the movie at that moment. It was the same. Seeing this, many people would have some thoughts of joining this kind of battle at this time. Of course, no matter what, most people only had 3 minutes of enthusiasm, but it was still somewhat useful. It was also because of this reason that the Academy didn't say anything at the beginning of the opening ceremony and showed everyone this first. After seeing this, what do you think? This student, tell us. Luo Xiao asked the 20,000 people below and randomly asked someone. The president didn't come. Although it was such an important day, to him, it wasn't necessary. The man at the front cleared his throat and said, I'm shocked. After seeing this, I only have one thought, and that is to improve myself as much as I can and become a member of the humans in this picture who are fighting for us in the future. What about you? I have the same idea as the student. Luo Xiao nodded slightly. It's right to have this idea. But if it were me, I would think that it would be great if such a scene would never happen again in the future. Luo Xiao said, I'm sure all of you have seen how tragic that scene was. That was 3 years ago. A great war broke out between the human race and the demon race in Tianning City. So far, it was the only time that the human race managed to defend a city in a war of this scale. Over the years, there have been countless such battles, but the human race has only won one. Do you know why? Luo Xiao asked. To be honest, how many of these 20,000 people really thought about this question? Because there are too many demons. Because the demon race's attack was too sudden? Many people answered this question, but no one answered correctly. Luo Xiao looked at Morongyu and said, You say it. Their military class was relatively at the front and was easily pointed out. Lin Xian was shrinking his head and lowering there. He didn't want to speak. Even if it was such a question, he didn't want to answer. With so many people, even if he wouldn't be noticed, but at that time, the focus would be on him and he would still be noticed. Lin Xian only wanted to keep a low profile and didn't want to attract a bunch of trouble and troublesome people. Chapter 10:20. This was a simple question for Morongyu. There are 3 reasons. First, whether it's the human race or the demon race, in a large-scale war, 95% of the combat forces are low-level existences. The low-level monsters of the demon race submit to tyranny. If the demon god or even powerful monsters ask them to gather and attack, they won't dare to resist. The human race won't do the same. The human race is democratic. This will lead to an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. Second, as the attacking party, the demon race has the initiative. They can discuss and plan in advance. The human race is passive in defense. The defending party doesn't have the advantage of attacking from the high ground like the ancient city walls. Because countless martial artists have to go out to gather strength, they don't have the capital to set up traps outside the city. They are at a disadvantage. Thirdly, fear, deceit, and selfishness. Morongyu said lightly. That's right. That's the reason. Luo Xiao nodded in satisfaction. But there's nothing we can do about it. We've been working hard all these years. We hope that the future will be better. But before that, we established the Martial Arts Academy and recruited you. I hope that you, who are at least the best among your peers, can become the support of the human race. Of course, this is your freedom. Luo Xiao then continued, the human race will definitely launch a counterattack one day, and your existence will bear heavy responsibilities in the future. You may even set up small teams to complete many dangerous missions. Or you may have hundreds or thousands of people to fight against hundreds of thousands of demons. This was not impossible. They would definitely be elites in the future. The hundreds of thousands of demons he said to fight was just a monster army. There weren't many powerful monsters. Of course, there would be. Naturally, it would be very difficult and difficult. Okay, back to the topic. Welcome and congratulations to all of you for becoming a member of the Martial Arts Academy. Lin Xian. Old man, aren't you changing the topic a little too quickly? However, Lin Xian liked it this way. It didn't waste time. Then, applause came from below. Boom. Then the sound of firecrackers could be heard throughout the Martial Arts Academy. After the cannon salute ended, Luo Xiao, as the vice dean, continued, everyone here is the elite of the elite. I won't say any more nonsense. There's actually no need to hold the opening ceremony, but there are still some important procedures and rules that everyone needs to understand clearly. It won't take up too much of everyone's time. Try to take up 20 minutes and end it in half an hour. The remaining day will be spent arranging dormitories for everyone. Classes will officially begin tomorrow. Following which, Luo Xiao said, when the Martial Arts Academy was established, we paid particular attention to two words when teaching you: competition. For people like you come from rich and powerful families, geniuses, dragons, and phoenixes. However, in the Martial Arts Academy, your starting point is the same. Here, your identity is not worth mentioning in the eyes of us instructors. No matter how strong your identity is, it's not worth mentioning in front of the three major forces. The only way you can make us remember and pay attention to you is to attract our attention. There are 20,000 students in the entire academy. After a month, there will be 50 people who will be noticed by us. After half a year, there will be 300 people who will really be noticed by us. This is a good number. As for the rest, you will be unknown in the Martial Arts Academy. Don't be discouraged. There are many ways to make you be noticed. I believe you know what to do. Now, I'm going to talk about some rules of the Martial Arts Academy. Luo Xiao then said, within the Martial Arts Academy, fighting is not prohibited. You can compete at will, or even fight. However, the premise is that you can't seriously injure anyone or kill anyone. Otherwise, you will be responsible for the consequences. As for injuries, all of them will be treated by the Martial Arts Academy. As for damaged items, they will be compensated 10 times the original price. Fighting is allowed, but the requirement is that it can't be in any building. You can choose anywhere else. Hearing Luo Xiao's words, Lin Xian was dumbfounded. What the fuck? Did the Martial Arts Academy intend to encourage students to fight every day? This was fucking interesting. This was simply letting them live freely. This was telling everyone that only by being awesome could they have a foothold in the Martial Arts Academy. If they weren't awesome, who could they blame if they were bullied? The academy wouldn't care. If they couldn't stand being bullied, they could leave. This was pretty cool. One of the effects was that the Martial Arts Academy would be very chaotic. However, it also brought about another effect. I'm not happy. I've been beaten up. If I fucking run away, I can't afford to lose face. I must become stronger. I'll beat them back. Because these people were all geniuses, they were proud and arrogant. Almost none of them would choose to run away. They couldn't afford to lose face. This would stimulate everyone's fighting spirit and increase their fighting spirit. As for the chaos, as long as there was a limit, with the entire Martial Arts Academy watching over them, how chaotic could it be? The second point, which is also the most important point, is that tomorrow the Martial Arts Academy will hold a comprehensive exam. The content of the comprehensive exam is very simple, so there's no need to talk about it now. The results of the comprehensive exam will give all of you a ranking in the entire academy. The ranking is comprehensive, basically based on combat strength. Those who enter the top 500 will be rewarded every week. Those who enter the top 100 will receive double the rewards, and those who enter the top 10 will receive even more rewards. The rewards for the top 3 will be unimaginable for you proud geniuses. After a pause, Luo Xiao continued, and if you want to increase your ranking, it's very simple. Defeat him. For example, if you're ranked 10,000, but you defeat someone who's ranked 1,000, you'll get his 1,000th badge, and your 10,000th badge will be given to him. He'll be ranked 10,000. Don't be discouraged even if you lose. You can continue to challenge him and defeat him. And the badge is your symbol. You must wear it on your chest at all times. If it's discovered once, you'll be warned and expelled from the academy twice. Students have the right to choose another student to compete in a formal martial arts competition, and students who are chosen have the right to refuse. As long as you're willing, if you keep refusing, then you can defeat the person who refuses in an improper way. You can also obtain his ranking. Lin Xian. He finally understood what the competition in the martial arts academy was all about. So it was this. Challenge anyone at will. 20,000 people would be ranked, and the rankings would be made public. Everyone would have a ranking badge, and they would be required to wear it on their chest every day. In other words, it would tell everyone what your ranking was. If your ranking was low, you would lose face. And it would be a public embarrassment. Everyone would know your ranking at a glance. If your ranking was high, you would have face. And these people were all proud geniuses. The top ones were especially strong, but the gap between the middle and the bottom ones was very small. This would lead them to fight with all their might every day. Chapter 10:21. Lin Xian didn't know what the Academy's reward was, but since it was the Martial Arts Academy's reward, it must be very tempting. Anyway, for these people, this public ranking was absolutely unbearable for those who ranked lower. It didn't seem like they were forced to do anything, but they couldn't help but compete. This was the effect these black-hearted people wanted. They were really fucking sneaky, especially when there were so many beautiful girls in the academy. They were all geniuses. Whoever ranked lower would wear it on their chest every day. They wouldn't even have the capital and confidence to pick up girls. Inferiority complex. Wow, these people were fucking sneaky. The third point, which is also the most important point, at this moment, the clouds in the distance suddenly dispersed in front of them. If it didn't disperse, they wouldn't have thought much of it. From the moment they arrived, they saw the clouds in the distance and didn't have the chance to see what was going on. Once it dispersed, they felt that something was wrong. When the clouds dispersed, Lin Xian's mouth was wide open. No, everyone was shocked. This was too fucking in the distant sky, there was a very long mountain range. It wasn't a simple mountain range, but a series of mountains. The mountains were stacked on top of each other. Some were high, some were low. The low ones were more than 100 meters, while the high ones were more than 1,000 meters. It was a very messy arrangement of heights. If I remember correctly, this used to be a huge mountain range of more than 1,000 meters, right? The Martial Arts Academy made it into hundreds of mountains? No wonder the Martial Arts Academy took so long to build. So that's the highlight. Someone mumbled. Lin Xian looked at the mountain peaks. He couldn't see the tall ones clearly, but he could see that there were many houses at the top of the mountain peaks. They looked majestic and beautiful. The greenery was beautiful, and there were also tall mountains and flowing water. There are a total of 108 mountain peaks here. The highest peak is 1,888 meters, and the lowest is 108 meters. The peaks over 500 meters have special teleportation portals that will send you up. On each mountain peak, there are palaces, courtyards, gardens, and so on. In short, they are many times more comfortable than those so-called villas. Moreover, each mountain peak is wrapped in spiritual energy. Our Martial Divinity College has placed spiritual items of heaven and earth on each mountain peak. The higher the mountain peak, the higher the spiritual items of heaven and earth. Maybe you're asking, what's the use of the spiritual items of heaven and earth? Of course, it's useful. The spiritual items of heaven and earth provide the corresponding mountain with a large amount of spiritual power of heaven and earth. The more vigorous the spiritual power of heaven and earth is, the more benefits it brings. For martial artists, increasing the realm depends on killing monsters, but the spiritual power of heaven and earth also has this effect. Even if you don't care about this effect, living in an area rich in spiritual power of heaven and earth will significantly improve your spiritual power, spirit, and physique. It took 2 years to build the front yard of the Martial Arts Academy and 10 years to build the backyard of the 108 mountains. Of course, the Martial Arts Academy isn't limited to this. You'll know more in the future, so you can imagine how much benefits the 108 mountains bring to martial artists. That's right, the 108 mountains are yours. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, everyone was dumbfounded. The 108 mountains that they spent so much effort to build were actually built for them. This, of the 108 peaks, the highest is the first peak. The higher the peak, the stronger and the better. What you need to do is very simple. Tomorrow, the Martial Divinity Institute will rank the students, and the top 108 will be able to enter the corresponding peak. That will be your dormitory and residence. As for these 108 people, you will have the privileges of an instructor in the Martial Divinity Institute. Hua, everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell? 108 mountains, one person living on each mountain? And mentor-level privileges? That's right, one person living on each mountain. Of course, you can let whoever you want to live with you. At least for the time when the first 108 badges are on your chest, you have the absolute right to speak on the corresponding mountain. Even if a mentor wants to go up, you have to say whether you can live there or not. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, everyone rubbed their fists. This was too damn cool. Lin Xian was secretly speechless.
Damn.
Wasn't this just asking these people to fight with their lives on the line? This martial arts academy's people were really evil. Damn. Lin Xian could already imagine what kind of scene the martial arts academy would be like. As for the top 108 students, under their seemingly glorious appearance, how much pressure were they under? Whether it was a poor student or a top martial artist, they were all competing. If they couldn't compete, they would lose face. If they tried their best to improve themselves, what about those who could compete? They had face, but if they were defeated by others, they would also lose face. Therefore, they had to try their best to stabilize themselves. On the mountain peaks, there are scripture pavilions of various sizes, martial skill pavilions, and spirit tool pavilions. The higher the mountain peak, the more good things there are. There is no lack of heaven-ranked martial skills, and even the first peak has divine-ranked martial skills. As for whether you can learn them well, or whether you can learn them, that will depend on your luck. And if you want to live on a mountain peak after the 108th place, it is very simple. Defeat the owner of the corresponding mountain peak, and you will be the new owner. Everyone was eager to give it a try. Their eyes were full of excitement. There is another thing that you should have seen. The Martial Arts Academy doesn't have many rules, and this is one of the few rules that is relatively humane in the Martial Arts Academy. You are all God's favored sons and daughters, and the male-to-female ratio is about 6:4. There are quite a lot of girls, and this is a good thing. The boys are all romantic and elegant, and the girls are all graceful. Your family backgrounds are similar, so it's very normal for you to have feelings for each other. However, in the Martial Arts Academy, you are forbidden to talk about love, and I'm referring to the front yard. But in the backyard, which is the 108 mountains, you can talk about love as you wish. The Martial Arts Academy doesn't care which girl you bring to your mountain peak for the night, or how many you bring, because it's your ability. After a pause, he continued, and if you don't have the right to talk about love on the mountain peak in the backyard, once it's discovered, both of you will be expelled from the Martial Arts Academy without mercy. Who asked you not to have the ability? Everyone. Lin Xian. What the hell? This group of people, damn, they are so ruthless. But he liked it. Wahaha. This was fucking interesting. Every rule forced people to work hard to improve themselves and enter the 108 mountains, and they even said that they could only talk about love on the mountain peak. Damn, this was something. This group of people was indeed despicable. Each of them was a god's favored son and daughter, and it was very likely that they would fall in love with each other. But you could only talk about love on the mountain peak. Otherwise, you would be expelled. Once you were expelled, and word got out that you came to the martial arts academy to talk about love, that would be even more embarrassing than people who didn't pass the exam. A martial artist coming here to talk about love and even get expelled. Chapter 10:22. Lin Xian felt that he should be able to get into one of the 108 peaks. When the time came, he could bring the pretty girls to his place. Oh my god, just thinking about it made him excited. These things at the Martial God College were just like those in the fantasy novels Lin Xian had read. However, in those fantasy novels, each peak might be occupied by a top-notch expert. How could they give their disciples such high treatment? However, the Martial Arts Academy was different. Because the times were different strategies had to be used. Obviously, this strategy was very insidious and would definitely be very useful. Although it hadn't started yet, Lin Xian already felt that this strategy would bring about some miraculous effects. One more thing. In the Martial Arts Academy, all students are not allowed to leave the Martial Arts Academy without permission. However, the 108 people of the 108 peaks have this privilege. If you really have something urgent to do, you can only leave after you write a leave request to the corresponding instructor. Even if you want to go to the demonic beast domain alone or in a group, you must also write a leave request. Otherwise, you can only wait for the academy to organize you. Those who violate the rules will be mercilessly expelled. It had to be said that the rules of the Martial Arts Academy were very humane, but very strict. You could not break the rules here. Once you broke the rules, you would be directly expelled without mercy. Therefore, it was very important to have a good relationship with the instructors, because the instructors could decide whether or not you could leave the Martial Arts Academy. Lin Xian did not panic. Fortunately, he went to Xiao Runing's class. Wouldn't it be easy to open a back door? Lastly, there is a mission system in the Martial Arts Academy. This system will give you a series of missions every week. You can pick them up on Monday and do them that week. For example, where to go and what to do, how many demonic beasts to kill, what kind of demonic beasts to kill, and so on. The missions are also divided into different levels. However, before you do a mission, you must report it to the instructors, and the instructors must agree. We will give you a rough deadline from when you leave to when you come back. If you miss the deadline, even if you complete the mission will be considered a failure. Therefore, I don't care what you do outside, as long as you complete the mission. Then one of them asked, Vice President, what are the benefits of doing this mission? If you want these martial arts techniques, you have to work hard to complete tasks and exchange them for points. Oh, by the way, with enough points, you can exchange for the right to fall in love. That is to say, if you have enough points, even if you exchange for the right to fall in love in the front yard of the Martial Arts Academy, you can openly fall in love in the front yard of the Martial Arts Academy. In addition, there are many other benefits. After Luo Xiao finished speaking, he glanced at everyone. That's all I want to say for the opening ceremony. Do you have any other questions? Lin Xian was speechless. This mission system was also a good thing, forcing people to do missions. Although these people were all rich children, how many families could take out a heaven rank martial arts technique? Out of 20,000 people, only 500 families could take out a heaven rank martial arts technique? Therefore, the majority of these 20,000 people's trump cards were actually earth rank martial arts techniques. There were very few who had heaven rank martial arts techniques. One had to know that Lin Xian's heaven rank martial arts technique was obtained from Linglong Shui and Morong Qing. It was normal for them to have heaven rank martial arts techniques. Didn't they look at their status? Not to mention God rank martial arts techniques. And the Martial Arts Academy took out the temptation of the lowest earth rank martial arts technique. There were even God rank martial arts techniques. It could be said that out of the 20,000 people here, only 10 people had God rank martial arts techniques? Not necessarily. It was enough to see how extravagant the Martial Arts Academy was. Of course, they had to be like this. These martial arts techniques were obviously gathered by the three major forces, or some families. The purpose was to attract them. At the same time, it was also a good thing that these martial arts techniques were strong. However, Lin Xian was sure that although these martial arts techniques were extremely high grade, they were definitely not extremely rare. Those truly amazing and rare martial arts techniques would definitely not be taken out. Those were all hidden as treasures. For example, a family's top martial arts techniques could only be passed down to the people of the family. Moreover, it could only be passed down to people of the direct bloodline. Although those martial arts techniques were of the same grade as these martial arts techniques, they were absolutely crushing and even more amazing. However, it was enough. After all, Earth rank, Heaven rank, and God rank martial arts techniques, no matter how weak they were still very strong. And these people would definitely want exchange for these martial arts techniques and desperately do missions to learn them. Once they did missions, they would be improving themselves. The Martial Arts Academy was very considerate. Well, if you don't have anything else to ask, then let's end the meeting now. Everyone, go to your classrooms. Your instructors will arrange accommodation for you in the dorms. As for the temporary residency of the 108 peaks, the results will be determined tomorrow. Dismissed. Then they dispersed one after another. Murongyu led the military class back to their area. Among the 108 peaks, this young master will definitely be in the top 10. As for you, Lin Xian, let's see how long you can jump around in this martial arts academy. Su Zhiming sneered. Su Zhiming was considered a top-notch person in the entire martial arts academy. As for his strength, it was also top-notch. However, to be honest, the gap between the strength of the martial arts academy was a bit big. His realm was really top-notch in the martial arts academy, but there were people who were even more top-notch than him. In his opinion, those people were the people from the three major forces. For example, the daughter of the Temple Master, the young master of the Trial Union, the young master of the Bounty Hunter Guild, and so on. Those people's statuses were much higher than his. Naturally, their strength was also very top-notch. Moreover, there were many people who were even more powerful than him. Even those who were stronger than the 8 great families but weaker than the 3 major forces were also very powerful. After all, the families were so terrifying. There was no need to think about the training and resources they could get. He didn't want to think about that anymore. He could only work hard to surpass them. But now, he admitted that there was a gap between him and them. But it didn't mean that there would be a gap in the future. Lin Xian and the others were sitting in the classroom. Xiao Runing walked in, and the classroom suddenly quieted down. Did you all remember what the vice president said just now? Yes. That's good. I don't expect you to not commit crimes. There will always be people who commit crimes. I just think that as long as the military class doesn't take the lead, it will be fine. After saying that, she glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian. Chapter 10:23.
Damn.
What did this woman mean? Did she think that he would start this? It was true. Xiao Runing knew Lin Xian too well. He was too good at causing trouble. Maybe he would really be the first one to be expelled. She was really worried. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose, then slammed the table and stood up. This gave Xiao Runing a fright. Everyone looked at Lin Xian. Teacher Xiao, don't worry. I definitely won't do anything wrong. After all, the person sitting next to me at the same table is the class leader. With the class leader as a role model, I believe that I will become a well-rounded youth. Lin Xian said with certainty. He had already decided in his heart that he must teach Xiao Runing a good lesson. Well, that's a good idea. You should all learn from her. Yes. Okay, now we will assign the dorms. The Martial Arts Academy has a special dorm building. Men and women are separated. Also, you are not assigned to the same class. It will be randomly assigned. Xiao Runing said. Miss Xiao, why can't we be in the same dorm? Someone stood up and asked in confusion. Maybe they want everyone to come into contact with different people. Xiao Runing said. Then she continued, okay, now the system will randomly draw numbers. Come in order to get your numbers, then go to the corresponding dorm. That's all for today. Then Xiao Runing took out a device. First one, enter your student number, then come up and draw numbers randomly. Then someone came up. 1009. Well, your dorm is 1009. Go to the dorm and register before entering. Okay, Miss Xiao. Then that person walked away. Second one, third one. This martial arts academy has a lot of advanced technology. Lin Xian said to Morongyu. Morongyu nodded slightly. Everything about the martial arts academy, including the technology and system, is top-notch in the mainland. Morongyu said. Lin Xian knew that too. He just didn't have anything to talk to her about, and wanted to talk to her about it. Then, if I don't qualify for the 108 peaks, will you let me stay on your peak for a while? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Can you have it? Morongyu asked. No, I really can't. I want to stay at your place. Morongyu. No. Lin Xian sighed and said, Sigh, I was thinking of staying at your place and helping you cultivate the 6th level of the 1,000 ice pupils. Now, it seems that this opportunity is going to be hard to come by. Morongyu. We'll talk about it later. Morongyu said helplessly. Lin Xian, come on up and draw your number. The two chatted until it was Lin Xian's turn. Lin Xian walked over. Enter your student ID. Lin Xian scratched his head. I don't know. Xiao Runing. You don't know your student ID? I just came to the martial arts academy today. You've already allocated the spots. I wasn't here before. Lin Xian said, feeling wronged. That's true. Let me check for you. Xiao Runing checked and said, your student ID is 1008611. Remember, in the future, you'll need to enter your student ID to do many things in the martial arts academy. Got it. Lin Xian clicked on his number. 3602, go ahead. The daily necessities are all prepared in the dorm. Goodbye. Lin Xian then walked away. Lin Xian arrived at the dorm area. He raised his head and looked around. This was too exaggerated. Wasn't this just a large residential area? How exaggerated was the martial arts academy? Other schools tried their best to let more students live in one room, but the martial arts academy did not hesitate to build such a large dorm area. They did not need to squeeze in the students. These rooms looked quite big. No matter what, they were at least 3 rooms and a living room, more than 100 square meters. There were a lot of people coming and going around. They were all looking for a dorm. 3602 should be the 6th floor of the 3rd building. Lin Xian then entered the 3rd building. There was even an elevator. When he reached the 6th floor, Lin Xian saw 3602. There were 6 apartments on each floor, which meant that there were 18 people living in each building. There were 40 floors in each building, which meant that each building could house 720 people. That meant that there were 30 buildings like this, which could house more than 20,000 people. Therefore, the martial arts academy really put a lot of thought into it. When he entered the building to fill in the resident information, Lin Xian received the key to 3602. He opened the door and walked in. The whole house was very clean, tidy, and beautiful. There was no formaldehyde gas. There were 3 rooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. There was a supermarket in the martial arts academy. He could buy groceries there, because some people just liked to cook. The 3 bedrooms were the same size. There were blankets in each bedroom. All the daily necessities were prepared for you. These were all given to the students for free. The huge martial arts academy and the 3 big powers would not be stingy with these things. Yo, my roommate is here. Lin Xian walked in. Then, 2 people walked out of one of the rooms. Everyone was about the same age. One of the 2 people was a fatty who weighed more than 100 pounds. He looked somewhat ordinary, while the other was a handsome, slightly wretched-looking skinny guy. The one who spoke was the skinny guy.
Damn.
Older brother Xian. When Lu Jingyi saw Lin Xian, he was pleasantly surprised. Lin Xian was also stunned. This wretched-looking skinny guy was actually Lu Jingyi. He was the disciple who had been tricked by him a lot in the Sacred Academy. This Lu Jingyi was not weak. There was a chance that he could pass the exam. Although his overall strength was at the bottom of the 20,000 people, it was already very good. Lu Jingyi ran over and happily hugged Lin Xian. Older brother Xian, we are really fated. Ha ha ha, I was thinking of looking for you, but I didn't even know what class you were in. I was going to send you a WeChat message after I settled down, but I found out that you deleted me. Lu Jingyi looked at Lin Xian with some grievance. In Lu Jingyi's eyes, Lin Xian was still that flirtatious master who had superb skills in picking up girls. Previously, I lost my phone in the demonic beast domain. I changed my phone and logged in again. This WeChat number automatically deleted my records, and I lost all my friends. Lin Xian said. So that's how it is. We are really fated. Lin Xian nodded. It is quite fated. Fatty, let me introduce you. This is my older brother Xian. In the future, he will also be your older brother Xian. Lu Jingyi patted the slightly honest fatty behind him and said, Hello, older brother Xian. The fatty bowed to Lin Xian and said, brother, don't be too reserved. Why did you even bow? Lin Xian patted the fatty's shoulder and said with a smile, Yes, you don't have to be too reserved with our older brother Xian. Older brother Xian, this is Fatty, Wang Zhuang. He happens to be a friend I met here. In the future, we'll leave the errand to him. Lu Jingyi smiled and said to Lin Xian. Chapter 10:24. Wang Zhuang patted his chest and said, Don't worry. Although I have a lot of meat, I'm also very strong. Just leave the errands to me. This really was a simple and honest fatty. However, Lin Xian didn't like ordering people around. Lin Xian, nice to meet you. Lin Xian smiled and extended his hand. Then, Wang Zhuang extended his hand and shook Lin Xian's hand. Crack. Instantly, Lin Xian's bones made a sound like they were dislocated. Lin Xian. What the fuck?
Of course, his bones were fine.
They were just slightly dislocated. Lin Xian pulled his hand back and bent it a little before returning it to its original position. What's wrong with you? Why are you using so much strength to shake Big Brother Xian's hand? Lu Jingyi couldn't help but ask angrily when he saw this. I was born with it. Wang Zhuang lowered his head and said aggrievedly. It's fine. Lin Xian shook his head and looked at Wang Zhuang. 5-star Law Realm. Judging from his clothes, his family background should be ordinary as well. He was an ordinary person, but he wasn't ordinary either. After all, this realm wasn't low at this age. In the martial arts academy, there were many ordinary people. Many of them were young masters or daughters of large families. However, there were naturally many experts among the people. They were born ordinary, but their personal strength, or through their own efforts, surpassed those young masters and daughters of large families. This was a very normal thing. This Wang Zhuang was a little timid. He wore ordinary clothes and was easily bullied. He should belong to this type of person. However, what shocked Lin Xian was that he was a 5-star Law Realm cultivator. Moreover, he didn't release any strength. Just by shaking hands with him, he was able to dislocate his bones. How much strength did he have? Moreover, it seemed like he couldn't control this strength. Big Brother Xian, don't mind him. Fatty is like this. He's born with explosive strength. Although he's only a 5-star Law Realm cultivator, his strength can probably reach 10 stars or even higher. He's born with it. That's quite amazing, Lin Xian said with interest. That's not the key. The key is that his pure physical strength far surpasses that of an ordinary person. For example, when he shook hands with you just now, that was his pure strength, but it was also very great. Once he released his strength, it would be even more exaggerated. I saw him in Tianhua City during our 4th round of the examination. Good heavens, 5 stars of the Law Realm. Fuck, he killed a 7 stars heavy hammer rhino with a single axe. Lu Jingyi said in surprise. Lin Xian. This heavy hammer rhinoceros was a demonic beast with a very strong defense. Furthermore, it was a demonic beast that was 2 stars above it, yet it was killed with a single chop. This strength, Wang Zhuang scratched his head and said, I'm strong. Nothing else. It's because of this strength that I can fight those monsters. This kind of talent was something that others could only be envious of. It was just like how some people had special constitutions or Morong used 1,000 ice pupils. This was fate. It was probably because of Wang Zhuang's personality. Otherwise, with his extraordinary strength, he would definitely have been discovered. Lin Xian could be considered to have picked up a treasure. In any case, Lin Xian had set his heart on Wang Zhuang. This kind of special ability could allow a person to have an absolute advantage in a battle of the same level. It was like playing chess. He could make one move, but you could make 2 moves at a time. It was roughly the same feeling. Moreover, Lin Xian's intuition told him that Wang Zhuang was a simple and honest person. This kind of person could be at ease with him. Therefore, Lin Xian even wanted to recruit him to the Azura Palace. Of course, that would require Lin Xian to come into contact with him again. It was quite unexpected. Living in the same dormitory was quite a pleasant surprise for Lin Xian. Brother Xian, which class are you in? I went to the lightning and space classes, but I didn't see you. Lu Jingyi asked. Military class.
Damn.
Brother Xian, you want to learn this? Lin Xian nodded. No. Lu Jingyi then shook his head. What's wrong? I remember that there's someone in the military class. It's that super beautiful girl with blue eyes and blue hair. Oh, right, the #1 beauty, Morong Yu.
Wow.
Brother Xian, you couldn't have gone to... Lu Jingyi looked at Lin Xian with a dubious expression. Lin Xian. In his eyes, Lin Xian was the ultimate love saint. A girl like Morong Yu would definitely be noticed by him. How is it the #1 beauty? You said it? Lin Xian asked. No, it's our school's ranking of beauties. Brother Xian, you might not know since you weren't here a while ago. Let's sit and talk. Fatty, pour water.
Coming.
Wang Zhuang then went to get them water. Water's here. Wang Zhuang then helped them pour water. Thanks, Lin Xian said. Wang Zhuang scratched his head. Fatty, where's our sister-in-law? She's also on the ranking of beauties. Lu Jingyi said to Wang Zhuang.
Wow.
As expected of Brother Xian, his girlfriend is actually a beauty on the ranking. Wang Zhuang said with a face full of excitement and envy. Lower your voice. Although Brother Xian will definitely be able to enter the 108 peaks, that's for tomorrow. Dating is still not allowed today, so don't make it public. Lu Jingyi hurriedly said. Don't worry. Wang Zhuang then looked at Lin Xian and asked, Brother Xian, who is sister-in-law? Ling Ying. Lu Jingyi said. Hiss. Wang Zhuang sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Xian secretly rubbed his forehead. Amazing, Wang Zhuang said enviously. Then, Lu Jingyi turned to Lin Xian and said, Big Brother Xian, in the past few days, there have been quite a few pretty girls in the academy. Therefore, a lot of bored rich kids and young masters have been voting. Over 10,000 people have voted, and in the end, the top 10 beauties of our Martial God Academy have been chosen. Actually, in my eyes, the top 10 beauties are all equally pretty, and there's no difference between them. However, there are always girls who are more likable, so there's a ranking. The one with the most votes is Morong Yu. Then Lu Jingyi said, I think that Morong Yu is just as pretty as sister-in-law. However, with her ice-cold temperament, her blue hair, and her blue eyes, it's not surprising that she got the highest number of votes. Lin Xian nodded. This was indeed within Lin Xian's expectations. Although a girl was pretty, it was her unique traits that attracted more attention. This was especially true for a girl like Morong Yu, who gave off a strong sense of conquest. The colder and more aloof you were, the more I wanted to conquer you, and the more I would be loved by others. The second most beautiful girl, is Han Chuxue. This was also within Lin Xian's expectations. Han Chuxue was very beautiful, and she was also a cold beauty, which made her even more popular. What you couldn't get would always cause a commotion. The more distance you felt between you and her, the more you would like her. This was the reason why cold girls were ranked higher. Han Chuxue lost to Morong Yu's blue eyes and blue hair. If Han Chuxue were to be born, then she would be the #1 beauty. Chapter 10:25. Lin Xian's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Top beauties, hee, they're all my wives, awesome. Lu Jingyi took out his phone and opened up a forum. Older brother Xian, this is our Martial Arts Academy's forum. Anything related to the Martial Arts Academy will be posted on this forum. As for whether it's popular or not, that depends on how much attention it receives. Right now, the most popular post is the post about the top 10 beauties of our Martial Arts Academy. Here. Lu Jingyi gave Lin Xian a look. This post was about the first place Morongyu. There were a few photos of her at the bottom. Where did the photos come from? Of course, he didn't know who had secretly taken the photo. There were long shots, side shots, and close-up shots, but it wasn't very clear. However, she was already very, very beautiful. There were also some descriptions below, describing what was special about this girl, some general information, the number of votes she had, and other than the number of votes she had received, why she was so popular, and then there were some comments from idiots. Second place, Han Chushua, a few photos, the same introduction, and then the same group of idiots confessing their love for her. They left their numbers. Lin Xian felt that it was quite interesting. These girls were all beautiful. The so-called ranking was just based on the number of votes. You couldn't just say that Morongyu was first place and that Han Chushua wasn't as beautiful as her. Since there was a vote, there had to be a difference in the number of votes. Lin Xian, who was third place, initially thought that it might be Ling Ying. Then he took a look. Xiao Xinyue. Lin Xian felt like he was going to die of laughter. Ling Ying was really super beautiful, but why was she suppressed by Han Chushua and Xiao Xinyue? Wasn't it because of his personality? Han Chushua and Xiao Xinyue were both cold girls, and this kind of girl was definitely more popular. Ling Ying, on the other hand, was carefree. In comparison, everyone would feel that although they were both beautiful and had their own merits, the carefree one gave people the impression that it might be easier to pursue her. Those cold girls were more difficult to pursue, and the more they couldn't get her, the more they wanted to get her. Therefore, it was normal that the more they couldn't get her, the higher their ranking would be. Of course, the so-called they couldn't get her was what they thought they couldn't get. Little Ying is going to be unhappy. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He was suppressed by Han Chushua every day in other academies, but here, he was still suppressed by Han Chushua. Although they were good friends, she was still unhappy. Of course, this was only Lin Xian's opinion. Whether she cared or not, he didn't know. I feel that sister-in-law's looks don't lose to theirs at all. The reason why she's ranked fourth is, Lu Jingyi thought about it, but he didn't expect, she won't lose, but this kind of ranking is enough to make you happy, Lin Xian said. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Jingyi quickly nodded and said. Lin Xian cared a lot about the beauty in the ranking. Although Lin Xian really didn't want to chase new girls, but maybe this was what men were like. For men, wasn't this the meaning of existence? Then Lin Xian looked at the girl ranked fifth. What the hells? Lin Xian was stunned. Isn't this? Schwebingxin? Lin Xian opened his mouth. That's right, it must be her. Although they had only met once, Lin Xian still had a deep impression of this girl. In addition to being very beautiful, she was also a girl of few words. Her personality was relatively cold, and she had a good temperament. She was one of Yi Runbing's people. Why was she here? Could it be Yi Runbing's scheme? A spy in the Martial Arts Academy? No, that's impossible. If she wanted to plant a spy, she should have planted someone that Lin Xian didn't know. Why did she have to plant someone that he knew? Oh right, this girl. What's her name? Schwebingxin? She's also super beautiful, but she rarely appears in front of everyone. Otherwise, I think she would be second or third, Lu Jingyi said. Then he realized something and quickly said, Brother Xian, I don't mean anything else. I just mean that this girl is very beautiful. The girls on this ranking all have their own merits. In terms of looks, there's no difference. It's nothing. But according to Schwebingxin's looks, there was nothing wrong with her being second or third. Anyway, the current situation was that the cold girls' ranking wouldn't be low. Everyone liked this. When the time comes, I'll ask them what they're here for. Lin Xian muttered in his heart. Sixth place, Wang Xintong. Those people's evaluation of Wang Xintong was that she was the girl next door, the kind of girl that they wanted to protect. The feeling of falling in love for the first time, that's right, this was also in line with Wang Xintong. She was the kind of pure and sweet school beauty that was a little weak. Everyone who saw her wanted to protect her. Naturally, there was no need to talk about her looks. 7th place, Xue Binglan. Lin Xian secretly touched his forehead. Even these sisters were here. What the fuck? It was very clear that the younger girls would be ranked lower. Wang Xintong and Xue Binglan gave people the impression that they were 18 years old girls. Han Chuxue and the others were 21 or 23 years old. They were more attractive, so naturally, there were more girls who liked 21 or 23 years old. 8th place, the super sweet girl. She was even younger, about 16 years old. But from this photo, she was super sweet. She was wearing pink clothes, full of cuteness. Some people liked this. This girl is not bad. Lin Xian looked at the sweet girl and said, "Yeah, a lot of people nowadays like this super sweet girl." Lu Jingyi nodded and said, "Me too," Wang Zhuang said with a red face.
Damn.
Lu Jingyi and Lin Xian looked at him. "I say, fatty, you can't be," Lu Jingyi said in surprise. No, who likes beautiful girls? I mean, I like this kind more," Wang Zhuang said shyly. "Forget it. With your body's shape, look at her. It's pure beauty and the beast together." Lu Jingyi shook his head and said, "Hee,
I'm just thinking about it."
Wang Zhuang scratched his head. 9th place, a girl with a dark style. She was naturally beautiful. She was dressed in pure black clothes, and her shoes were also black. She gave people a feeling that strangers should not get close to her. Morongyu also gave people a feeling that people should not get close to her. But she gave people a feeling that people should not get close to her. But she gave people a feeling of coldness, and this girl gave people a feeling of fear. That's right, with her clothes and whatnot, you would feel that if you got close to her, you might be killed by her. But it was precisely this characteristic of hers that made her stand out among so many girls. "No, can a teacher also get on this ranking?" Lin Xian asked. Lin Xian looked at the 10th place, Xiao Runing. This shouldn't be possible. But because Miss Xiao is too beautiful, we made it clear that the votes are for the students. But even so many people still voted for Miss Xiao. See, they voted her to the 10th place. Lin Xian. Chapter 10:26. Wasn't this a bit too fucking exaggerated? She clearly expressed that she would vote for a student. Under such circumstances, how could Xiao Runing be voted to 10th place? In terms of appearance, they were equally matched, but because Xiao Runing was a teacher who was so beautiful, then she was more attractive. Which student didn't dream of having a super beautiful teacher like that? Then Xiao Runing appeared, and then she had so many supporters. Lin Xian thought about it and expressed that he understood. As a man, how could a man not understand other men's thoughts? There were also many beautiful girls after the top 10, and some of them weren't too far apart. However, the top 10 were more popular and more beautiful. There was nothing they could do if they couldn't make it into the top 10. "Brother Xian, do you have any goals?" Lu Jingyi said with a smile. As a man, everyone understood. Although he had a girlfriend, and his girlfriend was so beautiful, which man didn't want to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Who didn't want to secretly date other beautiful girls? This was a man. "We'll talk about it later." Lin Xian waved his hand and said, "Hee, then it seems that Brother Xian already has a goal. Is it Morongyu?" "You don't say, this Morongyu is really beautiful, especially those blue eyes, blue hair, and that super cold temperament. If you can get her, TSK. Lu Jingyi rubbed his hands and laughed. "Sho, don't talk nonsense." Lin Xian glared at Lu Jingyi. "Hee, I understand. Lu Jingyi laughed ambiguously. If others said that he wanted to pursue Morongyu, then Lu Jingyi would snort disdainfully. "You?" But Lin Xian would only think, "I wonder how long this Morongyu can last," because Lin Xian was too fucking scary. He said that he wanted to pursue Ling Ying, and he got her in 3 fucking days. A beauty like Ling Ying was no different from Morongyu. To get her in 3 days. Wasn't this too fucking fierce? Brother Xian, when the time comes, can I go to your peak? Lu Jingyi laughed and asked, what if I can't get into the 108s? Lin Xian asked, how is that possible?
Who are you?
Although it seems difficult for 20,000 people to compete for 108 spots, your brother Xian, so it's definitely not a problem. Lu Jingyi was blindly confident in Lin Xian. Don't lick. I didn't lick it, I really didn't lick it. Older brother Xian, you really are like a god in my heart. Lu Jingyi said truthfully. Brother Lu, why is brother Xian? Wang Zhuang asked curiously. He felt that Lu Jingyi was already very powerful. He was also from Linden City, but his family was very ordinary. In the past, he almost couldn't afford to eat. Later, he found out that he was very strong, and then focused on cultivating himself. After raising his realm, it was better to do some missions to earn money. He knew that Lu Jingyi was from a big family, and his family had a lot of assets. In his eyes, this kind of family was a supergiant, but a person with such a family background was actually like a little brother in front of Lin Xian. Just how powerful was this Lin Xian? Of course, he knew that the martial arts academy was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and there were many people who were stronger than Lu Jingyi. But there were actually many people like him. Isn't Ling Ying pretty? Lu Jingyi then asked. Of course she's pretty. Brother Xian used 3 days to get her. Wang Zhuang. That's too amazing. Wang Zhuang said in shock. Lin Xian secretly rubbed his forehead. He finally understood why many people liked to have a few lackeys following behind them. This kind of feeling was really good. All right, stop bragging about me. Do you have any news about tomorrow's examination? Lin Xian asked. He had to fight for one of the 108 peaks. Lin Xian didn't want anything else, but for the privilege of being able to date girls, he wanted to get a peek. Lin Xian knew that the martial arts academy was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. His strength was not low, and he had even reached the domain realm. Even if there were many people stronger than him, there couldn't be more than 100 people stronger than him, right? After all, Lin Xian, was not a vegetarian. However, Lin Xian felt that it was not safe. After all, the content of the examination was still uncertain. I'm not too sure about that. It should be a competition between students, right? Lu Jingyi said. It's unlikely. Everyone has just entered the Martial Divinity Institute, so it's impossible for them to directly start a large-scale competition of 20,000 people. Although it's necessary to see the strength of each warrior, it's even more necessary to do it later. Moreover, it's a waste of time, and it's very difficult to rank them. The most important thing in this assessment is the ranking of 20,000 people. The ranking badge that will be given out must be very easy to determine the rankings. If it's a martial arts competition, 20,000 people will fight one against one. 10,000 will advance, and the remaining 10,000 will be eliminated. Do they still want to fight each other? It's too difficult to rank them. I think it's more likely that it's similar to the 4th round of the examination in Tianhua City. It's the easiest way to rank them. Lin Xian said. I heard about it. Wang Zhuang said. What did you hear? This is absolutely confidential. What you heard is just other people's guesses. Lu Jingyi said.
No.
At that time, I went to the cafeteria to buy food. When I came back, I happened to meet Vice Principal Luo Xiao and another female vice principal. They seemed to be discussing the contents of the examination tomorrow. I heard it clearly every day, but I vaguely heard the score, ranking, and some kind of comprehensive ability test. Wang Zhuang said, comprehensive ability test. Then it can't be a martial arts competition. Lin Xian muttered. Forget it. Don't think about it. Brother Xian, let's go. I'll treat you guys to a meal. Lu Jingyi said. Okay. Wang Zhuang couldn't wait to agree. Meal? Cafeteria? Lin Xian asked. Brother Xian, you weren't here a few days ago. You don't know. In our martial arts academy, there are 5-star hotels, KTVs, and places like bars. Lin Xian. The fuck? Opened by the academy? Yeah. Although the martial arts academy doesn't charge us tuition, it still makes a lot of money. There are supermarkets, bars, KTVs, hotels, spirit weapon sales, and so on. We can't go out easily, so we can only spend money in the martial arts academy. Over time, the martial arts academy will make a lot of money. Lu Xingyi said. Lin Xian nodded. These people's hearts were really dirty. Let's go to that 5-star hotel to eat. If we go any later, it'll be full. Lu Xingyi said. Okay. The martial arts academy had 20,000 people, and there were only a few places to eat, drink, and play. Other than late at night or when it was very busy, it was normal for the place to be full at all times during the day. After all, they couldn't go out easily. Now that everyone was looking for a dormitory, they could still get a seat if they went early. Chapter 10:27. The three of them walked through the huge martial arts academy. One could only imagine how big the martial arts academy was. There was a huge campus, a huge dormitory area, and so many empty spaces. There were also hotels, cafeterias, bars, and so on. It was like the city of a small county. Martial God Hotel. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the 5-story hotel in front of him. He was speechless. It was really beautiful, grand, and magnificent. This hotel is just a place to eat. It doesn't provide lodging. Lu Xingyi said to Lin Xian. Of course. Lodging is superfluous. Everyone has a dormitory. If you want to have sex, you don't have to go to the backyard. You can do it in the male or female dormitory, Lin Xian said. Let's go. I wonder if it's full. Then the three of them walked in. Wow, there are so many people. Wang Zhuang exclaimed. The entire hall was almost full. The hall is almost full. The private rooms must be full, Lu Xingyi said. This was obvious. There were so many rich and powerful people in the martial arts academy. They wanted a good reputation. Even if the hall was empty, they would choose to eat in the private rooms. There's an empty seat over there. Lu Xingyi pointed in a direction. Let's go. Then, the three of them walked over, and Lin Xian sat down on the ground. Hey, get up. We saw this place first. A group of 4 people walked over with Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian sat down first, so they were a bit slower. They stood there and stared at Lin Xian. The one who spoke was a thin man. He was very handsome. It was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. Sister, it's Lin Xian. There were 2 girls sitting at a table about 5 or 6 meters away. Many people here would steal glances at them from time to time. There were also people who would try to strike up a conversation with them. However, they were met with cold responses. To be able to attract so many people's attention, it was naturally a beauty. As expected, they were Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan. This table was previously occupied by a few girls. They had just left, and the place had just been cleaned up. Otherwise, with their looks, this place would have long been occupied by others. You saw it first? Would it work? I sat down first. Don't tell me that if you're chasing a girl and you say that I took a fancy to her first, you'll be able to get her? Can't you just let someone else pursue her? That's interesting. We're all adults, so let's not do these childish things. Lin Xian glanced at them and said indifferently. After that, he continued, and you have to give me proof. Why did you see it first? Why couldn't we have seen it earlier than you? We even sat down first, so logically speaking, shouldn't we be the ones who saw it first? That's right. This isn't your home, Wang Zhuang said. Although he was relatively timid, their words made him very unhappy. He might be afraid of others, afraid of power, afraid of conspiracies, but when it came to fighting, he wasn't afraid of anyone. I said I saw it first, so I saw it first. Are you fucking looking to die? The man shouted angrily, then raised his fist, and was about to punch Lin Xian. The Martial Arts Academy clearly stated that you can use violence to resolve disputes and conflicts as long as it doesn't cause serious injuries or deaths. and their dispute instantly attracted the attention of everyone around. This dispute on the first day of the Martial Arts Academy's official opening, so naturally, they were very curious. At this time, a handsome man beside the man reached out and grabbed his wrist. "We're all classmates. Why do you have to be like this? Brother Tian, he's obviously not giving you face." Sheng Shitian's mouth curved slightly, then looked up at Lin Xian and said, "Brother, it was my friend's fault just now. He's like this, too impatient. My name is Sheng Shitian. I'm from the Sheng family of Feng Nation. That's all." After saying that, he took out a small notebook and wrote a check, tore it off, and slapped it in front of Lin Xian. "This is 100,000 yuan check. Take it as a token of my appreciation. Can you give this seat to us?" Sheng family, Lu Jingyi, who was next to them, really wanted to beat someone up when he saw this scene. "Who the fuck are you looking down on?" But when he heard that he was from the Sheng family of Feng Nation, Lu Jingyi was terrified. Lu Jingyi had some status in Linden City, but his family was just a very ordinary rich family. His power was not even 1/10 of the Liao family of Linden City, while the Sheng family was in existence similar to the 8 great families of Tiandu. There were only a few dozen people like this in the martial arts academy, right? Most of them were about the same as Lu Jingyi, with a little money and a little power. There were very few people with a background like the 8 great families. He didn't expect to meet one like this. So, he didn't dare to provoke him. He felt that Lin Xian was powerful, and he admired Lin Xian. Lin Xian's skill in picking up girls was also good, but what about his power? Compared to the 8 great families, he couldn't be compared at all. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. To be honest, Lin Xian saw Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan sitting at the side. After sitting down, he wanted to go over and ask them some questions. Therefore, he did not necessarily want the seat. Sheng Shitian was quite polite. Lin Xian might give up the seat for the first half of the conversation. He might even be able to make a friend. Anyway, Lin Xian realized that he was fucking surrounded by women. He really did not have any male friends. He was even said to be a brother that he could entrust his back to, although Lin Xian did not think that was necessary, but this Sheng Tian actually took out 100,000 yuan to humiliate him. Lin Xian was amused. Yes, Sheng Tian glanced at Lin Xian and Wang Zhuang's clothes. One was more ordinary than the other. Only Lu Jingyi's clothes were worth a little money, but it was nothing compared to his. The main purpose of sitting here was to get close to Xue Bingxin. He liked this woman. She was the same kind of girl as Han Qixue, Morongyu, and Xiao Xinyue. He liked this kind of woman, especially when she was so beautiful. So, why did he target Xue Bingxin? The reason was simple. Although there weren't many people who were better than him in the martial arts academy, there were still some. Needless to say, Morongyu was the most difficult to pursue. And Xue Bingxin was the easiest to pursue among these girls because she had a younger sister. Although this younger sister was also one of the top 10 campus beauties, he liked the older sister. However, this younger sister looked very pure. Firstly, he could use this younger sister to pursue Xue Bingxin. Secondly, he might even be able to get this younger sister. Anyway, she was the easiest to get, at least he thought so. In front of these girls, he didn't want to fight with them. It was best to be friendly. Therefore, he felt that 100,000 yuan should be enough to tempt them. However, Lin Xian didn't have to give up the seat, because Chapter 10:28. Sheng Shitian looked at Lin Xian. "What's wrong? Brother, what are you laughing at?" Sheng Shitian looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled. "There are so many places to eat. Look, there are empty seats over there. Brother, you can eat there. Why do you have to eat here?" Sheng Shitian smiled and sat down next to Lin Xian. He crossed his legs and said, "Brother, you don't know, but Xue Bingxin is here. I want to court her, so I'm a bit closer. Brother, why don't you do me a favor? I'll give you another 100,000. For rich people, 100,000 or 200,000 was just the concept of an extra pork skewer. Lin Xian guessed that it must be related to women. Sure enough, it was them. Okay, 200,000. Give us the money and we'll leave. Lin Xian shrugged and said. Then, Sheng Shitian wrote another 100,000 check and handed it to Lin Xian. Let's go. Lin Xian took the 2 checks and walked away. Oofed. Seeing the scene, some people around couldn't help but sneer. He just laughed. I thought he was going to fight back. Turns out he's a coward. Even if he's a coward, he still has no future. Bowing down for 200,000? Is this a 5-star hotel, a place they can come to? How embarrassing. But it's normal. That person said he's from Fengdu. That's one of the 8 great families. Isn't it normal to not offend him? The people around were discussing. Sheng Shitian and the other sat down. Brother Tian, I thought this guy was a man with backbone. The thin man said with a smile. Sheng Shitian sneered. If you want to learn how to judge people, why don't you look at what they're wearing? Even the slightly better dressed one narrowed his eyes when he heard where I came from. Clearly, these 3 were ordinary people who couldn't be any more ordinary. They were just lucky enough to get into the Martial God Institute. They're at the bottom, so there's nothing to worry about. Brother Xian. Lu Jingyi glanced at Lin Xian. He wanted to say something but didn't. Is the Sheng family very powerful? Wang Zhuang asked. One of the 8 great clans of the Wind City, that must be very powerful. Older brother Xian, when we become awesome, we will definitely get back at them. Lu Jingyi said. Lin Xian smirked and said, Find it? Do you think I'm scared? Ah. Lu Jingyi was dumbfounded. Someone sent us money like an idiot. 200,000 yuan to pay for our meal. Why do we have to get back at them? Did we embarrass ourselves? Lin Xian said. That seemed to be the case. But in terms of dignity, as for dignity, Lin Xian smirked as he walked over to Xue and sat on the empty seat beside her. Xue subconsciously moved her chair to make more space for Lin Xian. Sit. Lin Xian said to Lu Jingyi and Wang Zhuang. Both of them were dumbfounded. Lin Xian picked up his chopsticks and stuffed a piece of dongpa meat into his mouth and said, Sit. What are you afraid of? Both of them. Everyone. Sheng Shitian. Both of them swallowed a mouthful of saliva and sat on the empty chairs beside them. What's going on? What's going on? He's sitting beside Xue. And he's even eating the food they ordered? Do they know each other? It can't be, right? Such a person would know Xue and the others for 200,000 yuan? Xue clothes are probably more than 800,000 yuan, and that necklace is probably more than 4 million yuan. How could she know that person? Xue clothes and necklace were bought for them by Bing. She was a dignified demon god, so she couldn't be shabby when she went to the human world. On the other side, Sheng Tian's pupils suddenly shrank. Brother Tian, Sheng Tian secretly clenched his fists. No, they can't know each other. They're not on the same level at all. Someone beside Sheng Tian said. But the answer was obvious. Lin Xian was eating next to them. She didn't say a word and didn't look unhappy. Obviously, they knew each other and seemed to have a good relationship. At that moment, Sheng Tian felt that he was an idiot. Just now, he was looking down on him, but now? The girl he wanted to pursue knew that person, and he was so smug that he felt like he took 200,000 yuan and threw it on that guy's face. It felt so good. But now? He was an idiot. What kind of feeling was this? It was as if he was in front of someone who was much better than him and bragged about himself, but he didn't know that that person was the big boss of this industry. That was the feeling. In terms of family background, he was definitely superior, but that person happened to know them. He was slapped in the face and Lin Xian didn't even do anything. She just sat beside Xue and he, Sheng Tian, lost all his face. Brother Tian, this isn't bad news. It seems that they know each other. As long as you win over that guy, it will be of great help to you in pursuing Xue. Someone next to him said, Help you. Sheng Tian coldly scolded, and that person immediately lowered his head. Let a person who humiliated him, Sheng Tian, with his actions, help Xingshi Tian chase girls? Wouldn't that be even more idiotic? At most, he would go after another girl. Morongyu was hard to pursue, but Han Chuxue and Xiao Xingyue were easier to pursue than her. Let's wait and see. Xingshi Tian remembered Lin Xian's face, snorted, and walked away angrily. Waiter, come and add a few more dishes. Lin Xian waved his hand. The martial arts academy's waiters were civilians. They were safe here, and at the same time, they could get a higher salary than outside. This was what they wanted. Then, a middle-aged woman around 40 years old came over with a menu. This was the martial arts academy, not a hotel in the city. There was no need for a girl in her 20s to be a waitress to attract customers. This, and this, all of them. Also, 2 bottles of red wine. Yes, this is the one that costs 80,000 a bottle. Then Lin Xian looked at it and said, "It's okay. This meal is on me. Someone is paying for it anyway." Lin Xian said with a smile. Lu Jingyi also said in disbelief, "Brother Xian, you know each other?"
Yes.
Lu Jingyi secretly gave Lin Xian a thumbs up. Amazing, really amazing, and many people saw Lin Xian and Morongyu approaching. What are you guys doing here? Lin Xian glanced at the side of Xue Bingxin's face. Xue Binglan blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Xian. When she saw Lin Xian looking over, she immediately lowered her head and blushed. Lu Jingyi saw this scene and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What the fuck? Chapter 10:29. Lu Jingyi was completely dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? In his opinion, it was normal for Lin Xian to know a pretty girl. After all, he was already used to Lin Xian being such a pervert. But why was this pretty girl looking at him and then lowering her head while blushing? What the hell? Was this person really that perverted? If the girl blushed when she saw him, then what about the elder sister? Lu Jingyi stole a glance at Xue Bingxin. She was still relatively normal. I came here to study, Xue Bingxin said softly. Forget it. Lin Xian shook his head. Xue Bingxin thought of something and handed the golden pill that Irenbing gave her to Lin Xian. What's this? Lin Xian took the golden pill and looked at Xue Bingxin in confusion. This is a demon. My elder sister asked me to give it to you, Xue Bingxin said. Because Lu Jingyi and the others were around, Xue Bingxin naturally couldn't say things like Lord Demon God or Master. Lin Xian obviously knew who the elder sister she was talking about was. Irenbing gave him something? And asked Xue Bingxin to give it to him? What the hell was this? She wasn't going to harm him, right? No. Why would Irenbing go through so much trouble if she wanted to harm him? Besides, Lin Xian felt that he had served Irenbing quite well these few days, so she probably wouldn't kill him. In the eyes of the others, this scene was extremely sour. What the hell? They really know each other. Xue Bingxin actually took the initiative to give that person something. What is that? It looks like a dolly pill. For now, I've decided to call it I randomly pick a new system every day.
Why?
What's wrong with this world? Why is this happening? I refuse to accept this. I'm one of the 4 princes of Jin City. Now that I've come to the martial arts academy, why do I feel like I'm worse than a country bumpkin? The people around them were really jealous. Lu Jingyi was even more dumbfounded. Xue Bingxin was Xue Binglan's elder sister, and Xue Bingxin said that this elixir was given to her by her elder sister. This meant that Xue Bingxin had an elder sister, and this elder sister had asked Xue Bingxin to give something to Lin Xian. This proved that their relationship was not bad 3 sisters. If Xue Bingxin and Lin Xian were also related, then how could he destroy the sisters? 3 beautiful sisters? What the hell? What kind of godly person was this? What is it for? Lin Xian asked Xue Bingxin. Xue Bingxin shook her head. I don't know either. He didn't tell me and just told me to hand it over to you. Lin Xian played with the elixir in his hand. Normally, he could tell if an elixir was poisonous or not. Lin Xian felt that this elixir was not poisonous. Of course, this was just Lin Xian's feeling. However, Lin Xian was very confident that he would be fine. Yi Renbing wouldn't kill him, at least not now. If she wanted to kill him, she didn't have to do this. Therefore, this elixir shouldn't be a bad thing. Lin Xian swallowed the elixir. As soon as the elixir entered his body, Lin Xian clearly felt that the burden in his body had disappeared. This elixir has neutralized the dark energy in my body. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect Yi Renbing to be so good. She had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Lin Xian had asked her to remove it several times, but she refused. So it turned out that she wanted Xuebingxin to give it to him. The dark energy in Lin Xian's body wasn't harmful for the time being. This kind of harm would gradually become more and more serious over time. When the time came, there was no need to talk about how harmful it would be. Xuebingxin was also puzzled as to what this elixir was. Lin Xian didn't hesitate to eat it. She was even more surprised. After Lin Xian finished with the two sisters, they were sent here. Therefore, they didn't know what happened between Lin Xian and Yi Renbing. At this time, a pile of food was brought up. Hurry up and eat. This meal is on me. Lin Xian smiled. Big brother Xian, how embarrassing. That, big brother Xian. Lu Jingyi scratched his head, then moved to Lin Xian's side and quietly said, Big brother Xian and them. Guess, Lin Xian said with a smile. With one guess, there was basically no need to guess. Lu Jingyi looked as if he was looking at a god. Big brother Xian, is it 1 or 2? Lu Jingyi quietly asked again. Although his voice was very soft, don't forget that Xuebingxin was in the domain realm. Her strength was unquestionable. Xuebingxin was Yi Renbing's favorite little girlfriend. There was no need to say much about her appearance. To be able to enter Yi Renbing's eyes, she must be outstanding. Guess. Lu Jingyi. This is fucking amazing. As for the girls of the demon race, they were different from the girls of the human race. The girls of the demon race were born with a kind of servility. This kind of servility didn't refer to how this person was like, but purely reflected in how they treated their men. Normal girls of the demon race were the good girls of the demon race, similar to Xuebingxin and her sister. Of course, Yi Renbing's level was a different story. The demon race girls were obedient to their men. As long as they recognized this man, they would give their everything to him. For the girls of the demon race, they would do whatever the boys told them to do. Even if they beat them, they would endure it. It was normal for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. They wouldn't care. On the other hand, the human race was the opposite. 3 wives and 4 concubines? Obedient? That was impossible. Of course, this was the general case. Naturally, there were a few who were obedient, and there were naturally a few exceptions in the demon race. Xuebingxin and Xuebinglan naturally saw themselves as Lin Xian's women. No, to be precise, they were maids. This was because this was Yi Renbing's intention. If there was no one, they would definitely be kneeling in front of Lin Xian right now. Xuebingxin was pouring wine for Lin Xian. This scene was seen by everyone, and their eyes widened. The fuck? What's going on? It's fine if they know each other, but why is Xuebingxin taking the initiative to pour wine for him? It's Xuebingxin. She's the 5th-ranked cool beauty. Why? What the fuck? Fuck. Indeed, the martial arts academy is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. This person who doesn't seem to have any special traits is actually a big shot. I know him. He's Lin Xian, the person rumored to have escaped from a heavenly Dao realm expert. That's pure bullshit. Lu Jingyi swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He felt that the most amazing thing about Lin Xian was not only that he could quickly woo beautiful girls, but that he could also woo the most beautiful girls. What was even more amazing was that he had multiple girlfriends, and he even had beautiful sisters. The sisters knew about it and could accept it. This was the most terrifying thing. What was even more terrifying was that the girls were obedient to him. Lin Xian really didn't say anything. Xuebingxin was really taking the initiative to pour wine for Lin Xian. She was the one who took the initiative. What the fuck? Such a beautiful girl with such a personality. How was she trained to be so obedient? How did he do it? It was true. In Lu Jingyi's heart, Lin Xian's godly status had risen again. Chapter 1030. Wang Zhuang was a simple and honest man. There were some things he couldn't tell, so he wasn't that surprised. What attracted him was the delicious food on the table. He had never been to a five-star hotel in his life. He had never eaten abalone, let alone other top-grade ingredients. Although this was a five-star hotel opened by the Martial Arts Academy, the scale, the ingredients, and the price were all five-star. If you didn't have money, you could go to the cafeteria. This was where the Martial Arts Academy made money. "Let's eat," Lin Xian said. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Wang Zhuang couldn't wait to eat. "I'm done." Shui Binglan wiped her mouth and sat there obediently. Her big eyes looked at Lin Xian, then at her sister, then at the surroundings. "I'm done too. I'll go pay." Shui Bingxin said softly. "I said it's my treat," Lin Xian said as he ate. Shui Bingxin thought for a moment. "Then I'll go back with Lan first. What's the rush?" "Help me pour some wine," Lin Xian said. Shui Bingxin didn't hesitate and poured another glass for Lin Xian without saying anything. Lu Jingyi was speechless. This was too fucking amazing. How could such a cold girl be so obedient? And they were sisters. Wow, I can't take it anymore. I must get Lin Xian's true teachings. "Help me peel the prawns," Lin Xian said. Shui Bingxin then placed the plate in front of her and helped Lin Xian peel the prawns with her slender and fair hands. Shui Binglan also wanted to help Lin Xian peel the prawns because she felt that it was her duty. However, Shui Bingxin stopped her. She said that she could do it alone and just asked her to help pour the wine. Everyone saw that Shui Bingxin was pouring wine for Lin Xian, and it was really unbelievable. Then, they saw that Shui Bingxin was peeling the prawns for Lin Xian, and the peeled prawns were placed on the plate in front of Lin Xian. This caused an uproar. What the fuck? This Shui Bingxin is his girlfriend? Obviously. If it's just pouring wine and having a meal together, they might be friends. But if a girl helps a guy peel prawns, there's basically no way to wash it. She's definitely his girlfriend. What the fuck? One of the top 10 campus belles was gone just like that? It was only the first day of school, and she had such a cold temperament. No, what was so special about her? The clothes he was wearing were a few hundred yuan each, at most 1,000 yuan. He didn't seem to be from a wealthy family. Was this the Martial Arts Academy? There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Sob, 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 I've fallen out of love. I feel so bad. Sob, sob, sob. Goddess Shui Bingxin is taken. I'm going to kill him. I must kill him. God knows how big of a stir this caused. Originally, beautiful women were the most popular existence in a place, and now that this beautiful woman was taken, the forum instantly exploded. The key point was that Shui Bingxin really had a lot of admirers. As for Lin Xian, he really wanted to keep a low profile. He really didn't want to be with these girls, at least not in front of everyone. This was because Lin Xian knew that with the popularity of these girls, there were too many wolves and too little meat. Once a top goddess had a boyfriend or got close to a guy, the topic would instantly become a hot topic. The corresponding guy would instantly become popular, and many unconvinced suitors would come looking for trouble. But some things could be tolerated, and some things couldn't. It was that Shengshi Tian. Lin Xian was extremely unhappy. You like Shui Bingxin, right? You look down on me, right? This young master will let you experience step by step what is called despair, what is called powerlessness. This young master won't act anymore. I'll lay my cards on the table. These girls are all mine.
Fuck.
At this moment, one of Shengshi Tian's men happened to see the post on the forum. Tian, brother Tian. The thin man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and handed over his phone. That Shui Bingxin seems to be that guy's girlfriend, the thin man said. Shengshi Tian took the phone and glanced at it. Shui Bingxin poured wine and peeled prawns for an unknown male student, confirmed to be his girlfriend. One of the top 10 school beauties is taken. What should we do? Caught Shengshi Tian's eyes flashed with anger. He suddenly exerted force, and the phone turned into powder.
Bastard. Bastard.
This young master isn't done with you. Just you wait. When the ranking ends tomorrow, this young master will be the first to challenge you. I'll let you know what despair is. Shengshi Tian said angrily. He was naturally extremely angry, but more importantly, it was because Lin Xian used these invisible things to continuously humiliate him. Of course, he was jealous of how Lin Xian could have a girlfriend of this level. At this moment, 3 top beauties walked over. Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and Xiao Xinyue. These were the top 3 goddesses in the school. Any man who could get any one of them would be satisfied with his life. Shengshi Tian's next target was any one of the 3. These 3 goddess-level beauties were simply invincible. This bastard Lin Xian, bastard, bastard, bastard. Ling Ying went crazy. He hadn't seen it for a few days, and now there was a beautiful lady peeling prawns for him in front of everyone. They also saw the forum and it was time for dinner, so they came together to take a look. The 3 of them were in the same dormitory. Of course, it wasn't a coincidence. How could they randomly draw numbers together? They just found someone to casually arrange it. The so-called drawing numbers was a kind of random method. Rules were dead, but people were alive. It was just a small matter like being assigned to a dormitory. It didn't affect anything, so it was naturally no problem for them. Han Chuxue was also helpless. This Lin Xian was really popular with girls. Plus, he didn't know it, so what could they do? They liked him too much, so they could only indulge him in picking up girls. Anyway, picking up girls is one thing, but don't go kissing girls in front of us. They won't care. You'll get used to it. Xiao Xinyue said to Ling Ying. I want to see what kind of background this Schwebingxin has. Let's go.
Hello.
Shengshi Tian knew one thing when chasing girls, and that was that he absolutely couldn't pester them, nor could he be a bootlicker. He should let go when he needed to, and let go when he needed to, especially when it came to such outstanding goddess-level girls. Normally, he wouldn't be so impatient to suddenly hit on them. This was because he knew that girls of this level had been hit on many times, and they were no longer interested in hitting on them. There was no novelty at all. But they just happened to bump into each other, so he might as well hit on them. Of course, he would control it well. The 3 girls stopped in their tracks. It would be impolite if they didn't respond when others greeted them. Hello, are you going to eat at this hotel? Chapter 1031. Shengshi Tian smiled as he looked at Ling Ying and the other 2 goddess-level girls. The 3 girls glanced at each other. Yeah, what's the matter? Ling Ying said. It was not that they wanted to pay attention to him, but it was impolite to ignore him. He had no enmity with them. There are too many people. This hotel is full. If possible, there is another hotel next to it. Although the layout is not as big as this one, it should not be full. We are just about to go there. Do you 3 want to go together? Shengshi Tian said with a smile. Okay. Ling Ying said excitedly. After she agreed, Han Chuxue and Xiao Xinyue were stunned. What was this Ling Ying doing? Shengshi Tian was about to fly to the sky. What the fuck? She agreed. If one person agreed, it meant that all 3 of them. Aren't you very cocky? Sorry. This young master is now going to eat with the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th school beauties. When the time comes, he will definitely win one of them. It seems that this Ling Ying is particularly interested in him, so he will definitely win her. In this way, he won't lose much. He might even win too. He was still confident in himself. After all, he was a member of the 8 great families of Fengdu. Then please. Shengshi Tian smiled and made a gentlemanly gesture. Ling Ying, what are you doing? Xiao Xinyue asked puzzledly. Han Chuxue, who was more familiar with Ling Ying and knew about their relationship, already knew what Ling Ying was thinking after a moment of confusion. Since someone is treating, why don't we go? Ling Ying said with a smile. I feel that it has something to do with Lin Xian. Xiao Xinyue muttered slightly. Who does he think he is? Ling Ying said unhappily. That's right, of course, it has something to do with Lin Xian. This bastard is having a good time, sitting together with the Xue sisters. The beautiful sisters even poured wine for him and peeled prawns for him. Fine, I also want to eat with a man. Fuck, I'm so angry. Sheng Tian was still complacent. Little did he know, he was very miserable. Then, Ling Ying and the other two followed Sheng Tian and the others to another restaurant. This scene was also paid special attention to. The top 3 beauties on the ranking list walking together was shocking news, and then they went to other places to eat with Sheng Tian's men. How could this news not explode? Although everyone was just guessing, the 3 beauties were together with a man. That would be a hot topic. On the other side, Lin Xian was very comfortable. Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan were very obedient. They weren't Lin Xian's boyfriend and girlfriend. They were Yi Renbing's subordinates, so they had to obey her. Moreover, Yi Renbing had ordered them to watch over Lin Xian in the martial arts academy. In addition, Yi Renbing had asked them to serve Lin Xian. Therefore, in their eyes, Lin Xian was their leader. Lu Jingyi was full of admiration for Lin Xian. Soon, they finished eating, and Lin Xian paid the bill. Well, we'll go back first, Lin Xian said to Xue Bingxin. Xue Bingxin nodded slightly. Right, let's add each other as friends. Lin Xian took out his phone and added Xue Bingxin. Lu Jingyi. What the hell? Add each other as friends? They haven't added each other as friends? No. Xue Bingxin peeled shrimp and poured wine for Lin Xian. That's enough to prove their relationship. Maybe they just haven't added each other on WeChat. That sister-in-law, do you have any beautiful girlfriends? Hehehe, can you introduce them to me? Lu Jingyi scratched his head embarrassedly and said to Xue Bingxin. She felt that Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan were so beautiful. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Her girlfriends must be beautiful too. They had already been won over by Lin Xian, and they still had girlfriends. Even if they weren't in the martial arts academy, they could be in Lingan City. Pretty girls would do. Xue Bingxin was slightly stunned. Sister-in-law? She wanted to explain, but after thinking about it, she decided not to. She had to hide her identity as a demon.
No.
Xue Bingxin said lightly. Lu Jingyi was stunned.
Wow.
Sure enough, the gap between him and Lin Xian was too big. They were all Lin Xian's friends, but she answered so straightforwardly. It seemed like she didn't want to talk to him at all. Sob. They were both men, but when could he become someone like Lin Xian? He didn't expect to be at the same level. Half was enough. Then I'll leave first, Xue Bingxin said softly to Lin Xian. Okay, go ahead. Then, the 2 sisters walked away. Brother Xian, why am I so bad? Lu Jingyi said with grievance. What's so bad about you? Lin Xian asked. That's right. Brother Lu, you're much better than me. Wang Zhuang said with a smile after eating and drinking to his heart's content. Then if I were to compare myself to you, wouldn't I be regressing? Lu Jingyi rolled his eyes. Hee. Lin Xian patted his shoulder and said, It's okay. Learn from me. Finding a beautiful girlfriend isn't a problem. Didn't you find a good one before? That was before. As a man who doesn't have a bigger goal, Lu Jingyi said. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Sure enough, this was what a man was. Learn slowly. This kind of thing can't be learned overnight. You need to learn a lot in a balanced way. Lin Xian said. Okay, I'll work hard. Lin Xian said that he really didn't know much about chasing girls. At least, he wasn't a master. Lin Xian felt that the reason he was chasing girls was because of luck.
Who could resist that?
It was really luck. It was as if there were a few strings that pulled them together. No matter what, they would meet and then be chased by Lin Xian. The 3 of them wandered around the martial arts academy with nothing to do. Lu Jingyi and Wang Zhuang might be familiar with the martial arts academy, but Lin Xian wasn't. After 2 hours of wandering around the martial arts academy, they returned to the dormitory.
Damn.
Brother Xian, look at the post. Lu Jingyi liked to look at the martial arts academy's posts when he had nothing to do. Lin Xian's post naturally ranked high. Then, he suddenly saw another popular post with a very high ranking. The 3 school beauties were eating with a student. Then he saw Ling Ying. Lin Xian went over to take a look. The fuck? Ling Ying and the others were eating with Xingshi Tian? Of course. Lin Xian definitely didn't think that they betrayed him. Suddenly, Lin Xian thought of something. Ling Ying and the others probably saw the post of him eating with Shui Bingxin and the others, and then purposely angered him. Because Lin Xian knew these girls too well. However, although Lin Xian felt that they were purposely angering him, he was extremely unhappy. Chapter 1032. Lin Xian felt that he was in the wrong. He was very clear about these things. The girls around him were really too good to him. For him, those girls had sacrificed too much. Ling Ying's actions actually made Lin Xian feel very uncomfortable. Of course, this discomfort wasn't because he blamed her, but because he felt that he had let them down. They were the daughters of the 8 great clans, the pearls of their palms, the goddesses of many people. But now, because of Lin Xian, they gave up everything, gave up their dignity, and even indulged in Lin Xian. Even when Lin Xian was flirting with other big sisters outside, they never cared about Lin Xian. That's right, how could he not feel strange? It must be strange, but they really had been indulging him. Lin Xian also knew this, and knew that he wasn't a good person, but Lin Xian sighed. Older brother Xian? Older brother Xian? What's wrong? Why are you sighing? Lu Jingyi looked at Lin Xian and asked. Lin Xian shook his head and said, It's nothing. I just feel that there's something wrong with me. Ah. Older brother Xian, what problem could you have? Lu Jingyi was even more puzzled. You don't know how lucky you are. Alright, I'm going out for a bit. You guys continue chatting. Lin Xian patted their shoulders and walked out. Brother Lu, did older brother Xian have a conflict with another sister-in-law? Wang Zhuang scratched his head and asked. I feel like it, but it's not right. Lu Jingyi said. Allah? I feel that with older brother Xian's realm, he can step on several boats, and with this kind of quality, even they know that this is the most terrifying. Their characters are also extremely good, not the kind of girls who are willing to be mistresses. Even so, older brother Xian can still shake the world. This is too exaggerated, so I don't think it's a conflict with older brother Xian's realm. The sisters-in-law are already like this to him. How could they have a conflict with him? Lu Jingyi said with a very reasonable expression. I really envy older brother Xian. Wang Zhuang said. Lu Jingyi patted Wang Zhuang's shoulder and said, Don't worry. As long as you follow brother Xian, you'll definitely have a girlfriend. Hehe. Brother Lu, how powerful do you think it is to choose one? Is it possible to get a spot for the 108 peaks? Wang Zhuang asked curiously. This, actually, I'm not too sure either. Lu Jingyi shook his head and said, At that time, Brother Xian was able to beat up Liao Zhibang from St. Brilliance Academy, which meant that Brother Xian's strength was top-notch, because Liao Zhibang wasn't weak. However, Liao Zhibang was only strong in St. Brilliance Academy, and now in the Martial Arts Academy. Any random person in the Martial Arts Academy wouldn't have a big gap with Liao Zhibang, and there are countless people who are stronger than Liao Zhibang. I'm not very clear about Brother Xian's true strength, so I don't dare to say, but I don't dare to say anything else. But his pickup skills are the most awesome I've ever seen or heard of in my life. And where did Lin Xian go? Feeling the grievances and unhappiness in Ling Ying and the others' hearts, Lin Xian planned to go over to comfort them and admit defeat. As a man, admitting defeat was a must. If he admitted defeat, their mood would definitely be a lot better. In any case, no matter how wrong it was, Lin Xian knew that it was all his fault. How many lifetimes of fortune did he have to be able to meet them? Which one of them wasn't outstanding? Let's take a look at the relatively ordinary Lu Yufan and Yi. They were also school beauties, and their families weren't that powerful, but they weren't ordinary either. Perhaps they weren't ordinary either. In any case, Lin Xian had always felt that girls who could be triggered by the system's mission were very good. They were good in every way. As for Yi Yi and Xiao Runing, they hadn't triggered the mission yet. Lin Xian didn't believe that they wouldn't trigger the mission. If they really didn't trigger the mission, then the system must be blind. Lin Xian had a feeling that it wasn't that the system didn't trigger the mission, but that the system was waiting for an opportunity. Anyway, that was what Lin Xian felt. Ling Ying, Han Qixue, and Xiao Xingyue returned to their dormitory and started to play games together. Xingshi Tian kept asking for their contact details, but they rejected him. He felt that it might be because he didn't perform well enough and didn't meet their expectations. After all, they didn't look like ordinary girls, so he wasn't in a hurry. There was still a long way to go. It was just that he felt that Xuebingxin was taken by Lin Xian, and he felt that it was unfair. But that wasn't necessarily true. They could just be in a relationship, and they might not have reached that stage yet. Lin Xian always saw people looking at him with hostility when he walked on the streets. He could roughly understand why. Xuebingxin was really beautiful, so why didn't the system trigger the mission for her? Lin Xian felt that her appearance was worth triggering, but her character. Lin Xian wasn't familiar with it, but since she was Yi Renbing's baby, she shouldn't be bad. The reason why the mission wasn't triggered was that the system detected that it was too easy for Lin Xian to win her over. No, it was completely easy. How could a girl with no difficulty trigger the mission? Let's not talk about whether it was difficult or not. At least, he had to go through the process of pursuing and winning her over, right?
There was no need for that.
With just one order from Yi Renbing, she would die. That was why the system didn't trigger the mission. If she wasn't Yi Renbing's woman, if she didn't listen to Yi Renbing's orders, Lin Xian would definitely trigger the mission if he met her. Hey, I'm talking to you. A few people blocked Lin Xian's path. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks and swept his gaze over the few of them. The three of them were probably from the same dorm. What's the matter? Lin Xian asked. What's your relationship with Xuebingxin? The blonde guy glanced at Lin Xian arrogantly. What relationship? Does it have anything to do with you? Lin Xian said. Of course it does. I'm her pursuer. What do you think? Lin Xian shrugged. If you're her pursuer, then go chase her. Why are you looking for me? He was speechless. These people were young masters from big families. How could they be so idiotic? That's why I'm asking you what your relationship is. Oh, it doesn't matter. Go chase her. Good luck. Here you go. After saying that, Lin Xian walked past him. What's with your attitude? Do you want to die? Half of the male students in the martial arts academy were from big families. They were all very arrogant. Others had to do what they wanted. Otherwise, they wouldn't be happy. What attitude? I answered your question. Then I told you to go chase her.
What?
What do you want me to do? Do you want me to teach you? Lin Xian turned his head and glanced at him. You. Needless to say, he couldn't refute Lin Xian's words. Aren't you a couple?
He thought about it.
The martial arts academy was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It was better to keep a low profile. Maybe the person in front of him was better than him. After all, he looked so close to Xuebingxin. How could he be simple? Chapter 1033. Lin Xian thought for a while. No way? Yes, they were not a couple. They had never confirmed their relationship. No. Lin Xian shook his head. Okay. Then the person nodded and walked away without saying anything to Lin Xian. What a joke. Did he have to admit it? They hadn't even been split into 108 peaks yet. If Lin Xian admitted that they were a couple and someone reported it to the Martial God Institute, they would be kicked out. Besides, Lin Xian wasn't wrong. They weren't a couple. Lin Xian was here to please them, so he bought a lot of ingredients from the supermarket on the way. He wanted to cook a big meal for them as a token of his sincerity and apology. When they arrived at the female dormitory, Lin Xian looked around and saw that it was full of beautiful girls. They shuttled between the dormitory buildings, and there were also many perverts beside them. Boys could also go to the female dormitory. Of course, they could only walk inside and could not enter the dormitory building. Of course, if you were amazing, you could enter. Anyway, the martial arts academy had surveillance everywhere, especially in places like the dormitory building. Lin Xian took out his phone and asked Ling Ying which dormitory building they were in. Of course, he asked Xiao Xinhua because Ling Ying and Han Chuxue were jealous. Xiao Xinhua was not his woman now, so she would be much better. Xiao Xinhua was sitting on the sofa. When she received Lin Xian's message, she looked at it and was slightly surprised. Why did he ask? He could not come in. Especially when she saw that Lin Xian specifically asked her not to tell Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. She thought about it and decided not to tell. Then, she told Lin Xian the building and dormitory number. Lin Xian came to the dormitory building. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Xian's figure disappeared. Just as Lin Xian disappeared, Morongyu was next to him. She didn't need to think to know where Lin Xian had gone. He must have used his spatial attribute to enter one of the girls' dormitories. There was a reward for reporting, but she wouldn't report it. Without thinking much, Morongyu entered the dormitory building, entered the elevator, and walked to her dormitory. Lin Xian used his spatial attribute to arrive at the door of Ling Ying's dormitory. After all, he wasn't too sure about the structure of the dormitory. He couldn't do anything without directly entering the room. Coincidentally, there was a dormitory nearby that had its door open, and a few girls saw Lin Xian.
They were all very surprised.
How did a boy come into their female dormitory? Sure, since he had been seen, Lin Xian couldn't just run away. If he ran away or directly entered Ling Ying's room, the chances of them reporting him would be very high. Ladies, I'm here to give something to my friend. Can you not report me? Lin Xian scratched his head, then revealed a very pure and innocent smile. There was no enmity between them. Lin Xian had already spoken so timidly to them, so naturally, they wouldn't be aggressive. Then you can't do this in the future. This is a female dormitory. Otherwise, we'll be exposed sometimes. A young lady said with a grin. Don't worry. I won't do it in the future.
Thank you.
I hope you can all enter the top 108 tomorrow, Lin Xian said sweetly. Hey, you want to enter this room? A lady asked. Lin Xian nodded. This is the room of the 3 great beauties that you guys have arranged. They're ranked 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Are you sure? A lady asked. Of course, her tone was sour. After all, they were all girls. They also wanted to enter the rankings, but they had no choice. Yes, I hope you guys can keep it a secret. Lin Xian grinned. All right. Hearing Lin Xian's words, they felt a little strange. Who was this person? How could he enter the 3 girls' room? Was this for real? As girls, they knew that boys could only enter girls' rooms if they had a good relationship. This was also equivalent to a girl's room. That was quite impressive. Since he had been discovered, Lin Xian didn't use his space attribute to enter. Just as he raised his hand to knock on the door, the elevator opened and a blue-haired beauty walked in. It was Morongyu. Morongyu walked in with a book and saw Lin Xian. That's right, Morongyu's dormitory was right next to Ling Ying's dormitory. What the fuck? Morongyu looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Lin Xian also looked at her. If you're discovered, you'll get a big demerit. Morongyu finished speaking to Lin Xian, then took out her key and opened the door. Hey, you won't report me, right? Lin Xian shouted. Bang! The door was closed. Lin Xian. Hee, little brother, that's the #1 beauty in the school. She probably won't report you. A young lady giggled as she spoke. Probably. Then I won't disturb you. Lin Xian waved his hand and knocked on the door. They didn't go back.
Why?
Because they were curious. They saw Ling Ying, and the other 2 just opposite them. They wanted to see what Lin Xian's expression would be when he knocked on the door, and they came out to see him, so they were very curious. Footsteps came from the door. Han Chuxue walked over and opened the door. When she saw Lin Xian, she was really surprised. Then she looked around. Why are you here? Han Chuxue frowned and asked. Lin Xian raised the ingredients in his hand and smiled. I'm here to make you a big meal.
Come in.
Then, Lin Xian walked in. Han Chuxue nodded slightly to the young ladies opposite her, which was equivalent to a greeting. Then, she closed the door. The young ladies looked at each other. Could it be that they were a couple before coming to the martial arts academy? That should be allowed, right? I feel that Han Shushua looked at that guy with tender eyes. Also, when she saw him, her first reaction was to see if there was anyone around. She was worried about him when she saw him in the girls' dormitory alone.
Wow.
Who is this little brother? Although I don't want to admit it, Han Shushua is really beautiful. It's amazing to be able to get a girl like her. The young lady said in surprise. On the other side, Lin Xian walked in. Ling Ying was barefooted, swinging back and forth on the coffee table. He was holding his laptop on his lap and chatting. Shushua, who knocked on the door? Ling Ying asked, then turned her head to take a look. Little Ying. Lin Xian grinned. Ling Ying.
Fuck.
Can't you pay attention to the rules of the martial arts academy? Ling Ying saw Lin Xian and was stunned. Han Shushua stood at the side and was helpless. This was the martial arts academy. It was different from places like Tianhua Academy and St. Brilliant's Academy. The rules of the martial arts academy had to be followed. Xiao Xinhua thought that Lin Xian would use the space attribute to directly enter their room. Little Ying, can you pay attention to your image? I won't even put my feet on the coffee table. That's because your feet stink. My feet smell very good. Ling Ying rolled his eyes and sat up. Hey, what are you doing? Ling Ying asked. Chapter 1034. Xiao Xinhua didn't know about their relationship. She only knew that they seemed to be very close, but she didn't know if they were a couple. Although it was widely spread in St. Brilliant Academy that Lin Xian and Ling Ying were a couple, she believed it for a while. Later, Lin Xian explained it to her. Later, she asked Xiao Runing, but Xiao Runing wasn't sure either. Therefore, she wasn't sure about their relationship. They shouldn't be a couple, right? Because Lin Xian was flirting with her everywhere. If they were a couple, then this Lin Xian was too much of a scumbag. However, she knew very well how many beautiful girls Lin Xian had around him. Because they had a good relationship now. If they didn't have a good relationship, the three of them wouldn't live together. Lin Xian certainly wouldn't admit it for the time being. He would think about it when the time came. When the time came, he would get Xiao Xinhua first and take the rest as it came. I'll make a big meal for you, Lin Xian said. Ling Ying looked at the ingredients in Lin Xian's hands. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. And you're taking the risk of violating the Martial Arts Academy's rules. Tell me, what do you want? Ling Ying asked. No, really? Lin Xian scratched his head. TSK, don't I know you? Didn't you eat with other girls? You even asked them to peel prawns for you, right? Ling Ying said sourly. Ahem, sister, that... Lin Xian scratched his head and said, I bought 2 pounds of prawns. I'll peel them for you. You said it. Ling Ying said. Yes, I'll peel them for you. That's more like it. Ling Ying suddenly felt very happy. That's right, she was so easily satisfied. But we just finished eating not long ago. We ate with a few handsome boys. Ling Ying said deliberately. Ahem, then we're even. I just happened to be eating with the pretty lady. TSK, what do you want to drink? I'll get you some water. Ling Ying was wearing slippers. Let's drink. Ling Ying. Xiao Xinhua was speechless. Han Shushua. As expected, it was still Lin Xian. Anyway, what made Xiao Xinhua speechless was that Lin Xian could drink milk if he wanted, but why did he have to be so disgusting when he wanted to drink milk? What made Han Shushua and Ling Ying speechless was that they knew what Lin Xian meant when he said grandma. Sure enough, this bastard became arrogant just by being nice to him. Okay, I'll get you some coconut milk. Ling Ying then walked away. Lin Xian then sat on the sofa. How blissful. Someone has already seen you. Aren't you afraid of being reported? Han Shushua asked worriedly. If it was any other normal school, she wouldn't have to worry. However, this was the Martial Arts Academy. Her Han family and the Ling family were nothing compared to the Martial Arts Academy. Even if they did something wrong, they would still be punished, let alone Lin Xian. It's okay. I've already told them. If there's no enmity between us, who would report us? Besides, once they report us, we'll become public enemies in the eyes of all the students in the Martial Arts Academy. We have to help each other, Lin Xian said. You're full of nonsense. Don't do this again. It's too dangerous. Xiao Xinhua said, I heard from my sister that the Martial Arts Academy actually turns a blind eye to this. As long as the Martial Arts Academy's special disciplinary team doesn't find out, the normal instructors won't say anything even if they find out. Look, little Xinhua is so good at talking. Lin Xian laughed. Of course, if you're reported, then something will definitely happen. Xiao Xinhua added, Don't worry. I'm very popular. I'm going to wash the vegetables. There's no need to rush, right? What's there to rush? Lin Xian looked at Han Chuxue with a smile. Han Chuxue was speechless. She thought for a moment and then blushed. Lin Xian laughed and said, I bought a lot of ingredients, and most of them are big dishes. It'll probably take more than 2 hours to cook a real feast for you. Don't eat any more snacks. Then you go. Do you need help? Ling Ying asked. No, you guys go ahead. Lin Xian then went to the kitchen. After Lin Xian left, Ling Ying sneaked up to the two of them. Look, I told you. Lin Xian admitted defeat. Ling Ying said slyly. But isn't it inappropriate for us to do this? Han Chuxue asked. I think so. Aya. Anyway, let's leave it as it is. Let him fool around outside all day. Ling Ying waved her hand and said. Xiao Xinhua was a little confused when she heard the conversation between the two girls. She felt that their conversation was very strange.
What was so strange about it?
She felt that they were talking from the perspective of Lin Xian's girlfriend. If they weren't Lin Xian's girlfriend, what did Lin Xian's fooling around outside have to do with them? Could it be that Han Chuxue or Ling Ying was Lin Xian's girlfriend? This possibility was also very high. But Lin Xian already had a girlfriend. Why would he want to mess with her? Could it be that men were like this? Ling Ying, are you Lin Xian's girlfriend? Xiao Xinhua asked doubtfully. Ling Ying froze for a moment. In fact, the fact that she was Lin Xian's girlfriend was only known to herself, Han Chuxue, and Lin Xian himself. Of course, other than her family, no one else knew about it. She and Han Chuxue had never mentioned it.
Why?
In fact, they felt that it was better to avoid trouble. The main thing was that she and Han Chuxue were both Lin Xian's girlfriends. If this matter was exposed, then she really didn't know what to do. Anyway, she didn't know how to say it, so she simply didn't admit it. How is that possible? Even if I find a pig, I wouldn't find him. Ling Ying smiled bitterly and said. But I think that if they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, it wouldn't be a big deal for Lin Xian to fool around outside. Xiao Xinhua said. She felt that this was very difficult to understand. If they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, then Lin Xian's fooling around had nothing to do with them. It's nothing. It's just that our relationship is quite close. I just don't want this bastard to harm girls. Ling Ying said with a smile. Han Chuxue didn't say anything.
She didn't know how to lie.
Let Ling Ying handle this kind of thing. That's true. Xiao Xinhua didn't suspect anything. Lin Xian was indeed a hooligan. As a friend, a very close friend, naturally, she had to control him. This was very normal. But did he harm any girls? Xiao Xinhua asked curiously. Anyway, in her memory, there was no such thing. Although there were many beautiful girls around Lin Xian, and she felt that many of them liked Lin Xian, as for which one was harmed, she really didn't know. Who knows? Could he have told me? Of course he would. Maybe Xinhua is his target. Ling Ying said with a smile. Xiao Xinhua. It seemed like it. Chapter 1035. Lin Xian kept sneezing as he cooked in the kitchen. The three of them were chatting and playing on the computer in the living room. Of course, most of the topics were about Lin Xian. Lin Xian was very happy even though he was busy in the kitchen. They all wanted to help, but after thinking about it, they decided against it. Since he said that he was busy, then let him be busy. It was his fault that he went to look for other young ladies. And they couldn't be soft-hearted anymore. Besides, it was just cooking and they had cooked for him for free. Lin Xian had put a lot of effort into cooking this time. More than 2 hours later, a few girls would walk into the kitchen from time to time and look at Lin Xian. Why would they chat with Lin Xian? They couldn't possibly isolate Lin Xian for so long. It's done. Lin Xian put the last rib-corn soup on the table, wiped his hands, and looked at the three beauties. Han Chuxue and Linging knew about Lin Xian's cooking skills. Xiao Xinhua looked at the table full of delicious dishes and was very surprised. As a man, his culinary skills were so good. She just didn't know how it tasted. It didn't look bad, and Linging said that Lin Xian's cooking was very good. Just the few of us. You've cooked too much. Linging picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, muttering with satisfaction. Then, should we call the neighbors? Lin Xian asked. Allah. They were stunned for a moment. What neighbors? I think Moromu is right next door, Lin Xian said. Damn hooligan, if you want to call her, go ahead. Linging rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Bastard. Bastard. He must have taken a fancy to Moromu again. However, he had his eyes on Moromu, but she still knew a little about Moromu. How could Lin Xian possibly catch up with her? No, that might not be the case. This Lin Xian was able to chase after them and even make them be together. Perhaps it really was possible. Ah, pig trotter. I was just kidding. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. Let's eat. Call her, I'll go call her. Chuxue and I know her and you know her too, but I'm not sure if she'll come. You go call her. Ling Ying said. It was not a bad thing for Moromu to come here for a meal. It was a good opportunity to see what kind of relationship she had with Lin Xian. Really? Lin Xian asked tentatively. Yes, really. Go ahead. Anyway, those people know that there is a man here. Forget it. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. He felt that something was wrong. Go ahead. There are so many dishes, we can't finish them. Then I'll go. Okay, go ahead. Then Lin Xian walked out. Pig trotter. Ling Ying muttered. Han Chuxue did not say anything. Let them be. She was like this anyway. As an outsider, Xiao Xinhua felt that Ling Ying and Lin Xian were a couple. Lin Xian came to Moromu's dormitory and knocked on the door. Poochie, Poochie, then there was the sound of running from inside. Then the door was opened. A cute girl in pink pajamas stood there, looking at Lin Xian with big puzzled eyes. Why is there a guy in the girls' dormitory? The cute girl looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Ding! You have triggered the mission. Mission reward. Permanently obtain the law of destruction. Mission time limit. 3 months. Mission punishment. Permanently lose the law of creation. Currently, the mission has been forcefully accepted. Lin Xian. Damn. I can trigger a mission just by going through a door? However, Lin Xian knew this girl. She was the super cute girl who was ranked 8th on the beauty rankings. She was young, about 16 years old. She was not very tall. Anyway, there was only one word to describe her. Cute. She was also super sweet. This kind of girl would be super suitable for 2D clothes. She was really beautiful. She had a baby face, white skin, delicate facial features, and big eyes. She was the type of girl like Lu Yufan. However, she was younger than Lu Yufan and slightly older than Miao Xiaomiao. However, her style was different. She was purely sweet and cute. Lan Xingxing blinked her big eyes. Then, she tentatively poked Lin Xian's chest with her index finger. You're not a girl dressed as a guy. You're a real guy. Lan Xingxing pulled her hand back and looked at Lin Xian. Hey, Why are you in the girls' dormitory? Lin Xian was stunned. This girl was actually poking his chest with her finger to see if he was a girl dressed as a guy. Was she a demon? This was a little dumb. I'm the dormitory manager, Lin Xian said.
Ah?
Oh. Are you here to check? Lan Xingxing asked in a small voice. Lin Xian. Wow. This girl was too dumb. Even if there was a dormitory manager in the girls' dormitory, it couldn't be a guy. It was normal for this girl's looks to trigger a mission. Moreover, she was so dumb. Lin Xian didn't remember having such a dumb girl around him. However, it was good that she was dumb. She was easy to trick. It's like this. I'm here to investigate the population and add you on WeChat. Lin Xian said. Oh. Are you going to scan me, or should I scan you? Lan Xingxing took out her phone and asked.
I'll scan you.
Okay. Then Lin Xian scanned her WeChat and added her as a friend. If all the girls in the world were so gullible, then the world would be a paradise. What's your name? Lin Xian asked. Lan Xingxing. That's a nice name, Lin Xian said with a smile. Lan Xingxing stuck out her tongue. Thank you. It was no wonder that she was able to enter the top 10 beauties ranking. Logically speaking, it was quite difficult for a 16-year-old girl to enter the ranking. Most people preferred girls in their 20s, such as Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and Morongyu. These girls were all beautiful, and they weren't young. They had already matured, and they were still young, so they were just right. For example, Xue Binglan and Lan Xingxing, who looked so young, they were really beautiful. Xue Binglan was more of a kind of spiritual energy, while Lan Xingxing was really cute, sweet, and silly. She would arouse people's desire to protect her. They just wanted to press her little head into their arms and watch her pout and act spoiled. Is Morongyu here? I'll look for her, Lin Xian asked. Oh, yes. Wait a moment. Then, Lan Xingxing ran in her pink slippers. Sister Morong, someone is looking for you. After a while, Morongyu walked out of the bathroom, wiping his slightly damp hair. It was obvious that he had just taken a shower and was wearing pajamas. When she saw Lin Xian, she subconsciously pulled her pajamas. This was the first time she wore pajamas in front of a man other than her father. However, she didn't seem to be shy or reserved. She just wasn't used to it. Chapter 1036. Morongyu looked at Lin Xian and asked, What's the matter? Lan Xingxing was leaning on the side, blinking her cute big eyes as she looked at them. And I made some food. Do you want to eat together? No need. Morongyu said straightforwardly. Lan Xingxing heard Lin Xian's words, and her big eyes flashed with a trace of stars. Delicious food, she didn't even need to go downstairs to buy it, she really wanted to go. Go, if you make too much, you won't be able to finish it. Then Lin Xian added, You can also talk about the things you're interested in. We can still eat and talk now, but I don't know if we'll have time later. Morongyu hesitated for a bit, then slightly nodded. I'll go change. Don't change, you're fine like this. Lin Xian grinned. She ignored Lin Xian and walked into the room. Soon, she changed into a simple set of home clothes and walked out. Let's go. Then the two walked to the side. After 2 steps, they were already at the door. Lin Xian turned his head to look at Lan Xingxing, who was still there. Girl, do you want to eat together? Lin Xian felt that this girl's eyes were filled with desire. Normally, Lin Xian wouldn't take her out to eat. What did it have to do with him? But she triggered a mission, so it was good to have some contact and cultivate their relationship. Really?
Can I?
Lan Xingxing asked in surprise. And come on. Yays. Ding. Lan Xingxing's favorability towards you +10. Then she happily ran over. The door is closed. Lin Xian reminded her. Oh, hee hee. Lan Xingxing cutely stood beside Lin Xian. She moved her little head to the side and looked into the room. Let's go. Then they walked into Han Chushua's dorm together. The girls had already set up the bowls and chopsticks. They inexplicably felt that Lin Xian would call Morongyu over, so they added a pair of bowls and chopsticks for Morongyu. Then they looked. Why was there another one?
Hello.
Lan Xingxing sweetly smiled and bowed. You must be Lan Xingxing. Ling Xingxing asked. And I know you guys too. Lan Xingxing said. Ling Ying secretly glared at Lin Xian. Didn't he say that his name was Morongyu? How come there's another cute girl now? Of course, she didn't despise her. She just felt that Lin Xian was too popular with women. How could she call Morongyu and another Lan Xingxing? Have a seat, the food is ready. Since we are all neighbors, let's take care of each other in the future. Ling Xingxing said with a smile. Lin Xian was very interested in Lan Xingxing's mission. What did that mean? The law of destruction? He already had a law called the law of creation. Was the law of destruction the exact opposite of the law of creation? Could a person have two laws? Lin Xian was very curious. Nice to meet you, Morongyu said softly. She didn't like this kind of occasion, but Lin Xian was shameless. He insisted that they were here to talk about something she was interested in. Maybe there wouldn't be time to talk about it in the future. No time? She didn't believe it. But since Lin Xian said so, what could she do? And what was the topic she was interested in? Naturally, it was the 1,000 ice pupils. Then Lin Xian was surrounded by a group of beautiful girls.
Wow.
So many.
No wonder you said you couldn't finish it.
It looks so delicious. Lan Xingxing swallowed a mouthful of saliva. That's right, she was a true foodie. She was willing to go wherever there was food, let alone this kind of free meal. She was overjoyed. Lin Xian made it. Han Chushua added a pair of chopsticks for Lan Xingxing and said,
Lan
Xingxing looked at Lin Xian, and then her mouth opened slightly. Boys can cook too? Of course, and it's very delicious.
Try it.
Morongyu was also very surprised. It was normal for boys to know how to cook. It was also normal in this era, but it was very rare. It was very rare for girls to know how to cook, not to mention that this table of delicious food was all made by Lin Xian. She really couldn't tell. Lan Xingxing couldn't wait to pick up a piece of twice-cooked pork and stuff it into her mouth. Oh, it's delicious. This is delicious. Wow, Lin Xian, your cooking is so delicious. She couldn't wait to pick up a piece of braised pork.
Wow.
It tastes better than Mom's cooking. Lan Xingxing couldn't help but exclaim. Ding. Lan Xingxing's favorability towards you +5. Lin Xian. He seemed to know how to chase this Lan Xingxing. Lin Xian's cooking was truly delicious. It was not an exaggeration at all. Perhaps some restaurants were also good at cooking, but that was only at a normal level. However, Lin Xian's cooking was definitely top-notch. What was the secret to making home-cooked dishes into a top-notch level? Actually, it wasn't much. It was just that the law of creation created a more perfect taste for each dish. This wasn't something that could be increased by seasoning, so it was normal for them to feel that it was especially delicious. Ling Ying was curious. Was it really that good? She knew that Lin Xian's cooking was quite good, but it wasn't that exaggerated, right? She tentatively took a bite and suddenly found that it was much better than Lin Xian's cooking. He couldn't have been practicing cooking recently, right?
Morongyu also took a small bite.
It completely exceeded her expectations. Was this really made by Lin Xian? How is it? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Oh, it's delicious. Lan Xingxing seemed to be very familiar with people. No, she was only familiar with food. Morongyu thought for a moment and said, there seems to be a lot of flavors in this meal that I haven't tried before. Lin Xian. What the hell? Did you add some seasoning that we haven't eaten before? Morongyu asked.
No.
That's really strange. Morongyu was puzzled. Lin Xian was speechless. Was this what a genius was like? She could think of these things when eating. There must be some seasoning that I haven't eaten before, Muromyu said with certainty. She had done her research on food and beverage. She could taste the seasonings in the food and the taste and standard of the seasonings. The taste of Lin Xian's dishes had definitely exceeded that standard and were exceptionally delicious. It was as if something like poppy had been added into the food. But that was impossible. It was very strange. The kitchen is filled with common seasonings. Could it be that he added something bad? But it really does feel exceptionally delicious. Linging nodded and said, they would never have thought that the reason why it was delicious was because the law of creation had given these dishes the definition of delicious. Lin Xian only needed a thought to make the dishes even better. As for why it was better, Lin Xian didn't know. Lan Xingxing didn't care about what they said. She ate happily as if the food was her everything. Soon, they finished all the dishes on the table. Of course, that girl, Lan Xingxing, would definitely eat the most. Chapter 1037. Ah, I'm satisfied. Lan Xingxing rubbed her stomach and leaned back in her chair with a look of enjoyment.
Ding.
Lan Xingxing's favorability towards you +1. Just one meal increased her favorability by 16. The premise was that they just met. This girl, Lin Xian, can I still eat your food in the future? I'll pay for it. Lan Xingxing looked at Lin Xian expectantly. Not necessarily, maybe when you're free. Then it's a promise. Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. Bastard. How can this bastard attract girls no matter what he does? How can he attract girls just by cooking? She was speechless. Seeing Ling Ying's gaze, Lin Xian coughed and said, let's talk about it in the future. It's getting late, I'll go back first. You guys rest early, the exam is tomorrow. Bye-bye. With that, Lin Xian's figure disappeared and appeared outside the dormitory. Space attribute. Lan Xingxing's mouth was slightly open with a look of envy. Muromyu. Didn't he say he would talk to her about things she was interested in? As expected, a man's mouth was a liar. She wasn't easily moved, but she wanted to hit someone right now. Muromyu, how do you know Lin Xian? Ling Ying asked curiously. Suddenly, all the girls were paying attention. Perhaps Lan Xingxing's focus was different. She felt that Muromyu was very strong and beautiful. Even her grandfather admired her. They were in the same dormitory, but her grandfather opened the back door for her to learn from Muromyu. Anyway, she felt that someone her grandfather admired and paid attention to must be very strong. Lin Xian knew her, so Lin Xian must also be very strong. He helped me level up. Ling Ying didn't know what level up was, but it definitely wasn't a realm. How can he help you with something that even you can't? Ling Ying was surprised. After all, she knew who Muromyu was. Yeah, that's why it's pretty impressive.
Muromyu nodded and said,
if you didn't think about it carefully, you would think that Lin Xian was nothing. But if you thought about it carefully, you would realize that he was actually quite powerful. What about you, Xingxing? Ling Ying asked. Oh, I just met him. He said there's good food here. Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, Xiao Xinyue was speechless. Lin Xian loved big boobs and no brains. This girl's chest was really big. She was young, but her size was comparable to theirs. You have to be careful of him. Ling Ying said. Han Chuxue chuckled.
Ah, why?
He might have drugged your food the next time he cooks for you. Ling Ying deliberately said to scare her. But I don't have a cold. Why would he drug me? The girls? All right, it seemed that this girl wouldn't be able to last much longer. With this IQ, any man would be able to trick her, right? Of course, it wasn't that her IQ wasn't high. She was just too stupid. Drugging. What would a normal woman think? What would she think? Of course. I don't have a cold. It's pretty good, pretty good. Ling Ying smiled bitterly and said, Where did Lin Xian go? That's right, he went to Xiao Runing's residence. This Xiao Runing actually targeted him during the day. She told him not to cause trouble and deliberately looked at him. Well, he had to teach her a lesson. The mentor's dormitory was the same as the student's dormitory. It was also in this dormitory. The male and female mentors' dormitories were also in the same building. No one cared about the mentors' dormitories. Of course, you could casually bring a man or a woman upstairs. Of course, you had to be guided by a mentor. Without a mentor, you could forget about entering. Lin Xian sent a message to Xiao Runing. When he walked over, Xiao Runing was already waiting for him downstairs. It was already dark outside. There were still many people in the martial arts academy. Lin Xian told Xiao Runing that he had something important to talk to her about. See, Xiao Runing fell for it. What's the matter? Xiao Runing asked when she saw Lin Xian walk over. There weren't many students in the mentor's dormitory. Yes, let's talk upstairs. Your mentors have their own rooms, right? Lin Xian asked. Yes. Xiao Runing nodded. But when she heard Lin Xian say that he wanted to go upstairs, she felt that something was wrong. Lin Xian had even specifically asked if it was a house for each of them. What was he trying to do? She didn't want him to go upstairs for some reason. If you have something to say, just say it here, Xiao Runing said cautiously. Lin Xian. Wow. Was he being too obvious? Sister, what if someone is eavesdropping? Lin Xian said. No, I can sense it. Xiao Runing shook her head. When she heard Lin Xian's words, she was even more certain that this little hooligan was up to no good. Lin Xian scratched his head. What should he do? He couldn't go into her room, so he couldn't teach her a lesson. Okay, then we'll talk here. If there are any consequences, you'll be responsible, Lin Xian said. Xiao Runing frowned. Was he trying to scare her, or she wasn't sure? Forget it, forget it. Let him go upstairs. What if there really was something important? Forget it, let's go upstairs. Xiao Runing turned and walked away. Behind them, Lin Xian revealed a smirk. Hee, as expected, girls are soft-hearted. Wait for me. Speaking of which, what's the relationship between you and Xing? On the way, Xiao Runing asked curiously. Nothing much, just a friend. Forget it. With her personality, if she's just a friend, would she peel prawns for you? Xiao Runing rolled her eyes. This kind of thing depended on one's personality. Perhaps for a girl like Yi, even if they were friends, she would still help you if you had a good relationship with her. But for a girl like Xing, it would only be possible if you had a better relationship with her. She lost a bet, Lin Xian said. Xiao Runing. Damn, she had completely forgotten about this. She had suffered so much in the hands of Lin Xian when it came to betting. Everything made sense now. Miss Xiao, this is? When they walked out of the elevator, a female teacher walked over and saw them. Oh, she's my student. She's here to look for me. Miss Xiao is very responsible. She teaches students even in the dormitory. The female teacher smiled. These kids are all blessed by the heavens. They're the hope of the future. It's our duty to teach them well, Xiao Runing said with a smile. Then go ahead. I won't disturb you. Then the female teacher entered the elevator and went down. Xiao Ningning, your words are so awkward. You're only 2 years older than us. What do you mean by a child? Lin Xian said helplessly. In my eyes, you're a child. Xiao Runing said in a proud tone. Oh, then this baby wants to have sex with you? Lin Xian said with a grin. Xiao Runing. Get lost. Then she opened the door and walked in with Lin Xian. The house was renovated and the layout was the same. There was nothing new about it. What do you want to drink? Drink, Grandma. Xiao Runing. Chapter 1038. Xiao Runing decisively rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Then, she poured him a glass of water and sat on the sofa opposite of Lin Xian. What is it? Then she asked. Oh, I'm here to talk to you about life, ideals, and the structure of the human body, Lin Xian said with a smile. Xiao Runing. Damn it. She really fell for it. Lin Xian then walked to Xiao Runing's side with a grin and placed his hand on her leg. Xiao Runing subconsciously shrank back. Xiao Ningning, let's do that. Lin Xian kissed her pink cheeks. Xiao Runing. Get lost. Xiao Runing said in annoyance. No, no, no. Then, Lin Xian directly pressed her down on the sofa. Xiao Runing instinctively resisted, but unfortunately, she couldn't. In the end, half an hour later, Lin Xian let her go. Xiao Runing hugged Lin Xian on the sofa and panted. Bastard. Is this what you came here to do? Xiao Runing bit Lin Xian's neck.
Fuck.
It's bleeding. You're too cruel. Lin Xian touched his neck. It wasn't bleeding, but there was a bloody mark. You're not allowed to cover your neck, Xiao Runing said fiercely. Otherwise, don't expect me to talk to you again, Xiao Runing said in annoyance.
Fuck.
He came here specifically to fuck her, and even lied to her. Then you can keep this mark. Let's see what other girls think when they see it. That way, she would feel better. Alright, I won't cover it up. Lin Xian also knew that Xiao Runing was unhappy, so he just let her be. As for what the girls behind his neck would say, Lin Xian was already thinking of an excuse. Hearing this, Xiao Runing felt a bit better. This bastard was getting more and more overboard. He even wanted her to use such an embarrassing position. What position? He told her to go to the washroom and hold onto the sink with a large mirror in front of her. Then he would be behind her. So embarrassing. She really wanted to stab him. Keep a low profile in the academy, Xiao Runing said worriedly. Lin Xian had told him to keep a low profile, but why wasn't he keeping a low profile? Big sis, I've already kept a low profile enough, Lin Xian said helplessly. Then he smirked and leaned forward.
You.
Xiao Runing's pretty face turned crimson as she gritted her teeth. I'm thinking about it again, Lin Xian said. Without Runbing squeezing him, he was really comfortable and full of energy. Scram. I'm tired. Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian. Alright, I'll spare your life. Lin Xian smacked his lips at her. Xiao Runing breathed a sigh of relief. This bastard was too scary. Hurry up and leave, Xiao Runing said. What? Are you chasing me away? I'm not leaving, Lin Xian said. Scram. If people know that you spent the night at my place, my reputation will be ruined. So what? Anyway, no one forbids teacher-student relationships, right? Lin Xian laughed. Scram. At this time, Lin Xian's phone rang. Lin Xian glanced at the coffee table. Alright, someone's looking for you. Hurry up and leave. Lin Xian picked up the phone and glanced at it. Brother Xian, sister-in-law came to our dorm and is waiting for you in your room. This was the message Lu Jingyi sent to Lin Xian. Which sister-in-law? Lin Xian typed and asked. Lu Jingyi replied instantly. Shui Bingxin.
Whoa.
Lin Xian didn't know why this girl was looking for him. Xiao Runing didn't seem to be paying attention, but in fact, she was looking at the message on Lin Xian's phone. Sister-in-law. She glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian coughed and quickly said, don't believe it. It's that roommate, a little brother from St. Brilliant Academy who happened to be here. He saw Shui Bingxin peeling prawns for me during the day and thought she was my girlfriend. So, he kept calling her sister-in-law.
Is that so?
Yes. I swear if she's my girlfriend, I'll never get it up. Lin Xian laughed in his heart. This wasn't wrong. Although they had that relationship, Shui Bingxin really wasn't his girlfriend, hee. Alright, I'll believe you. Xiao Runing was also too lazy to care about it. She guessed that many of the beautiful girls around Lin Xian had some sort of relationship with him. In any case, she felt that this was the case. As for her Xiao Runing sigh, so annoying. Then I'll leave first. Let's see why she's looking for me. I'll come back another day to pamper you. Lin Xian finished speaking and walked out. Just as he walked out, he bumped into Morongyu. Morongyu was also surprised to see Lin Xian here. Why was he everywhere?
Damn.
What are you doing here? Morongyu was holding some books and said, I'm here to report to Miss Xiao. She's here, right? Morongyu then looked inside the door. Lin Xian had just come out and didn't have time to close the door. Fortunately, she couldn't see anything from her position. Yes, cough cough, she's here. Lin Xian said.
Okay.
Morongyu nodded and was about to walk in. Bang! Then Lin Xian directly closed the door. Morongyu. Why did you close the door? She frowned and looked at Lin Xian in confusion. This you can't go in without knocking. I'll close the door, so you can knock. Lin Xian smiled bitterly.
Fuck.
He couldn't let her go in directly. Xiao Runing wasn't wearing anything and was nestled on the sofa. If she saw this, everything would be over. Morongyu. Couldn't she knock just because the door was open? That was strange. You're also looking for Miss Xiao? Well, I'm at least a cadre in the cultural publicity department. I'm also here to report to her. Morongyu nodded and then walked over to knock on the door. When Xiao Runing had just opened the door, she had heard Lin Xian talking to someone outside, and she subconsciously, hurriedly put on her clothes.
Coming.
Xiao Runing hurriedly put on her clothes, tidied her hair, and ran over to open the door. Miss Xiao, I'm here too. Morongyu looked at Xiao Runing and stopped mid-sentence. Miss Xiao, there's a white and mushi at the corner of your mouth? Xiao Runing. Lin Xian. Oh, yes. Yes, I just licked the bottle cap. I probably touched the corner of my mouth. Hurry up, hurry up. Xiao Runing hurriedly wiped it and then glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian tried to hold back his laughter. I'll get going then, Miss Xiao. With that, Lin Xian walked into the elevator. Bastard. Did she owe him her entire life? Morongyu walked into the room and saw the super messy sofa. It didn't fit in with the tidy room. She also saw the paper on the floor. Xiao Runing didn't have time to tidy up the sofa. Seeing this, she hurriedly tidied it up and said, I just sprinkled some milk. After I wiped it, you knocked on the door and threw the paper on the floor. Xiao Runing quickly explained. Yes. Morongyu nodded. However, she felt that it was very strange. A girl, especially a beautiful girl like Xiao Runing, would not do this. Moreover, the trash can was just beside the coffee table. She could have thrown it in the trash can. Even if she didn't throw it in the trash can, she should have left it on the table. Why did she throw it on the floor? It was quite strange. Also, why was the sofa in a mess? She couldn't understand. Chapter 1039. Lin Xian returned to the dormitory. Lu Jingyi and Wang Zhuang were sitting on the sofa playing with their phones. Seeing Lin Xian come in, the two of them quickly stood up. Brother Xian, she's in your room, Lu Jingyi said. Okay, you guys should rest early, Lin Xian said, and walked into the room. Boys were not allowed to enter the girls' dormitory, but girls were allowed to enter the boys' dormitory. Although there was no such thing, the rules only stated that boys were not allowed to enter the girls' dormitory. Actually, this was understandable. Men were creatures with the lower half of their bodies. Although some women thought with the lower half of their bodies, they were still reserved. Men, on the other hand, were not reserved. Especially in a place like the Martial God Academy, which girl would have the nerve to enter the male dormitory on her own accord? Lin Xian opened the door. Xin and Lan were sitting on Lin Xian's bed. Then, they quickly stood up. Lin Xian closed the door and looked at them. Xin was better. Lan lowered her head and seemed to be very shy. Why are you looking for me? Lin Xian sat on the bed and asked. Master asked me to take you back. Xin said. Lin Xian, this Irunbing is poisonous. I'm not going back. I have to go back. I won't go back.
What can you do about it?
Lin Xian looked at Xin with a smile. He had to go back. He didn't believe that he could do anything if he didn't go back today. Xin paused. She couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. Then, she shook her head. First, the Martial Arts Academy prohibits students from going out. Once discovered, they will be expelled immediately. Second, tomorrow is the Martial Arts Academy examination. I need to conserve my energy. In this place full of geniuses and masters, I don't need my own mountain to have more power. Lin Xian said, leave the 108 mountains to me.
I'll take them down and give them to you.
Master asked me to take you back. Lin Xian. Forget it. Tell her that I'll go when I'm free, Lin Xian said. Xin lowered her head and thought for a moment, but didn't say anything. What could she do if Lin Xian didn't go? Then we'll leave first. Xin bowed slightly to Lin Xian. Leave? Lin Xian's lips curled into a smirk. Seeing Lin Xian's smirk, Xin knew something. I'm going to take a shower, she said softly and walked into the bathroom in the room. Lin Xian smirked. Sensible. Then, Lin Xian looked at Lan, who was blushing and had her head lowered. Lan sneaked a glance at Lin Xian and shivered.
I'll
go too. After saying that, she ran into the bathroom. I'm such a fucking scumbag. Lin Xian shook his head. But he had to admit that this was every man's dream.
So, be it if he was a scumbag.
These two beautiful sisters were so obedient. This was something that couldn't be asked for. The next morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The two girls were nestled in his arms, one on his left and one on his right. Do you think this is a blissful thing? Actually, it's not. They hadn't moved for the whole night. His arms were pressed down, and it was very uncomfortable. Of course, it was blissful before sleeping. Wake up. Lin Xian patted Xin's butt. Xin slowly opened her beautiful eyes, and her face was red. On the other side, Lan whined like she was sleep-talking. She snuggled in Lin Xian's arms and snored softly. Xin slowly sat up, put on her clothes, and then walked into the bathroom to wash up. Lan was awakened by her movements. She opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Lin Xian. Then, her pretty face suddenly turned red. She hurriedly rushed into the bathroom, but just as she took 2 steps, she realized that she was naked. Then, she hurriedly rushed back and ran into the bathroom with her clothes. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. The most shocking thing was that the two sisters were in Lin Xian's room last night and didn't come out. This was a pair of sisters. They didn't even come out last night.
Wow.
That's amazing. The two sisters were. He was really impressed. At this time, Lin Xian yawned and walked out of the room, followed by the two girls. I'll go back first. Then, the two put on their jackets and hats and walked out. As soon as they walked out, Lu Jingyi came up to them.
Wow.
Brother Xian is amazing. Lu Jingyi gave Lin Xian a thumbs up.
Don't talk nonsense.
Hee, I know. Let's go back to the classroom. The exam is about to start. Then Lin Xian came to the military class. The people in the military class were always looking at Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian made a big news yesterday. He was with the school beauty Xin, and Xin even helped him peel prawns. Maybe the others didn't know Lin Xian, but the people in the military class knew him. He was their class committee member. Xiao Runing saw Lin Xian come in, and then secretly glared at Lin Xian.
Fuck.
Last night, she was so embarrassed that Morongyu saw those things. Luckily, Morongyu didn't know. Of course, She wasn't sure if Morongyu really didn't know or if Morongyu was pretending not to know. She didn't want the atmosphere to be awkward, so she didn't expose her. Anyway, she hated Lin Xian to death. Su Jiming looked at Lin Xian. She knew about the relationship between Lin Xian and Xiao Runing. Then what was going on between Lin Xian and Xue. He didn't quite understand. You said that it was normal for men to have such bad intentions. As a man, he naturally understood men better. Which man didn't like to cheat? If Xiao Runing was his girlfriend, he would still have the same thoughts of flirting with other beautiful girls outside. However, flirting was flirting. You couldn't be so blatant. Lin Xian and Xue were too blatant. They were so blatant that he felt that they didn't have that kind of relationship. Even Xiao Runing must know that their relationship wasn't as close as it seemed on the surface. It was very likely that there was something else that others didn't know about. After all, Xiao Runing was Lin Xian's girlfriend.
Fuck.
He was so angry. What was so special about this Lin Xian? Xiao Runing had such a beautiful girlfriend, and he even knew Xue and her sister? Lin Xian consciously sat beside Morongyu. Did you miss me? Lin Xian smiled and asked Morongyu. Morongyu, why would I miss you? Morongyu asked in confusion. Because I'm handsome. There are more than 10 people in the military class who are more handsome than you, let alone the entire martial arts academy, Morongyu said without giving him any face. Lin Xian. That hurts. Xiao Runing said at this time, everyone, next will be the first official assessment since you entered the academy. It's very important to all of you. If you have the ability to fight for the right to enter the 108 peaks in the back courtyard, then I hope that you will work hard to fight for it. For all of you, there are definitely unimaginable benefits there. Chapter 1040. Lin Xian seemed to be listening to Xiao Runing attentively. Miss Xiao, we also want to enter the backyard, but our strength doesn't allow us to do so. The martial arts academy is huge, and there are 20,000 students. There are countless geniuses. Although we are doing well in our own homes, we are still far behind those who are really powerful, a student said helplessly. In our military class, the most important thing is to improve your military ability. Compared to other classes, improving your strength and realm is not as important. However, that is your own business. Increasing your realm is the most basic thing for everyone, and I can't control that. As for the backyard, those who are capable will get it. Yes, there will definitely be people who are stronger than you. You can't enter the backyard today, but it doesn't mean that you won't be able to in the future. It doesn't mean that you won't have a chance to defeat them in the future. The Martial Arts Academy exists for you to improve yourselves and surpass others. Xiao Runing glanced at the crowd and said, these are all your own business.
My job is to teach you military ability.
Whether you can enter the backyard or your ranking in the Martial Arts Academy has nothing to do with me. If you are ranked low, I won't be the one losing face. If you are ranked high, I won't get any benefits. Alright, let's talk about the exam. This exam is divided into 4 parts, all of which save time and allow you to see some of your abilities in the most direct way. I will temporarily give you a ranking, and the ranking will change according to your arranged battles. There will also be a competition among all the members of the Martial Arts Academy to re-rank you. The first round will test your strength, the second round will test your wisdom, the third round will test your reflexes, and the fourth round will test your potential. In each round, there will be 50 instructors paying attention to each of you and grading each of you. Miss Xiao, this is not fair. This is the first round and you want to compete on strength? It's so unfair. Yes. There is a gap in our realms and a competition of strength will directly pull us apart.
Quiet.
Xiao Runing glanced at the crowd and said, "There is no such thing as absolute fairness in the world. To you, this is already friendly enough. Remember, if you can't compete in strength, there will always be someone you can compete with. You say it's not fair? Some students are monstrously talented and even have the time and space attributes, but some students only have the metal attribute, and the metal attribute can increase strength. So, even if their talent, strength, and realm are not as good as the time and space attribute, they can still produce strength that surpasses that member. So, do you think it's fair for the monstrously talented members?" Xiao Runing's words made the crowd silent. Moreover, the instructors will be grading this time. It doesn't mean that the higher your strength, the higher your score will be. If a 1-star domain realm martial artist can produce a strength of 1,000 points, and an 8-star law realm martial artist can produce a strength of 1,000 points, the instructors will naturally give the 8-star law realm martial artist a higher score. Moreover, they will also weigh the martial artist's attributes, cultivation realm, and other factors to grade. This will be the case for the rest of the assessment. As long as you are outstanding enough, no matter what your cultivation realm or attribute, you will always be able to stand out. Xiao Runing said, "Then, Miss Xiao, are you saying that people with lower realms like us might be able to enter the inner court in this assessment?" Xiao Runing nodded. "Yes, as long as you are outstanding enough. If you are not, you might be lucky enough to enter the inner court now, but you will definitely be chased out by others in the future. Alright, that's all I want to say. As for the specific content of the assessment, you will know later. Now, Murongyu, go and help organize the teams. Bring everyone to the plaza and prepare for the first round of the assessment."
Yes.
Murongyu then led everyone from the military class to the plaza. There were already students from many classes gathered there, and the 50 instructors were already seated there, waiting for the assessment to begin. Xiao Runing walked over and said, "The first round of the assessment is purely a strength assessment. I believe you have all used this machine in the previous academies. If you want to get a high score, don't hold back. Before the assessment, press your palm print on the machine, and the system will automatically match your corresponding student number. At the same time, the 50 instructors will obtain some basic information about the student number, such as realm, attribute, and so on. Then, based on this information and the strength index you will produce later, you will be given a score. You don't have to worry about fairness." Xiao Runing paused for a moment before continuing. "These instructors don't know who you are, so they will do their job impartially. The entire assessment will be recorded in the video. After each assessment, our vice president will personally look through your results and check if there is any instructor who gave an especially low score according to the average score. If there is, we will ask them the reason. If the reason is not valid, this low score will be converted into an average score, and your score will be raised. You don't have to worry about fairness." Hearing Xiao Runing's words, everyone was relieved. At this moment, Luo Xiao stood up and said, "Now, all students, get ready. The first round of the assessment is about to begin. We will start with the Fire Attribute Class 1. Those who have completed the first round of the assessment will proceed to the second round of the assessment. 20,000 people try to finish the assessment before 5 p.m. today. After that, you will be given a day of rest tomorrow. You can go out, but you must report in on time the next day. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the Martial Arts Academy." Then, a man walked up to the assessment platform. In order to ensure absolute fairness, it didn't matter if the assessment was slow and one by one. That man pressed his hand on the platform, and his information appeared on the machine on the 50 instructors' desks. Then, he condensed the power of fire in his right fist and suddenly punched the machine. There was only one requirement: no martial arts techniques. The number on the machine climbed rapidly. Lin Xian didn't understand what these numbers meant. How many pounds of strength could one punch produce? Lin Xian wasn't sure. The final number stopped at 1972. After seeing this number, the instructors lowered their heads and began to grade. Next. The next person pressed his hand on the machine, and the instructor's machine displayed some basic information about him. Time passed by slowly. Before this, there were only two people that Lin Xian paid attention to. These two people were both men. Lin Xian didn't know who they were, but one of them had scored 3,800 points, and the other was only 52 points lower than him. Lin Xian glanced at them. The average strength was around 2,000 points, and the more powerful ones could score 3,000 points. This meant that basically all domain realm cultivators could score 3,000 points. However, they could score close to 4,000 points. Perhaps it was because the domain realm star level was higher, or perhaps it was because they were stronger. Lin Xian couldn't sense them from so far away, so he couldn't tell what their realm was. Next. Chapter 1041. Morongyu. Give the military class a start. Xiao Runing said to Morongyu. Morongyu nodded slightly and walked onto the stage. The military class was considered to be near the front. There were about 8,000 people, and there were still about 10,000 people behind them. Naturally, there were many very powerful people among these 10,000 people. It was a pity that Lin Xian didn't have the chance to see them, but he would definitely have the chance to meet them. Morongyu walked onto the stage and instantly attracted cheers. One had to know that she was the #1 campus belle of the Martial Arts Academy. Moreover, she had blue hair and blue eyes. She was especially beautiful and powerful. With this kind of aura, she was definitely a goddess in everyone's hearts. There was no need to mention how famous she was. When the instructors heard the cheers and screams of the group of men below, they were also very helpless. It was as if they had seen a superstar. Morongyu was used to this kind of scene and was very calm. She stood in front of the machine, and a burst of power erupted from her body. Her skirt and beautiful hair danced quickly because of this surge of power, mesmerizing everyone for a moment. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning gathered in Morongyu's fist, and then she suddenly punched the machine. The thunder roared, and the machine trembled violently. The number on the machine soared rapidly. In the end, the number stopped at 4,800. Everyone. What the fuck? 4,800? What the hell is this? No, the highest number before was not even 4,000. This Morongyu is 4,800? 1,000 more? Who is this Morongyu? Why is she so powerful? Why is a girl like her able to unleash so much power? Is it because of the lightning attribute? That can't be right. The enhancement shouldn't be so high. Could it be because of her realm? What's her domain realm? I felt that this Morongyu was not simple to begin with. It turns out that she really is not simple. She's too powerful. Morongyu was such a girl. She was very low-key, but no matter what she did, she would do her best. For example, in this assessment, many people might think that she should keep a low profile and not be too ostentatious. However, Morongyu did not think about this. She felt that doing her best was the best explanation for herself. If she could do her best, why not do it? That's right, she was such a competitive girl. Morongyu glanced at the numbers she had typed out and walked away. However, she did not go far. She stopped when she reached the front. She wanted to see how many numbers Lin Xian could produce. She was quite concerned about Lin Xian. The biggest reason was that Lin Xian's talent was on the same level as hers. Although she had seen Lin Xian fight with demon beasts, she was very curious about some of Lin Xian's attributes. She wanted to see how strong Lin Xian was. Lin Xian, you go. Xiao Runing said to Lin Xian. All right. Lin Xian nodded and walked up the stage. Isn't that the person with Schwebingschien? I know. I think he's called Lin Xian, right? I wonder what his identity is. Anyway, it's said that he's the person who escaped from a heavenly Dao realm expert. It's too fake. He probably got in through the back door. Let's see how many points he can produce. It's easy to tell if he's a mule or a horse. From the looks of it, he probably can't be strong. Sigh, I wonder how the goddess fell for such a person. What's wrong with society? Lin Xian stood there, as everyone's eyes focused on Lin Xian. There were too many people paying attention to Lin Xian. Su Ziming, Qin Ming and company, as well as Sheng Tian, divine capitals Xiao Yun, and the girls beside Lin Xian. As for Lin Xian, he was now considering whether to keep a low profile or keep a high profile. Keeping a high profile was naturally out of the question. Lin Xian didn't like being high profile either, but there were so many amazing people in the martial arts academy. If he held back a little, what would happen to him if he didn't enter the 108 peaks? After all, only by entering the 108 peaks in the backyard could he have a proper relationship. Moreover, he heard that there were many powerful martial arts techniques, spiritual weapons, and even divine rank ones. Of course, only those who were at the very top could obtain them. Lin Xian thought of himself as extraordinary, but he felt that in the martial arts academy, he was still inferior to many people such as Morong Yu, the powerful existences in the Trial Union, and the Bounty Hunter Guild. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't want to challenge the first few peaks. He would think about it later. Moreover, if he challenged the first few peaks, it would mean that he was one of the top people in the martial arts academy. Then, he wouldn't be keeping a low profile. Forget it, I'd better stop. If I can't enter the backyard, I'll just defeat the people in the 108 peaks in the backyard. Lin Xian calculated in his heart because he knew that if he used his full strength, there were probably not many people in the entire martial arts academy who could compete with him in terms of strength. No, not a single one of them. The attribute exchange doubled his strength. With Lin Xian's strength as a domain realm expert, he didn't know how much it would increase his strength. There was also the ability to create laws. No one could compete with him. I just don't know if the Martial Arts Academy's record of my realm is that of a 7-star law realm expert. Lin Xian thought to himself. The Martial Arts Academy's record of their students' realms was recorded after they returned from the assessment. During this period, they didn't have the chance to raise their realms. The lower the realm, the higher the score, and naturally, the higher the score. In the entire martial arts academy, no one, not even the people around Lin Xian, knew that he was already a 1-star domain realm expert. They thought that he was a 7-star law realm expert. Therefore, Lin Xian chose to keep a low profile. Sizzle, lightning coiled around Lin Xian's right hand. The tutors were also paying close attention to Lin Xian, especially Vice Dean Luo Xiao. The purple lightning made the other lightning elemental students extremely envious. Boom! Following that, Lin Xian punched the machine. He released the strength of a 7-star law realm expert and didn't expose the fact that he had reached the domain realm. His score rose and finally stopped at 2,990. Upon seeing this score, many people immediately laughed out loud. There were many people whose scores were even lower than Lin Xian's. They didn't laugh because they didn't know him, but why were they laughing at Lin Xian? Just this? He managed to escape from a heavenly Dao realm expert with just this? Less than 3,000? What a joke. However, some people knew Lin Xian, such as Ling Ying and Xiao Runing. They knew that Lin Xian wasn't just that. He was definitely not just that. Morong Yu frowned slightly. No, this was definitely not his strength. He was deliberately concealing his strength. Morong Yu thought to herself. Although she didn't know Lin Xian well, this was definitely not the strength that Lin Xian should have. She was still able to understand this point. 3,000 points. With his 7-star law realm and the strength of the purple lightning released, it was considered a normal score. It wasn't very low, but she believed that Lin Xian would surpass it. Was that really all? Morong Yu thought in puzzlement. Chapter 1042. Lin Xian scratched his head, then revealed a slightly silly smile to the crowd before walking off the stage. Xiao Runing also secretly shook her head. Is this Lin Xian's strength? No, definitely not. This was a score that a normal 7-star Law Realm martial artist should produce. Lin Xian had even released Purple Lightning, and it was still the same score. If it were anyone else, she would not understand, so she would think it was very normal. However, this was Lin Xian. She had personally seen Lin Xian defeat the domain Realm Qinming and Su Jiming when he was a 5-star Law Realm martial artist. Therefore, Lin Xian's strength far exceeded those of the same realm. Therefore, she felt that this score was definitely not his true strength. He's hiding. There's nothing wrong with hiding his strength. Even if he can't enter the 108 peaks, he can still defeat the people above and take over. Xiao Runing pondered for a moment. At the very least, she felt that Lin Xian was not so reckless and impetuous. Less than 3,000 points. Qin Ming, Su Jiming, and even Xiao Yun, who had fought with Lin Xian before, were a little confused. They were all people who had been defeated by Lin Xian before, so they naturally felt that Lin Xian would not have such a low score. Either he's hiding his strength, or he relied purely on the enhancement of his martial technique and the poison attribute to win against me. Therefore, this Lin Xian is actually nothing special. Xiao Yun pondered for a moment. Lin Xian caught up to Murongyu. Hey, what realm are you at? That punch's score is so high. Lin Xian curiously asked Murongyu. In any case, Lin Xian was a 1-star domain realm martial artist, so he could not see Morongyu's realm. Therefore, he said that she was at least a 7-star domain realm martial artist.
Damn.
Isn't this gap a little too big? How old is she? She's almost a heavenly venerable? As expected, she was the most talented girl in their generation. A martial artist's realm needed to be kept a secret. Under normal circumstances, it was best not to reveal one's true realm. It would definitely be beneficial to oneself. Of course, revealing it to someone one trusted was not a problem. When Lin Xian asked about her cultivation realm, Murongyu hesitated for a moment before answering. Domain realm 7 stars. Tisk, TSK, so strong. Lin Xian praised. Logically speaking, if it weren't for those heavenly star fruits, Lin Xian would probably only be a 1-star Law Realm expert now. This wasn't an exaggeration at all, but the time he had spent cultivating was very short. Therefore, under normal circumstances, he did not know what realm he could reach. But under normal circumstances, he definitely would not have this system, and he would not have these attributes. You didn't use your full strength just now, right? Murongyu said as she walked forward. Someone with the same level of talent as her might not be strong in terms of strength, but she would definitely not be mediocre either. It doesn't matter if I use my full strength or not, Lin Xian said. Murongyu nodded slightly. This sentence basically confirmed that he had not used his full strength. Actually, what made Lin Xian stronger than ordinary martial artists? Lin Xian's strength, speed, and physique were not that much better than the average martial artists. However, the blue begonia flower would continuously improve Lin Xian's strength, speed, and physique. Lin Xian's strength, speed, and physique were not that much better than the average martial artists. However, the blue begonia flower would continuously improve Lin Xian's strength. But there was one point, and that was Lin Xian's spiritual power, and spiritual power definitely far surpassed ordinary martial artists, and even far surpassed those genius martial artists.
There was no doubt about this.
For example, other people at Lin Xian's realm could release the Heaven Tier martial technique Myriad Bait, Heavenly Prison 5 times, but Lin Xian could release it more than 10 times. The difference was too obvious. To martial artists, all kinds of attributes were very important, but spiritual power was the most important. Everyone's score in each round is unknown to the participants, so the best way is to do your best. They quickly arrived at the location of the second round of assessment. There were not many people waiting in front. Before Lin Xian's group, there were already 8 or 9,000 people who had completed the first round of assessment, and now there were not many people. The others had probably already started the third round of assessment, or most of them were in the second round. There were several buildings in front, and Lin Xian's group saw people walking out of them, heading further away. They should be in the third round of assessment, and the second round of assessment should be in these few buildings. The second round of assessment was about wisdom. To a martial artist, the most important thing was strength. This was true, but wasn't wisdom a reflection of strength? Wisdom encompassed many aspects. Lin Xian felt that the test was not about one's intelligence, but more about one's understanding of the continent. To put it simply, it was about one's experience. To a martial artist, strength was the foundation, and experience was the sublimation. Everyone, your assessment location is on the third floor, classroom 3009. After you enter, there will be an instructor there to arrange your assessment. A man walked towards them and said, "Okay, thank you. Young Master Lin." At this time, a voice came from behind Lin Xian. Su Zhiming had caught up. Su Zhiming and Lin Xian were rivals, and he always acted as if he had a good relationship with Lin Xian. The reason was very simple. Morongyu was by Lin Xian's side. Oh. Young Master Su, is there something you need? Lin Xian asked. Su Zhiming smiled, then said, "Nothing. I heard that the second round of assessment is going to be taken by many people. I'm also in classroom 3009. Let's go together?" "Sure." Lin Xian shrugged. The corner of Su Zhiming's mouth rose slightly. Even if he were to fight with Lin Xian again, he would still be on his guard. However, he had absolute confidence in his intelligence. When the Su clan was grooming their successors, most of their focus was on the knowledge of the continent. Therefore, even though he didn't know what the second round would test him on, as long as it was related to knowledge, he was confident. Speaking of which, why did young Master Lin score less than 3,000 points? Su Zhiming asked. Of course, he asked on purpose. "Oh, my strength is only SOSO. What can I do? I'm not a strength-type martial artist." Lin Xian said. Su Zhiming smiled. He had fought with Lin Xian before, and he had the right to judge whether Lin Xian's power was strong or not. However, he had never admitted defeat. He felt that Lin Xian's power when they fought had far exceeded the power that a cultivator of his level should have. Therefore, it must have been due to a martial technique's amplification. Therefore, without the amplification of a martial technique, he estimated that Lin Xian's power was mediocre. But class monitor, you're really strong. I only scored 3,900 points, and you scored a whole 1,000 points higher. That's too terrifying. Su Zhiming kneeled and licked. His score of 3,900 was actually very high. At the very least, up until now, only Morongyu's score was higher than his. Of course, he knew that the classes in front of him weren't too amazing. The ones in front of him were the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth classes. The ones behind him were the time, space, and lightning classes. Chapter 1043. Morongyu said as she walked into the building. It's nothing, just a high level of cultivation. A high level of cultivation is also a reflection of one's strength. Morongyu nodded slightly and did not say anything else. They then entered classroom 3009. There were dozens of people in the classroom. In front of these people, there were 5 people taking the second round of assessment. Only one instructor was taking the assessment. Lin Xian glanced at the blackboard beside him. The rules of the second round of assessment were written on the blackboard. The rules were very simple. 5 people in a group would take the questions, and it was a race to answer. There were more than 100,000 questions in the question bank, and they would appear randomly. There were a total of 20 questions in each round, and whoever answered first would win points. Those who failed to answer would lose points. Those who did not answer would not receive any points added or deducted. For this round, the instructor would not be helping to give points. It was purely on their own. This second round of assessment is purely to pull down points. Lin Xian mumbled softly. That's right, this was definitely a test to pull down points. If you answered more correctly, you would get more points than others. This kind of score was very intuitive. There were more than 100,000 random questions, so there was no need to worry about other people in the classroom waiting to listen. As for how many points they would get, no one knew. Next group. Then, the instructor walked over and pasted a number on the chest of the newcomers. Murongyu was 1, Lin Xian was 2, and Su Jiming was 2. Next group, the 5 students in the first group will take the assessment. Murongyu glanced at it, then walked forward and sat on her seat. Press your palm on the screen on the armrest of the chair to confirm your identity. The assessment will begin immediately. Then, a question appeared on the screen. Lin Xian had been paying attention to these questions since he came in. They were really all-encompassing. There were easy questions, and difficult ones were extremely difficult. There were many aspects involved, such as cultivation, medicinal herbs, spiritual items of heaven and earth, demonic beasts, etc. 5 minutes later, the test ended. Murongyu had answered all 16 questions correctly, and she had completely defeated all the other contestants in the same round. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. This assessment also had something to do with luck. What if there was a monster like Murongyu in the group of 4 and you were still thinking about it? Then press the button. Murongyu walked to the back and did not leave. In her mind, she felt that she and Lin Xian were good friends. Moreover, she paid a lot of attention to Lin Xian. She knew that knowledge was very useful. It might not be as direct as strength, but it was essential for a martial artist. For the next round, the 5 number 2 students will come forward to answer the questions. Then, Lin Xian walked forward. Su Jiming and Lin Xian sat next to each other. The corners of Su Jiming's mouth curled up slightly. He had seen these questions just now. Although he did not know half of them, he felt that this Lin Xian could not possibly be better than him, right? As for Lin Xian, he did not know much about these questions, but he also knew quite a bit. The key was to see what kind of questions they were. The 5 of them pressed their palms on the screen. Lin Xian, student number 1008611, entered the system, and the second round of the assessment began. What was the most difficult part of the second round of assessment? The questions were not multiple-choice questions. There were no options below, so you could not even guess. You could only answer, and if you answered incorrectly, points would be deducted. If no one answered within the allotted time, the question would be skipped, and the next question would be directly answered. You might feel that it did not matter if you did not have points deducted, but there were no points added either. There were a total of 20 questions. You had to grasp every question that you could grasp. Only then would you be able to pull ahead of others in this round of assessment. Although the 20 questions were not multiple-choice questions, there were still judgment questions. However, you could not choose right or wrong for judgment questions. You had to give a reason. Only when the reason passed would the instructor give you additional points in the system. This meant that you answered correctly and did not guess, so there were no tricks to speak of. Therefore, there were many questions that none of the 5 chose to answer. They could only skip them and lose the chance to score points. From this, it could be seen that the Martial Arts Academy placed great importance on a martial artist's understanding of the mainland's knowledge. Otherwise, they would not have chosen such a topic that had nothing to do with one's strength. If they did not place great importance on it, they would not have set up such an assessment. Whoosh! A line of words appeared on the screen, and then a voice came from the speaker beside the screen. May I ask which person or race has the strongest control over the power of space on the mainland? Lin Xian. No, did he have to be so lucky? Lin Xian could not help but laugh in his heart. He then pressed the answering bell, without hesitation. Su Jiming was stunned. He was still thinking and Lin Xian answered first. The Void Fox. Lin Xian answered. Correct, the instructor said. Then, a wand appeared on the screen in front of Lin Xian's seat. It was unknown whether this one was a correct answer or an additional point, but it was a good thing. Please name 3 of the continent's top spiritual herbs and their effects in 20 seconds. Click. Lin Xian pressed the answering bell again without hesitation. This was his specialty. Regarding these things, the imperial sacred arts gave him memories that these people could not compare to. 3 types, and not the 3 most powerful ones. They represented a level. There could be dozens of types, but you just had to name 3 in 10 seconds. This might seem easy, but it wasn't. Firstly, in 10 seconds, there was almost no time for you to think. Secondly, it was very easy for you to name a very amazing heaven and earth spiritual medicine. In your mind, it was very amazing, but it wasn't the most amazing batch. Thirdly, you might only know about the medicine, but not its effects. When Morongyu saw this question, she knitted her brows tightly. It wasn't that she couldn't answer it, but 20 seconds wasn't enough for her to think about it. This should be one of the most difficult questions. How could Lin Xian answer it? Su Jiming sneered in his heart. How could they answer this kind of question? Spiritual herbs might be able to answer it, but how could the effects be so simple? Although many people knew how to teach as a martial artist, how many of them would actually learn? 9-star rainbow berry. The medicinal effect can raise a martial artist's realm. It can cure hundreds of poisons and can be used to refine the top grade 9 revolving fate pill. Blue sky rainbow lotus. The medicinal effect can continuously raise a martial artist's attributes. 9-colored sacred lotus. The medicinal effect can raise a martial artist's realm. It contains a large amount of attribute energy and is an extremely powerful spiritual herb for martial artists to raise their attribute purity. Lin Xian said without hesitation. Correct. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth rose slightly. Everyone opened their mouths. How the fuck could he even answer this kind of question? Su Ziming secretly gritted his teeth. How is this possible? This kid is not bad. At least he and Morongyu belong to the category of martial artists who can raise themselves in all aspects. This kid is worth teaching. In a room, the Martial Arts Academy's dean and Luo Xiao sat there. The screen in front of them was playing Lin Xian's examination. Lin Xian was naturally one of the few people they were paying attention to. Chapter 1044. May I ask how many kilograms of force an ordinary law realm martial artist can exert on average without using his attributes? This kind of question was actually relatively simple, but it was even more difficult for people to pay attention to it. They only knew that it was amazing and that one punch was very powerful, but as for how many kilograms, who the fuck would pay attention to that? Thud. This time, Su Jiming got it. 3,000 kilograms. Su Jiming then said with certainty. Lin Xian glanced at his eyes. Wrong answer.
What?
Hearing the wrong answer, Su Jiming was stunned. Impossible. It's clearly 3,000 kilograms. Su Jiming muttered in disbelief. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. His eyes had been very confident just now, but he was wrong? Lin Xian really didn't know this question, but thud. Lin Xian then pressed the answer bell. It's 3,000 kilograms. 3,000 kilograms. Correct answer. Su Jiming. Fuck you. He really wanted to curse. Lin Xian really didn't know how many kilograms, but he clearly saw the confidence in Su Jiming's eyes just now. However, he answered wrongly. Lin Xian also heard his muttering just now, and he was obviously very confident about the number 3,000. Then Lin Xian thought about it. A 1-star law realm martial artist's strength should be more than 3,000 kilograms. That was the law realm after all. In addition, he was very confident about the number 3,000, so Lin Xian could try to guess that Su Jiming must have learned it before, but it was too long ago, so he could only remember the number 3,000. Since 3,000 kilograms was wrong, but he was very sure that 3,000 was right, then there was only one possibility. When he learned it, it wasn't 3,000 kilograms, but 3,000 kilograms. Clearly Lin Xian was smart. This question was purely giving him the points. Su Ziming secretly clenched his fists. He hated it. Why didn't he remember such an important thing? Damn it. Then, one question after another was displayed. This round almost became Lin Xian and Su Ziming's home ground. Not almost, but completely. Although the other three were also considered geniuses, the gap between them was still quite big. They really couldn't snatch a single question. After the 18 questions, Lin Xian answered 10 questions correctly, Su Ziming answered 8 questions correctly, and 1 question wrong, one of which was the kilogram question. Both of them answered Su Ziming's question, and Su Ziming only got that 1 question wrong. There were still 2 questions left. Su Ziming knew he had lost, but he had to work hard for these 2 questions. Now Lin Xian had 10 points, and he only had 7 points because he got 1 question wrong. If he got the next 2 questions right, he would have 9 points. Although he still lost to Lin Xian, he could still say that the wrong question was due to carelessness or something. It would be considered a draw. But if Lin Xian answered these 2 questions correctly, then the gap between them would widen. Right now, the strongest recorded law is the law of death. Is this correct? This was a judgment question. When the question was asked, no one moved for a moment. For a judgment question, you had to say why. If it was correct, you had to say why the law of death was the strongest recorded law, and what kind of terrifying effects it had. And if it wasn't correct, then what was the strongest recorded law, and why was it the strongest law? So the judgment question was actually more difficult. Of course, if you knew, then it wouldn't be difficult. Regarding this, Lin Xian really did not know. And Su Ziming didn't know much about it either. Lin Xian always felt that his law of creation was more amazing than the law of death. Because of creation, when you were strong, you could create anything. In theory, you could even create a dead person. To create life, you could do anything with your mind. There was also the law of destruction. Since the law of destruction appeared in the mission, Lin Xian felt that it was on the same level as the law of creation. It just so happened that Lin Xian felt that the law of destruction and the law of creation were 2 laws of the same level but opposite. But did these people know about the existence of these 2 laws? They should know, Lin Xian muttered in his heart.
Why?
Because the law of creation was told to Lin Xian by Linglong Shui. If she knew, then how could the top powerhouses of the human race not know? In theory, they knew about it too. And Lin Xian vaguely remembered how shocked Linglong Shui was when she found out that he was a law of creation. This should be the strongest law. And the law of destruction should also be the strongest law. Lin Xian realized that he could really guess, and he felt that his guesses were quite reasonable. What should he do? When Su Ziming heard this question, he gave up. He didn't know at all, and he would lose points if he answered it wrong.
Morongyu looked at Lin Xian.
She knew about this question, and she had a secret on her. Other than her parents and herself, no one else in this world knew about this secret. And that was her law, was the law of destruction. Lin Xian was thinking about it. Since his score was higher than Su Ziming's, it didn't matter even if he answered it wrong. His correct answer might not be worth mentioning compared to Morongyu's, but compared to the majority of the students, he would definitely crush them. Click. Lin Xian then pressed the buzzer. Su Ziming looked at Lin Xian in shock. He knew?
Lin Xian then said, wrong.
The strongest laws are the law of creation and the law of destruction. The law of creation can use a warrior's thoughts and spiritual power to create everything within the range of their abilities. In theory, there is no limit. Of course, if it exceeds the range of one's abilities, there is a risk of death. The law of destruction can destroy everything with one's thoughts. In fact, Lin Xian didn't know the effects of the law of destruction at all. But from the name and the fact that it was on the same level as the law of creation, Lin Xian was very nervous because it was just a guess. But it was fine. It didn't matter if it was right or wrong. If it was wrong, it would only deduct 1 point. Correct answer. When Lin Xian heard the system's voice, he was stunned.
Fuck.
His ability to guess blindly was really good. Then the tutor said, This is a very difficult question. As this question has not been announced to the public, not many people know of it. The first and only person recorded of the law of creation was a man 800 years ago. What happened to him now is not recorded in history books. As for the law of destruction, there is only one person recorded. These two laws are said to be God's laws. That is to say, these two laws are considered divine powers. The law of death is considered a top law, but it is still inferior to God's laws. Not bad. You even know this. Very good. Lin Xian smiled. However, he was thinking, divine powers? It seems like it's true. Using one's thoughts to achieve certain things. If that wasn't divine powers, what was it? Unfortunately, no warrior with such a law has appeared since then. If such a warrior could reach the heavenly Tao realm, he could single-handedly destroy an army of 1 trillion. The tutor said with a sigh. Chapter 1045. The tutor wasn't exaggerating. In theory, when a person was strong enough, they could do heaven-defying things with these laws. For example, the law of major destruction. If one's ability was sufficient, a single thought could destroy a planet, much less 1 trillion people. Of course, the premise was that one had to be able to do it. Another example was the law of major creation. A single thought could recreate a destroyed planet, allowing life to return to normal. In theory, it was possible, but even if one was at the heavenly Tao realm, it was impossible to do so. Therefore, it was only in theory. However, the strength of these two laws was certain. Su Ziming secretly clenched his fists. Why did Lin Xian know about it as well? This was great. The gap had been widened once again. There was only one question left. Morongyu was actually rather surprised. This question was forcefully instilled in her by her family. If not, she would definitely not have known about it. She never expected Lin Xian to know about it as well. She had heard from her aunt that his identity wasn't very impressive, right? He was only the founder of the Xian Group. Although the Xian Group had unlimited potential and its present assets were unparalleled, it was still a far cry from the truly powerful existences. Although the Xian Group's assets were impressive, they were only assets. Their assets might not even reach the level of the 8 great family clans. However, he was impressive. For a behemoth like the Xian Group to be founded by him, she had to be impressed. Indeed, he was different from those so-called geniuses. He had relied on himself to reach this stage. Then, how did he know about all this? From the looks of it, he was still very mysterious. Last question. May I know what's the derivative property above the spatial property? Void. Lin Xian said without any hesitation as he slammed down on the bell. This was considered a relatively simple question, but it wasn't simple either. This was because many people didn't understand it. They felt that spatial property was the most impressive property. Little did they know that above spatial property, there was a sublimation of spatial property known as the void. As for how the void was stronger than spatial property, Lin Xian didn't know either. The reason he knew was because of the mission he triggered. Correct. Lin Xian answered a total of 12 questions correctly. Compared to Morongyu, he might not be able to beat her, but compared to others, it was a crushing victory. Let's proceed to the third round. Lin Xianran bowed, and then walked out. You waited for me? Lin Xian said to Morongyu with a smile. Wait, friend. Is there something wrong with your classmate? Morongyu asked. Only friends? Classmate? Lin Xian asked with a smile. What else is there? Morongyu glanced at Lin Xian. Nothing, nothing. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. Su Ziming lost to Lin Xian, but he wanted to explain something in front of Morongyu, so Su Ziming quickly followed them. Young Master Lin is really knowledgeable. I didn't expect you to be able to answer so many obscure questions. Unlike me, I can even remember things incorrectly. It's clearly a kilogram, but I remember it as a caddy.
He he he.
Su Jiming said with a smile beside Lin Xian. In fact, these were all said for Morongyu to hear. It was just an explanation. It would make him seem open-minded, and as if he didn't care about the assessment at all. He lost, but he didn't use his full strength. Not really. I've never learned it before. When I was in school, I didn't learn it at all. I was just lucky and answered all the questions correctly. Young Master Su is also very impressive. He answered 7 questions correctly. If it wasn't for that question, he would have answered 8 questions correctly. That's already very impressive. Lin Xian said with a smile. Su Ziming secretly clenched his fist. Lin Xian's words directly put him in a disadvantageous position. No matter what, I'm still not as good as class monitor Morongyu. You answered 16 out of 20 questions correctly. I'm afraid no one can surpass you. Su Ziming said to Morongyu. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Throughout history, a bootlicker never had a good ending. A bootlicker couldn't get a girl, and even if he did, he would be cuckolded. Not to mention a girl like Morongyu. If a bootlicker could get a girl by praising her all day long, then what was a bootlicker? Girls were like that. The easier it was to get them, the less they would cherish them. If you confessed to her and expressed your love, then if she didn't like you, then you would instantly become an ordinary person or an ordinary friend, or even a spare tire in her eyes. It was very, very ordinary. The truly amazing thing was that you had never confessed to a girl before you even slept with her. That was the most amazing thing. Confessing to a girl wasn't an important part of the process. For the amazing people, they could completely skip the confessing part because it was too dangerous for a guy. Once you confessed, you lost. Of course, confessing was only suitable if the girl also liked you. Otherwise, try not to confess. Otherwise, there was a high chance that you wouldn't get a reply from the girl. Even if you did, she would consider it or say that she didn't know. What were the consequences if a guy was in this situation? If the girl didn't agree or reject you, then you would feel that she didn't reject you. That meant that she also liked you. Continue to work hard, continue to pursue her, and then become a spare tire. That was how real it was. Of course, Lin Xian would also praise girls, but he would never praise them in the way of a bootlicker. Looking at so many girls, you would find that Lin Xian really didn't praise a girl in the way of a bootlicker other than joking around. Of course, he was quite lucky when he chased girls for a long time, but there were few times when his life was in danger. This was something that others wouldn't try. Morongyu nodded slightly in response, but she didn't agree with what he said. Then, she didn't say anything and continued to walk forward. Sigh, young Master Su, if you want to chase girls like this, it's fine if they're ordinary quality girls or gold diggers. Girls like the class monitor, you won't be able to get her even in your next life. Lin Xian said in a mocking tone. Lin Xian, I don't want to have anything to do with you. Just don't get in the way. You already have Xiao Runing, I hope you stay away from Morongyu. Su Jiming said coldly to Lin Xian. What the hell? Why should I stay away from Morongyu? She's my class monitor, she's very outstanding. What's wrong with me staying close to her and learning from her? Lin Xian said with a smirk. Do you believe that this young master won't tell Xiao Runing? Go ahead and tell her. Ning Ning wants me to stay close to the class monitor and learn from her. Lin Xian smiled and walked away. Su Jiming clenched his fists tightly. Why was it that whenever he chased a girl, Lin Xian would always get in the way? Did he have to change his target? Because he also felt that Morongyu was too hard to chase. If he was better than Morongyu, then it would be fine. The problem was that he wasn't as good as Morongyu, so why would she like him? Chapter 1046. At this moment, Su Jiming wanted to change his target. There were still some pretty girls in the martial arts academy who were easier to woo than Morongyu. Naturally, he wanted to woo Morongyu the most because it would be fucking awesome if he could woo her, but it would be awkward if he couldn't. But he couldn't accept it. Why was Lin Xian able to walk together with Morongyu? Why was Morongyu able to chat with Lin Xian? Lin Xian was also a man, but he wasn't as handsome as Su Jiming.
What was so special about him?
Why was Xiao ruining his girlfriend?
Why?
Soon, they arrived at the location of the third round of assessment. The good thing about this assessment was that you didn't even know your own score. The third round of assessment was a test of reaction speed. Reaction speed was especially important to a martial artist. If your reaction speed couldn't keep up during a battle, you could easily die because you might not be able to dodge some attacks in time. The third round of assessment was very simple. You would go up one by one and be given a venue. There were several special instruments on the side that would rapidly fire attacks at you. The attacks were just like bullets. They were of various colors and had no substance, so you wouldn't feel any pain when they hit you. These instruments would fire a total of 500 attacks. What the students had to do was to not use any attribute power or martial arts. They had to dodge the attacks within a specified range. How many points would be deducted for each attack? Therefore, this wasn't a bonus point, but a point deduction. It was a competition of who could lose the least points. Lin Xian looked at the people who had completed the assessment one by one. 500 attacks. Basically, each person would finish within a minute. On average, there were close to 10 attacks per second. As for how many attacks could be dodged, that would depend on one's ability. The speed of this round was quite fast. As there were dozens of arenas, the instructors were not giving marks. They were more concerned about whether the information on the contestants was relevant. The system would detect how many times the contestants were attacked and deduct a few points. Therefore, after Lin Xian and the others arrived, it was basically their turn to start the assessment. You guys, enter venue number 80 and 90 in order, one of the instructors said to Lin Xian and the others. Then, the three of them came to number 80 and 90. They didn't have the chance to see Morongyu's elegant figure, but the people who came later naturally paid attention to Morongyu. Lin Xian pressed his palm on the instrument. Student number 1008611 was ready. The 10-second countdown begins now. 10 seconds for the martial artist to prepare. Begin. Lin Xian focused all his attention, his figure flashing around the stage, sprinting, dodging. At first, not many people paid attention to Lin Xian, because in their eyes, Lin Xian was just an ordinary student. But inexplicably, because of Lin Xian's quick dodging and reaction speed, they began to pay attention to him. He hadn't been hit even once in 30 seconds. Some of the instructors also began to pay attention to Lin Xian. Lin Xian's reaction speed was still very exaggerated. Reaction speed was related to a martial artist's attribute, which was their mental strength. Lin Xian's mental strength value crushed martial artists of the same realm. Even martial artists of a much higher realm than him had a huge gap in mental strength compared to Lin Xian. Therefore, it was relatively easy for Lin Xian to dodge. Of course, he had to pay full attention. A minute later, Lin Xian, Morongyu, and Su Jiming walked off the stage. What a pity. They were dodging so well in the beginning, but what happened at the end? They were attacked 5 times in a row. Otherwise, they could have dodged all of them. One of the instructors sighed as he watched Lin Xian walk away. But luckily, there's finally a student who didn't lose points in this round. And it's a female student. Not bad. Then, they walked towards the 4th round of the assessment. Lin Xian had indeed been attacked 5 times. He didn't want to stand out too much. He felt that his results in the 2nd round were quite good. If he did as well in this round, his ranking wouldn't be low. There would be a 4th round of potential assessment. Lin Xian felt that his potential should be quite high, so his score shouldn't be low. Therefore, he should work hard to get a few points deducted. Class Monitor Morongyu, how many times were you attacked? Su Jiming caught up and asked. He felt that his results in this round were quite good. He had only been attacked twice. Morongyu shook her head slightly. Actually, she didn't want to pay attention to this person, but he was a classmate, and it was impolite to ignore him. You weren't attacked? Su Jiming was stunned. However, it was normal. This Morongyu was stronger than him. Su Jiming admitted that. He had only been attacked twice, so it was normal that Morongyu wasn't attacked. Young Master Lin, what about you? Su Jiming glanced at Lin Xian and asked. Lin Xian also shook his head. Su Jiming. Young Master Lin wasn't attacked either? Su Jiming frowned and asked. How is that possible? This Lin Xian was that strong? He had really tried his best, but he was still attacked twice. No, he was probably lying to him. He was just showing off. He knew how to show off too. Then we still haven't determined a winner. I wasn't attacked this round either, but it was still quite difficult.
I was almost attacked.
Su Jiming said with a smile.
Oh.
Young Master Su dodged all of them? He. Young Master Lin's strength is about the same as mine. If young Master Lin could dodge all of them, then it should be reasonable for me to dodge all of them, right? Su Jiming laughed. Oh, I didn't say that I dodged all of them. Lin Xian said. Then you shook your head because... I shook my head because I didn't want to say, Su Jiming. Morongyu frowned slightly. He didn't dodge all of them? Was he doing it on purpose? Or did she overestimate him? Morongyu really wanted to know. He must have done it on purpose, because the scene of Lin Xian fighting hundreds of beasts in Tianhua City that night was still vivid in her mind. A martial artist who wasn't outstanding in all aspects couldn't have handled it with ease. Although he had the help of the space, if he wasn't confident in himself, the space would definitely be used to escape. Lin Xian then sighed and said, I tried my best, but I was still attacked 5 times. Young Master Su said that our strength was about the same, so logically speaking, young Master Su should have been attacked as well. Why didn't he get attacked once? That's strange. Is young Master Su that much stronger than me? Almost at the class leader's level? I just heard from the instructor that our class leader is the only student who hasn't been attacked so far. Young Master Su hasn't been attacked either. So how did the class leader become the only one? That's strange. Lin Xian shook his head and said with a puzzled expression, Su Jiming. Chapter 1047. This Lin Xian is doing it on purpose. Su Jiming suddenly had this thought. Fuck Grandma Li. Hi Lin Xian, Sister Morong. As they walked forward, a beautiful girl waved happily at them. Then, she let out a sweet voice and ran over. Lan Xingxing. Su Jiming's eyes lit up when he saw her. She was the beautiful and sweet girl on the ranking board. Moreover, she was innocent and naive, so it was very easy to trick her. It was also possible to make a move on her. She had a lot of suitors because this kind of girl could easily arouse the desire of men to protect her. As long as it was a girl on the ranking board, any one of them would be good to pursue. However, girls like Morongyu, Han Chuxue, and Xiao Xinyue were even harder to pursue. This included girls like Ling Ying. They were already mature and could no longer be tricked with flowery words. However, this Lan Xingxing could. At that moment, Su Jiming already had the idea of pursuing Lan Xingxing. This girl was definitely easy to trick. Why didn't I see you in front? Lin Xian looked at Lan Xingxing and smiled. Oh, but I saw you. Xingxing took the exam after you guys. It's just that the second round ended faster, so she finished the third round earlier and ran ahead of you guys. Lan Xingxing stuck out her pink tongue. The second round was faster? Why was it faster? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Oh, there's an expert. He's super good. He answered the questions within a second. He answered 16 questions correctly in a row. That's why it was super fast. Lan Xingxing's big eyes sparkled as she spoke. Lin Xian, calm down. Just because you answered the questions well doesn't mean you're good at it. Then how many questions did you answer correctly? Su Jiming asked. Oh, 0 questions. Anyway, I didn't deduct any points. Hehe. Lin Xian. So cute. You'll have a higher chance of entering the backyard if you answer more questions correctly, Morongyu said to her. It's too difficult. I hate reading books the most. Every time I see the words in a book, I want to sleep. Lan Xingxing said with a grin. Perhaps she was a bad student. What about the third round? Lin Xian asked with interest. Although Lan Xingxing was only 16 years old, his realm was not low at all. He was an 8-star law realm expert. Although he was not considered the best, his age was still there. He was much stronger than many people in the martial arts academy. Lin Xian was currently 22 years old and was at the 1-star domain realm. She was still 6 to 10 years away from the age of 22. What realm could she reach in 6 years? Therefore, she had great potential. Oh, I was just hit once. Lan Xingxing stretched out his index finger and made a cute 1 sign before saying happily. Lin Xian had gone through the 3rd round of the assessment. He could avoid being attacked, but he also knew how difficult it was. Lan Xingxing had been hit once, and he estimated that she was stronger than Su Zhiming. This girl was not as simple as she seemed. Su Zhiming's lips twitched. On what basis? Even he was at the domain realm and was hit twice. On what basis could this Lan Xingxing be hit twice? Big Sister Morong is so powerful. She must not have been hit once, right? Lan Xingxing looked at Morongyu expectantly. She knew who Morongyu was. She had heard her grandfather mention her before. You can do it if you pay more attention,
Morongyu said.
I was almost there. Lin Xian, what about you? Lan Xingxing looked at Lin Xian, her big eyes twinkling with little stars. She was not familiar with Lin Xian, but Lin Xian's dishes were simply heaven-shaking and earth-shattering in her memory. I was hit 5 times, Lin Xian said. Oh, it's okay. You can cook for me. I will teach you. Lan Xingxing stood on his tiptoes and patted Lin Xian on the shoulder as he said righteously. Okay, then remember to teach me. Okay, then remember to cook for me. Okay, Then the two of them came to some kind of agreement. Su Zhiming saw this scene and secretly clenched his fists. What was going on? Why did this Lin Xian know this Lan Xingxing? What was going on? Fuck your mother. Was this Lin Xian his nemesis?
Fuck.
Actually my cooking is quite good. Usually when I have nothing to do at home, I cook myself. Su Zhiming smiled gentlemanly at Lan Xingxing and said, this was a good idea. What was the benefit of treating her to a meal that he cooked himself? A single man and a single woman in a room. He believed that with his charm and this Lan Xingxing's innocence, as long as he was given a chance, he would be able to trick her. Absolutely. It definitely won't be as good as Lin Xian's cooking, Lan Xingxing said without hesitation. Su Zhiming looked at Lin Xian.
Why?
You haven't eaten my cooking before. How can you say that my cooking isn't as good as Lin Xian's? That's baseless. Su Zhiming then smiled and said to Lan Xingxing. In any case, there isn't, Lan Xingxing said without giving him any face. It wasn't that she didn't want to give him face. It was just that her EQ wasn't high and she was too naive. Anyone with a higher EQ wouldn't say such words. The main thing was that in her mind, Lin Xian's cooking was really too good. She was a pure foodie. After eating so many delicious foods for so many years, Lin Xian's cooking had completely amazed her. She really admired him. Su Zhiming was stunned. What kind of magic potion did this Lin Xian give Lan Xingxing? Lin Xian smiled. Since you gave me face, when you have time, I'll cook something delicious for you. After the exam, Lan Xingxing said happily. After the exam. I don't know if I have time. Yes. Lan Xingxing hurriedly nodded and said happily. The teacher said that after the exam, there will be a day off. I have time. Lan Xingxing looked at Lin Xian with big expectant eyes. Lin Xian. No. What if something happens to me? Oh, then do you have time? Lan Xingxing pouted and asked. Lin Xian said, not necessarily, maybe not. If I do, I'll go to your place, okay? And Sister Morong, then let Lin Xian come to our place when the time comes, okay? Morongyu nodded slightly. Yeah, your ass. I didn't say that I'll definitely go. I'll go when I have time. Lin Xian said. In fact, he was very happy. Lan Xingxing and Morongyu's dormitory. A lot of things could happen if he went there. He he he. Oh, then go when you have time. I'll buy the ingredients. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Su Jiming stood there and listened to their conversation. He was completely dumbfounded. What kind of magic did this Lin Xian have? Fuck your mother. Morongyu and Lan Xingxing's dormitory, fuck. This was a place that all men wanted to go. Young Master Lin, this female dormitory is not a place you can go, Su Jiming said with jealousy. Chapter 1048. He couldn't enter, and he didn't want others to enter. Then, Su Jiming continued, if this matter is known by the school, the consequences will be severe. Oh. Young master, Su wants to complain? He. Su Jiming laughed and said, how is that possible? Why would I do such a despicable thing? I just want to remind young Master Lin of one thing. Whether it's class monitor Morongyu or little sister Lan Xingxing, they're very popular in the school. There are many people paying attention to them. Young Master Lin is very close to them, so it's inevitable that you'll be noticed. When that time comes, it's hard to say. That won't happen. With Xingxing here, Lin Xian, you definitely won't be expelled. Lan Xingxing looked at Lin Xian and said seriously. Oh? Why? Lin Xian asked with interest. Because Lan Xingxing lowered her head and hesitated. Then she waved her hand and said, just relax. Lin Xian didn't understand what she meant, but he felt that she wasn't as simple as she seemed. Then Lin Xian smiled at Su Jiming and said, as long as young Master Su doesn't say anything, it's fine. Besides, I might not go. As he said that, they walked forward. How can I say anything? Su Jiming smiled at the back, but his eyes were vicious. He hoped that this Lin Xian wouldn't be so ungrateful. When they arrived at the venue of the 4th round of assessment, it was much simpler than expected. There were several buildings and many rooms. As for what the rooms were for, they didn't know. Potential assessment. Potential was different from talent. It involved a lot of things, including age, one's attributes, and even luck. However, Lin Xian didn't really understand how this round of assessment was going to be conducted and how these things were going to be tested. For the 4th round of assessment, you will go to the 3rd building. A mentor said to Lin Xian and the others. Thank you. Then Lin Xian and the others walked to the 3rd building. A teacher led them into a huge room. There was a special device in the room, similar to a simulation pod. There seemed to be some kind of data being transmitted on the screen, but it was unknown where the data was transmitted to. The contents of this round of assessment were written on the wall. The few of them were separated, each in a room. There was only one instructor in this room, waiting for the arrival of the students. Since you're here, get ready for the test. The instructor said to Lin Xian. Do you have any requests? The instructor said, there are no requirements. Enter the machine and release your strength, realm, attributes, and everything that can prove your strength. The machine will calculate your potential according to your age and the various attributes you release. If you want to hide your strength, then release less. If you don't want to hide and want the machine to give you a high score, then release your full strength as much as possible. Don't hold back. Lin Xian nodded. Understood. That was understandable. To put it simply, if you wanted to be awesome, then don't hold back. For example, if you had 3 attributes and revealed 2 attributes to the outside world, if you could get 80 points by releasing 2 attributes, then you could get 90 points by releasing 3 attributes. This proved that your potential was higher, but it also meant that you had exposed your trump card. Therefore, the choice was up to you. Whether you wanted to expose your trump card or to get a higher ranking, you had to weigh it yourself. The Martial Arts Academy didn't force you to expose your trump card. It was purely up to you. Even if you did expose your trump card, only the Martial Arts Academy would know. However, Lin Xian didn't want to expose his trump card if he could. Even the Martial Arts Academy didn't want to expose his trump card. Then, Lin Xian walked into the simulation pod. Please enter your student ID. Please release your realm. The system's voice came from the machine. Then, Lin Xian released his 7 stars law realm without hesitation. That's right, he hit it. Lin Xian's realm was 1-star domain realm. At his age, 1-star domain realm was considered a genius. However, the 7 stars law realm he released wasn't much. Please release your attributes. The system's prompt came again. Lin Xian then released his lightning and space attributes. These 2 attributes appearing on one person was already very impressive. The main one was the time attribute. Moreover, Lin Xian released purple lightning, which could increase his points by a lot. In terms of attributes, Lin Xian could be considered to be able to get some points. The system is checking your various attributes. Please wait. About a minute later, the system's voice came again. Potential assessment completed. Student, please leave the simulation pod. Then, Lin Xian walked out. Is it done? Lin Xian asked. Okay, you can go out. The assessment is over, and the results have been sent to the backstage. You can see the results after the assessment is over. The instructor said, Thank you. Then Lin Xian walked out. In a certain room, Luo Xiao and the dean were stunned. What do you think? The dean of the Martial Arts Academy asked. He must have hidden his strength. The Martial God Academy's dean nodded. Yes, he has indeed hidden it. In terms of his attributes, the lightning and space attributes are already considered very powerful, but I found out that Lin Xian also has the ice and poison attributes, so he has at least 4 attributes. In addition to the 3rd round of the reaction test, he clearly deliberately allowed himself to be hit 5 times. Otherwise, with his strength, it would have been impossible for him to be hit. I even feel that he has hidden his realm. I've investigated it, and I found that he defeated a domain realm expert when he was a 5-star law realm expert. He also defeated Xiao Yun of the Xiao family. Luo Xiao said with certainty. Yes, but this is very good. It proves that this kid's mind is different from ordinary people. At an age where he was reckless and greedy for fame and fortune, he is no longer greedy for fame and fortune. This is very similar to Morongyu. The only difference is that Morongyu will do her best no matter what. This is also a very good attitude. The dean of the Martial Arts Academy nodded in satisfaction. Dean, what do you think of Lin Xian and Morongyu? They can't be compared. Lin Xian can't be underestimated. Not to mention his personal strength. Just the fact that he can create those epic-making drugs is already worthy of attention. His mentality is also very calm and steady. He is a talent. However, he might not enter the backyard this time, Luo Xiao said. Yes. Although he has hidden so much and is still very outstanding, there are also many outstanding people in the Martial Arts Academy. However, it doesn't matter. With his ability, he will naturally enter the backyard later. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.